Green Plateau City was a famous base of magical equipment in the Federation. More than 300 years ago, more than 10 sects established dozens of popular shuttle brands here. It used to be the center of shuttles for the Federation. However, due to the obsolete technology of those sects, they soon failed in the fierce market. Today, many sects were catching their last breath with their legacy, and Green Plateau City had also turned into an old, lethargic, disordered city with a large number of unemployed workers. If one were to look from the distance, the sky above the city was covered in a bright green mist. The lackluster skyscrapers were appearing and disappearing in the mist like unpredictable giant beasts. The mist was an after-effect of manufacturing power rune arrays on a large scale with the underdeveloped technology. It had been melted into the bones of Green Plateau City and could not be changed any time soon. Li Yao swaggered into the mist. Just now, at the help desk in the railway station, he had asked for the address of the nearest shuttle rental company. For the convenience of the tourists from other cities, the company was right next to the railway station, within a 5-minute walk. In the shuttle rental company, Li Yao rented an old, flying pigeon shuttle with the thick woman's ID card. Such shuttles were the locally produced magical equipment of Green Plateau City. Their biggest factory was in this place, too. Therefore, they could be seen everywhere on the street. It would not be eye-catching at all to drive such a shuttle in the traffic. In the flying pigeon, Li Yao roamed on the streets and alleys of Green Plateau City, observing the depths of the mist with his sharp eyes. Having grown up in the magical equipment graveyard, Li Yao had seen all the darkness of the Federation before he witnessed its bright side. He knew that, even in the most prosperous cities of the Federation, right below the splendor on the surface, there were always clandestine corners that reeked of the stink of pustules. Naturally, Green Plateau City, which was a base of outdated magical equipment such and in the period of decline with a high unemployment rate, was no exception. Soon, he found the place that he needed. It was a slum in the eastern suburbs of Green Plateau City, accompanied by a tomb-like abandoned factory and piles of wasted iron and garbage not far away. Perhaps, 100 years ago, when Green Plateau City was enjoying its heyday, this place had been the biggest refining center of a certain major sect. But right now, such places were only known as one thing, a magical equipment graveyard. Li Yao was as familiar with such places and the people living in such places as he was with his own toes. The shuttles provided by the rental companies would usually be installed with a localizer at a conspicuous place in the shotgun, in case the renter ran away with the vehicle. Li Yao uprooted the localizer without damaging its functions and stuffed it below the passenger's seat. He drove the flying pigeon to the side of the magical equipment graveyard. Then, he rolled down the window and opened the door before throwing himself into the stinky, messy place. 10 minutes later, with the clothes of a scavenger that he had stolen in the magical equipment graveyard, he changed his appearance yet again. He now looked like the kind of refining worker that was everywhere to be seen in Green Plateau City. When he was back, the flying pigeon was no more. An unlocked, half-new flying shuttle parked next to the magical equipment graveyard was like a piece of fresh, bleeding meat given to a pack of hungry wolves. God knew where the flying pigeon had been driven to right now. Li Yao smiled and walked back to the downtown area unhurriedly. It was early evening. The few chain restaurants in Green Plateau City were all packed with customers waiting in long lines. To ease the agitation of the customers when they were waiting, some of the front halls of the restaurants would be equipped with crystal processors that the customers waiting in line could play with for free. However, generally speaking, few people would actually use those crystal processors because most of them were carrying their portable crystal processors, which could meet their basic entertainment needs while they were waiting. Li Yao found a crystal processor easily. He browsed through the latest information for 3 minutes and left the restaurant. Then, his target was the largest and crappiest neighborhood of Green Plateau City. In the new neighborhoods established in the recent decades, there were often underground or airborne parking lots with full facilities as well as security guards who were monitoring those places all hours of the day. However, in the old neighborhoods that had been built for more than 100 years, most of the shuttles were parked on the ground. There were often few vacant parking places. The security was sloppy, too, and there were not many surveillance cameras. Li Yao put his hands in his pocket and walked on the bumpy road of the old neighborhood, glancing at the shuttles on the two sides quickly. He was not looking for the fastest shuttle, or the most popular shuttle, which should be the least possible to be traced. Finally, Li Yao found his target. It was a shuttle parked to a corner in the garden of the neighborhood. Judging from the dust on the shell and the rust on the power rune arrays, it had not been used for more than 3 months. Li Yao grinned. He had realized before that, for some reason, there were always such shuttles in old neighborhoods that occupied a precious parking place for 1.5 years without being used at all. Naturally, they were a major headache for the management of the neighborhood, but it was not an easy task to find their owner. Nobody would be bothered if such shuttles were driven away, nor would anyone call the police. Li Yao whistled and snapped his finger. The shuttle door was immediately opened with creaking noises. In the garden, there were only a few old ladies who were enjoying the sunlight and some young girls who were playing jump rope. Nobody paid any attention to him. Naturally, the shuttle was in the worst condition, and all the spiritual energy had run out. However, under Li Yao's fingers, it was not a big deal at all. Li Yao finished the maintenance of the shuttle in 5 minutes and drove it out of Green Plateau City in 20 minutes. When he left Green Plateau City, he intentionally dropped by the railway station. Although he did not have much proof, he sensed that the atmosphere of the railway station was much more intense than before. Quite a few dealers, cleaners, and police officers did not look right. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the north. The north exit of Green Plateau City, especially the checkpoint on the direction to the capital city, had a long line of waiting shuttles. It was obvious that the security check had been upgraded. His third identity had been seen through. The Secret Sword Bureau had traced back to Green Plateau City. That was rather fast. Li Yao whistled and gave 99 points to Guo Chuanfeng's professionalism. But it was a pity that 99 points was far from enough to capture Vulture Li Yao. Li Yao drove the shuttle obediently, neither too fast nor too slow. He changed the lane, stopped, and accelerated according to the traffic signs. Very soon, he left from the south side of Green Plateau City. The security check here had yet to be upgraded. After he rolled down the window and revealed his bearded face, he was immediately let through and left without any trouble. He went all the way to the south, in the opposite direction of the capital city, getting farther and farther from it. Half an hour later, he stopped on a quiet country road. Making sure that there were not any surveillance cameras nearby, he absorbed the ragged shuttle into his cosmos ring. Not a single rust stain was left in the real world. The shuttle was gone from the world just like that. Nobody would ever find it again. Li Yao walked on the country road for 20 minutes until he reached a minor city named Wicker River City near Green Plateau City. The small city had a railway station, too, though much smaller in size. 2 pairs of crystal trains left for the capital city every day. However, Li Yao's target was not them but the crystal train leading to the East Seagull Port, a fisherman's city on the coast 900 kilometers away, which took off once every week. Right now, it was 7:22 p.m. There were 44 minutes to go before the high-speed 338 train left for the East Seagull Port. There were 3 days and a half to go before the highly anticipated 100-day memorial ceremony. Li Yao was 330 kilometers away from the capital city. In the command center of the Demon Execution Division in the Secret Sword Bureau in the capital city, after a day and a night's hard work, the data analysts and the field workers finally retrieved precious clues from the astronomical, complicated data. Vulture Li Yao indeed had a third identity. 3 days ago, in North Tranquility City, a female citizen bought a ticket to Green Plateau City for the next day in the ticket office with cash. However, after reaching out to the female citizen, they had discovered that she was still in North Tranquility City and had no travel plans. She did not know that she purchased a ticket, and the contact left at the ticket office was not hers either. Also, 3 days ago, she accidentally lost her ID card in a bank in North Tranquility City. She even had a huge fight with the staff of the bank. Eventually, the staff of the bank had found her ID card while closing and had informed her the next day. After the test of the technicians of the Secret Sword Bureau in North Tranquility City, they found that the ID card was real, but it did not belong to the female citizen. Somebody had played tricks on the spiritual stripes on the surface of the card with delicate techniques. According to the technicians, there were no more than 5 refiners in the entire Federation who were able to make the false spiritual stripes on the surface of the ID card so vivid. It was obvious now. The 2 false identities previously were just smoke grenades. Vulture Li Yao did not pretend to be a middle-aged man or a young man but a woman. But it was a pity that they did not find it out earlier. Filtering the tremendous clues cost a huge amount of time. When they locked onto the female citizen's identity and ticket information, the crystal train leaving for Green Plateau City had long arrived. When the Secret Sword agents reached the railway station in Green Plateau City, the female citizen that Li Yao had disguised as had disappeared into the mist. "Boss, I'm sorry." Mosquito's eyes were red. She was so sorry that she could barely breathe. "That's all right. He's not far away. Also, all his 3 false identities have been exposed. His infiltration methods are under our control, too. We are very close to the victory." Although their work did not go very well, Guo Chunfeng turned much more gentle than before. He cheered up his subordinates with a smile. "Let's have dinner first. Our additional dish tonight will be the big bear paws. Everybody, do your job well after enjoying the bear paws. Try and pluck a few feathers from the tail of the vulture." The purple fire ice polar bear paws, which were chopped off from high-level demon beasts, soaked carefully in heavenly materials and earthly treasures and boasted the function of facilitating the growth of brain cells, tasted nothing more than sawdust for everyone. Guo Chunfeng was holding a lunchbox in his hands, but he did not move his chopsticks. Staring at the ever-changing light beam with his bloodshot eyes, he issued commands as if he were shooting a gun. Vulture Li Yao is now in Green Plateau City, which is only 250 kilometers away from the capital city. He will be here in time either on foot or in a shuttle. All the traffic lines between Green Plateau City and the capital city, those in the river, on the ground, and in the sky, must be strictly watched over. This is the highest alert. If he comes on foot and doesn't resort to his techniques, the journey will have to take him 1 to 2 days. Then, he will have to sleep at night. He will be either sleeping in the wilderness or checking in at a hotel. Investigate that. Walking is too risky and must be his secondary plan. It is more likely that he will travel in a shuttle. Therefore, investigate the rental companies and the lost shuttle cases in Green Plateau City. All the Secret Sword agents fell silent. Green Plateau City was a large city with a population of millions. It was also a famous manufacturing base of shuttles. Looking for a missing shuttle in such a place? That would be really like fishing for a needle in an ocean. However, it could not be helped. The intelligence work was never as cool as outsiders imagined. Leads would not jump out themselves. One valuable lead was often filtered out from billions of useless pieces information. It was a time-consuming job that even a nascent soul-stage cultivator needed to finish dutifully without shirking. As tremendous resources and the Secret Sword agents of the few cities nearby flooded into Green Plateau City, endless new data was soon sent to the light beam in the command center. One of the flashing messages made everyone's heart skip a beat. The middle-aged woman in heavy makeup, Li Yao's 3rd false identity, rented a shuttle in Green Plateau City. "We've got him!" Mosquito exclaimed excitedly. "Investigate, but not with too much manpower." Guo Chunfeng sat cross-legged on the chair like an old monk. Li Yao wouldn't be so stupid. Buying a ticket and renting a car with the same ID card? Is he scared that he won't be found out quickly enough? The rental is probably another smoke grenade. We should still focus on the lost shuttles in the past 2 days. As he expected, news came over from Green Plateau City soon. The Flying Pigeon shuttle, whose localizer had been hidden, was found in the countryside 150 kilometers away from Green Plateau City. However, it was not Li Yao who was racing in the shuttle but 2 local scavengers of Green Plateau City. The 2 of them lived in the magical equipment graveyard and made a living by collecting the scraps. When given the chance, they would not mind stealing either. They had stolen the shuttle half a day ago, which they thought was a huge windfall. However, they did not expect that what came along with their windfall would be hundreds of fully armed, highly vigilant secret sword agents. When the Flying Pigeon was surrounded by hundreds of flying swords, both thieves peed themselves. The result made the command center even more depressed. Many people were cursing in a low voice. But Guo Chunfeng was as peaceful as before. He calmly ordered his subordinates to defend every major traffic line from Green Plateau City to the capital city. He even planned to expand the range of search and investigate the entire capital ring. It was a last resort when they did not have other choices. Countless secret sword agents would be exhausted, and a lot of resources would be wasted. Still, their endeavors might prove to be in vain. But right now, they did not have a better option except to defend passively and wait for the investigation of the missing shuttles. If I were Li Yao. The soft chair was like a swamp that slowly swallowed Guo Chunfeng, who was pondering in a trance. He did not like the feeling of being attacked passively. If things remained unchanged, they would always be one step behind Li Yao. He had to find a way to predict Li Yao's next step. Suddenly, Guo Chunfeng trembled, his blanket falling to the ground. He mumbled to himself, if I were Li Yao, would I only prepare 3 fake identities for myself? Mosquito and his other subordinates were all used to their boss's habit. They quickly replied, what do you mean, boss? You suspect that he has more fake identities? Exactly. Guo Chunfeng slowly sat up straight, as if he had crawled out of the swamp in his mind. He said quickly, think about it. Li Yao's 3 fake identities were not delicately made. We would have found them out in several days no matter what. Then, even if he successfully sneaks into the capital city, under whose identity will he be taking action? Right now, the alert in the capital city is higher than ever. Sentries and surveillance cameras are everywhere. The faces of the passers-by will be scanned randomly to confirm their identity. Without a legal identity, he can barely walk on the street. If he resorts to the 3 fake identities, he will be essentially surrendering himself to us. Mosquito's eyes suddenly shone, but she was confused. But that's still not right. We have investigated all the lost ID card cases in North Tranquility City. There are no new discoveries. This time, Guo Chunfeng said casually, he doesn't need an ID card, nor will he pretend to be a citizen of North Tranquility City anymore. The defense system of the capital city is connected to the network. If the face of a citizen of North Tranquility City is detected but there is no record of him entering the capital city, won't it be super strange? He can't appear out of thin air. Therefore, he should pretend to be a resident of the capital city. Mosquito frowned. He can barely sneak into the capital city now. How can he pretend to be a resident of the capital city? Very simple, Guo Chunfeng replied quickly. When he was in North Tranquility City, as long as he waited for the trains or carriers from the capital city in places such as the railway stations or the ports, it would have been easy for him to lock onto a few residents of the capital city and retrieve their identity information. As long as the few residents planned to return to the capital city in a few days, it would be perfectly reasonable that they showed up in the capital city now. Not just the scanning of mystic rays, there won't be a loophole even if a policeman questions him in person. Mosquito beamed with joy and nodded. Exactly. If Vulture Li Yao pretends to be a regular resident of the capital city, it will be explainable even if he is roaming on the street without an ID card. It's not like we can arrest all citizens who don't carry their ID cards with them. Guo Chunfeng smiled. You know what to do now, don't you? Mosquito smashed her fist hard. I do. We will go through the list of the passengers who left from the capital city for North Tranquility City recently, especially those who are returning in a day or two. Guo Chunfeng grinned in delight. He was finally in the mood for a bite of the bear paw now. The bear paw had long turned cold, but he could not have enjoyed it more. He had a feeling that he would certainly find Li Yao's new identity by investigating from such a direction. This time, he was finally one step faster than his opponent. In the railway station in Wicker River City, Li Yao lurked in the darkness like a shining scorpion. The security check had been upgraded. Several cultivators who were suspected to be the secret sword agents had appeared in such a small railway station in such a remote city, too. However, the focus of their attention was on the trains to the capital city. As for the trains to the opposite direction of the capital city, they were not interested at all. Am I really going to do this? Li Yao knew that sneaking into the capital city stealthily was as difficult to explain as the dirty mud on one's underwear. He would never do it if he had a more effective approach. Li Yao closed his eyes and reviewed the few plans that he had vetoed earlier. Plan A, turn on the crystal processor without bothering anything, contact Ding Lingdang with the old number more than 10 years ago, and tell her everything. Ding Lingdang will believe me. Even if everyone in the entire universe doesn't, Ding Lingdang will certainly believe me. However, his relationship with Ding Lingdang was not a big secret. If Abyss was really a high official in the Secret Sword Bureau, he must be monitoring Ding Lingdang right now. No, not just Ding Lingdang. Professor Mo Xian, the cultivators from the Flying Star sector. Everybody that Li Yao could trust was probably on their radar. As soon as I send a message to Ding Lingdang, I will certainly be locked onto in half a minute. Chances are that I will be surrounded by the secret sword agents before we finish the small talk. Also, it will be very dangerous for Ding Lingdang. As tough as Ding Lingdang might be, she was a young core formation stage cultivator after all. Li Yao believed that the children of the nether world, who had operated in secret for decades, certainly had ways to deal with her. Li Yao could never put Ding Lingdang in such jeopardy. Plan A, vetoed. Plan B, find a random crystal processor and explain his experience to the public on the spiritual nexus. It would be less likely for him to be found out in such a way. But how should he phrase his experience exactly? Fellow netizens, greetings. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, Li Yao, the ultra-level federal hero, did not die, and he saved the Federation on his own yet another time. Your guess is correct. Actually, I am the legendary Vulture Li Yao myself. Now, please read my story. Li Yao sighed. Fine. His experience in the Blood Demon sector had truly been too staggering and extraordinary. Who would believe it when it was published on the spiritual nexus? Moreover, even if they bought his words, how could they reach out to him? Should he leave his contact information and his address in the thread, too? Plan B, vetoed. Plan C, run back to the square at the center of Green Plateau City right now and shout, I am Vulture Li Yao. I am still alive. I have shed blood for the Federation. I have made contributions to the Heaven's Origin sector. I demand a meeting with the Iron Commander and the Speaker. The real problem was, who would arrive at the location first? The journalists, the psychiatric doctors, or the secret sword agents? Li Yao had a feeling that the secret sword agents would be fastest. The most important thing was that he did not know who the evil guys among the secret sword agents were. Chances were that 99 out of 100 secret sword agents were anonymous heroes loyal to the Federation, and only one of them was a child of the nether world. Then, when their flying swords and iron fists hit his face mercilessly, could he just kill them all? Even if he were in the superlative height of the nascent soul stage cultivator, it would be practically impossible for him to paralyze hundreds of cultivators without killing them. Besides, the mystic skeleton battlesuit now was brimming with demonic energy. When he was on a rampage, he appeared to be an out-and-out great demon. If he was engaged in a fierce battle with the secret sword agents, surrounded by intense demonic energy and wearing the mystic skeleton battlesuit, and he killed a few good guys by accident, he would not be able to explain himself even if he had grown tongues all over his body. But then, he could just surrender the moment the secret sword agents arrived and say to them solemnly, "I've been wronged. There's a great plot in all this. Listen to my explanation." However, would the children of the netherworld among the secret sword agents give him the chance to explain? Would Guo Chunfeng, who was most likely Abyss, give him the chance to explain? Therefore, he could not be captured by the secret sword agents, at least not now. If he had to be captured, it could only happen right in front of the speaker, the Iron Commander, the leaders of the major sects, and millions of spectators. Only by doing so could the children of the netherworld and Abyss lurking in the secret sword bureau play no tricks on him. His words could be heard by the leadership of the Federation. Plan C, vetoed. All right. All the impractical plans were vetoed. He only had one solution now. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the crystal train not far away leaving for the East Seagull port soon. Chapter 1083 Locked in Advance. Chi. The crystal train under the night sky was like a long, black dragon. It had just finished the final maintenance. The anti-gravity rune arrays on the chassis were activated. White steam spurted out of the circulative cooling tubes in hissing sounds. The crystal train slowly floated. A gap of dozens of centimeters appeared between the chassis and the railway. By doing so, there would be no physical contact between the train and the railway. The friction would be minimized, and the speed would be accelerated to the highest point. Deep inside Li Yao's brain, the 3D structural design of the crystal train of this particular model quickly popped up. The tiny lines interweaved into a complicated maze. The Thunder Light 3 crystal train was a classic model created by the Heavenly Thunder sect 133 years ago. It boasted a firm framework, and it was quite easy to maintain. Sturdy and durable, it was one of the most popular crystal trains rushing on the vast land of the Federation. However, it was an obsolete model from more than 100 years ago after all. As the technology of the crystal trains advanced, the super high-speed trains were each replacing the last, and the Thunder Light 3 was gradually eliminated by the major routes because of its many natural flaws. Right now, the major cities of the Federation had all been equipped with a super high-speed crystal train of the latest models. The Thunder Light 3 was now only used in the underdeveloped cities, the mines, or the remote factories. Li Yao's destination was East Seagull Port, a city by the coast. In fact, there was a direct train from North Tranquility City to East Seagull Port. But it was the super high-speed crystal train of the latest model, whose highest speed was higher than that of sound. Also, its shell was as smooth as a mirror, without a place he could cling to. The train was also equipped with the automatic alert rune arrays that were highly responsive. Even the tiniest damage on the rune arrays on the chassis would feed an alarm back to the cockpit. But the Thunder Light 3 was different. It was relatively slow and easier for Li Yao to clutch to. The alert rune arrays on it were not in tandem but on parallel. There would not be any sign if one or two of them were damaged. Most importantly, there was a small dent right below the locomotive of the Thunder Light 3 in the shape of a 7, which was designed for a technician to crouch inside. Li Yao figured out that the train must be a slow one that utilized the old-fashioned locomotive by calculating the leaving time and the arrival time on the train schedule in North Tranquility City. After he arrived in Green Plateau City, he confirmed the detailed information of the train through the crystal processors in the restaurant. It was why he came to the unknown city. Swoosh! When the several secret sword agents all boarded on the train leaving for the capital city for investigation, Li Yao darted toward the Thunder Light 3 like an arrow and soon disappeared below the train. Right below the train, the anti-gravity rune arrays had been activated to the maximum. The intense spiritual waves between the rune arrays and the railway made Li Yao's head dizzy and made it difficult for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth and moved forward rapidly in the gap between the anti-gravity rune arrays like a lizard. It took him 2 minutes to crawl below the locomotive. There was 1 minute to go before the train left. By then, besides the anti-gravity rune arrays, the power rune arrays and the spiritual shield would be activated, too, and he would certainly be shaken off. Golden brilliance dispersed out of Li Yao's eyes as he scanned every detail below the locomotive of the Thunder Light 3 and came up with a modification plan the next second. As fast as lightning, he cut off the connection between the main power rune arrays and the direction-changing rune arrays without any hesitation. In only 3 seconds, he reconnected them in a brand new way. Together with the stabilizing units that he had devised earlier, he built a tiny safe zone for himself without affecting the performance of the train. The tiny space, along with the original 7-shaped dent on the chassis, was enough for one person to hide in. Li Yao waited patiently for 3 seconds to make sure that his movement just now did not trigger the alarm rune arrays or affect the specifications in the cockpit. Then, he exhaled in great relief. Constricting his muscles, joints, and bones to the minimum, he crouched in the tiny space like a black leopard that was lurking in the bushes. The strength all over his body was focused on his 4 fingers and 2 toes as he clung to the few shallow whorls on the dent. Li Yao fixated himself to the bottom of the crystal train in a very uncomfortable posture without moving at all. Woo! He had just settled in when the crystal train slowly launched after a magnificent blast of its horn. Power rune arrays emitted circles of light, as if 10 suns were rising right in front of his eyes simultaneously. The cooling rune arrays of the old locomotives were never satisfactory. Tremendous light and heat spurted to his face like magma and turned him into a piece of charcoal. With Li Yao's capability, he could naturally resist it with his spiritual shield. But if he triggered a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, the power rune arrays on the train would be affected, which would lead to the anomaly in the specifications on the control light beam in the cockpit. The driver and the train conductor would definitely come down to examine. Cultivators, if there were any on board, might notice him, too. Therefore, he could only narrow his eyes and resisted the heat with a thin suit and his repetitively built-up body. As the train went faster and faster, the power rune arrays were gradually stabilized. The light and heat finally became less insufferable for him. But the crazy wind started blowing over and pierced to the bottom of the train like cold sabers. Under the gust, Li Yao's skin was frozen purple. He seemed to have turned into a block of lead and melted into the crystal train. In such a way, Li Yao jumped out of Guo Chuanfeng's circle of search and disappeared right below the eyes of the Secret Sword Bureau. In the command center of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau in the capital city, Mosquito shouted, "Boss, a major discovery." Excitement was beaming out of every pore on her body. She was about to dance right before Guo Chunfeng. As per Guo Chuanfeng's command, they had made a list of the passengers who went to North Tranquility City from the capital city in the last couple of days. There were thousands of names on the list. However, few of them had returned to the capital city after spending only 1 to 2 days in North Tranquility City. There were only 87 of them. The agents analyzed all the whereabouts of the 87 passengers in North Tranquility City, especially their behavior in the exit, through the surveillance picture. Eventually, they locked onto 3 candidates. When the 3 residents of the capital city left the railway station, a mysterious person had contacted them at a close distance. The mysterious person was very prudent. His face was never shown in the surveillance picture. Also, he had worn another outfit and been walking differently during every encounter. Had it not been for Guo Chuanfeng's instructions, it would have been impossible to find out the guy from the infinite surveillance picture. Very good. Guo Chunfeng heaved a long sigh of relief. He took off the blanket and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. Then he smiled. Now, we have grasped Li Yao's 3 newest fake identities. Once he arrives in the capital city, he will certainly make use of one of them. Contact the 3 residents right now and find out their position and their agenda in the next couple of days. It would be best if you can establish 3 safe areas and ask them to stay there in the next few days. Then, inform the Data Analysis Center of the capital city to consider the facial information of the 3 residences a top priority. Scan them in the range of the whole city every half-minute. As soon as the surveillance cameras of the capital city discover that one of the 3 residents appears out of the safe areas or 2 identical faces are detected at the same time, something will be wrong. Guo Chunfeng lay down on the soft chair and looked at the maps of the cities within the capital ring with a cold smile. So far, he had not figured out Li Yao's infiltration approach yet. But so what? All 6 fake identities had been discovered. Even if Li Yao could sneak in without alarming anyone, he would still be committing suicide. It was raining in East Seagull Port. There were 2 days to go before the 100-day memorial ceremony. Li Yao was 1,220 kilometers away from the capital city. This was not a large port, best known for the bizarre seafood and the small islands with enjoyable sceneries. In April and May every year, when the gold dragon sturgeons laid eggs, many tourists would come to the Golden Beach and the board-like islands for vacation and enjoy the delicious eggs of the gold dragon sturgeons. It was already early autumn. The wind was rather strong on the ocean, and there were few tourists. The only thing that could be seen were the few fishing boats near the coastline. The houses of many fishermen, and sometimes even their wasted boats, had been transformed into diners. Although the environment was a little shabby, the food there was definitely new and fresh. The seafood there was unavailable in many luxury hotels in the major cities inland. Li Yao was enjoying the fat scallops, oysters, and sea snails whose name he did not know on a stranded boat. Leaning against the gunwale comfortably, he sucked his fingers that were stained with the sauce and chatted with the hostess casually. Bamboo shrimps the size of a palm? We don't have them here. They've all been purchased by the White Sea sect. See? The biggest boat over there belongs to the White Sea sect. They are a partner to several big hotels in the capital city. Every morning, the freshest seafood will be frozen the moment they are fished up and shipped to the capital city by air immediately. The seafood picked up 5 o'clock in the morning will be served on the table in the major hotels in the capital city at noon. Li Yao was almost out of breath having the delicious meal of seafood. The hostess was overjoyed by his extravagance, too, and could not wait to pass on all the information about the White Sea sect to him. Li Yao waved his arm and said that his portable crystal processor had been ruined by the water when he was on the ocean. He asked if he could borrow the crystal processor in the hostess house. Naturally, the hostess agreed instantly. Li Yao checked all the information about the White Sea sect again with the crystal processor in the fisherman's house, including the magical equipment involved in their seafood quick freezing technology. The next fishing trip would be following morning. He had a long night to prepare for the magical equipment to be used in the capital city. I wonder, do you have magical equipment stores that provide services for spectral cultivators here, hostess? Li Yao asked in a smile. East Seagull Port was a small city. There were few residents existing in the form of ghosts. Naturally, there was not a special service station for the spectral cultivators. However, the owner of the biggest magical equipment store in the local area happened to be a spectral cultivator. After talking with the owner, Li Yao learned that the guy used to be a mechanic on a large fishing boat that had run into a super tsunami during one of the fishing jobs. The boat had turned upside down, and everybody had drowned. But at the moment of his death, he had been hit by lightning. For some reason, although his physical body sank into the ocean, his remaining soul had condensed and drifted on the ocean for a couple of days before the rescue team found him. After he was turned into a spectral cultivator, he did not want to go to the ocean again for fear of the wind and tide. So, he simply ran a magical equipment store with his compensation. Since the boss was a spectral cultivator, and some of the ghost tourists happened to fall into the water, resulting to the damage to their artificial bodies, when they were visiting East Seagull Port, his magical equipment store was like a service station. There were quite a few spare units for artificial bodies in the warehouse. He even had a second-hand artificial body that was almost completely intact, which was meant for the temporary use of spectral cultivators in need. Li Yao was very satisfied with the artificial body that was almost 2 meters tall. He bought it as well as tremendous units and components by the way. Li Yao. When he was paying for his purchase, he suddenly heard somebody shouting his name. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently, but he soon relaxed. He did not sense any secret sword agent, but he did sense that several young kids were playing around at the door of the magical equipment store. As it turned out, the seemingly hideous boss was actually a kind man. He often assembled toys with scrap components for the kids. So, the magical equipment store became the playhouse for all the kids in the small port. A chubby, speckled boy with curly hair was wearing quite a few cardboard boxes on his body, which he apparently pretended to be a crystal suit. He played with his companion with a wooden flying sword. "Come on, you filthy demon beast. I am Li Yao. I am not scared of you." His companion was shooting at him with a toy gun, with snot coming out his nose. "You are not Li Yao. Li Yao is dead already. You are a demon beast. A big and fat one." The chubby boy blushed. I am not dead. The Federation is in danger. I am back again to beat the skeleton-like demon beast that is you. Prepare to die. The few kids rolled on the ground and soon turned into muddy monkeys. They were shouting together. "I am Li Yao. I am Li Yao. You are not. I am Li Yao." Leaning against the door, Li Yao looked at them in a daze, his lips curling. His mood was suddenly better now. After returning to the Heaven's origin sector, he had constantly been feeling gloomy. He had gone through life and death in the Blood Demon sector and been hunted by dozens of demon emperors before he finally destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon. He had considered how he should refuse the public speech when he was back home. Never had he expected that he would be chased after by the Federal Army and the Secret Sword Bureau. Rationally, Li Yao knew that it was because the children of the Netherworld and Abyss had fooled most of the ordinary people, Federal soldiers, secret sword agents, and cultivators. But emotionally, gloom, frustration, and anger, all kinds of negative feelings were building up. Li Yao vaguely felt that the capability of the mental devil was almost doubled after only a couple of days. It meant that the dark side in his heart was getting stronger. But at this moment, hearing the innocent children shouting his name, for some reason, Li Yao felt that the dark cloud looming over his head suddenly split apart, revealing the golden sunlight. He was given a new strength. Ultra-level Federal Hero. It was such an awkward and embarrassing title. He blushed every time he thought of it. Li Yao had never wanted to be a hero. Even at that moment, he did not consider himself to be a real ultra-level Federal Hero. In his opinion, the title should only belong to the formal, solemn pictures in textbooks. He was not qualified, nor did he intend, to be listed next to the heroes. However, at dusk, the ocean was glittering like golden dragon scales. In the peaceful port, the laughter of the little kids was soaring to the sky like wind chime, which was occasionally interrupted by the angry exclamation of their parents who snatched the muddy monkeys' ears and dragged them home for dinner. It was such a beautiful picture that Li Yao could not bear to imagine it being destroyed by war and virus at all. He did not want to be a hero. Being a hero was exhausting, annoying, and stupid, not to mention that a hero could be wronged. However, If the little kids considered him to be a hero, how could he disappoint them and even watch them be killed? Rest assured. Seeing the kids jumping up and down and disappearing in the alley, Li Yao clenched his fists and said to himself, "No matter who is behind all this, I am going to unveil every one of them. I will not let you be consumed by a meaningless war. Definitely not." He spent the night in a wasted boat near the ocean. This place was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the capital city. The investigation of the Secret Sword Bureau had yet to include the area. It was peaceful all night. Nobody went close to the wasted boat. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he assembled the magical equipment to be used in the capital city. His devices mainly included an artificial body for a special cultivators as well as a very powerful spotlight. The appearance of the artificial body was the same as before, but its interior had been completely remodeled. The spotlight could shoot out colorful mystic rays and project "I am Li Yao. I am still alive" into the sky 1,000 meters from the ground. Every word would be dozens of square meters in diameter, which would be perfectly clear for everyone on the ground. As long as he shot the 8 words at the sky, preferably on the stomach of Burning Prairie, right in front of the speaker, the Iron Commander, the Director of the Bureau of Intelligence, and the rest of the audience, everything would be settled. The children of the Netherworld and Abyss could do nothing except to watch. How could they stop him? Interrogate him into a confession right in front of everyone? Nobody would agree. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Li Yao snuck into the processing boat of the White Sea Sect, a local sect of East Seagull Port. The White Sea Sect was an insignificant sect with few cultivators. Such regular processing of seafood did not require the supervision of cultivators either. After all, who would bother to steal a few fish or sea snails? All the workers on the boat were ordinary people. There was only one non-battle type cultivator on board who was responsible for maneuvering and maintaining the magical equipment on board. He was not very wary, or rather, he was not wary at all. The processing boat had a large quick-freezing cabin that could freeze seawater in half a second through a specially made solution while ensuring the intactness of the cells of the seafood inside so that the meat would be kept fresh. After being classified and selected by the workers, the seafood would be frozen into a huge ice block and stored in special refrigerators. The solution was blue in the first place. After the water was frozen, everything was deep blue. The visibility was quite low. It was impossible to tell what was inside at all. Different refrigerators were delivered to different hotels and seafood markets. The batch of seafood of the highest qualified would be shipped directly to the Juanhao Hotel of the capital city through the dedicated quick crystal airship and unfrozen in the warehouse of the hotel. Li Yao knew that such urgent refrigerators were usually exempt from inspection. Even if there was a check, they would only open the refrigerator and look inside. Then, the check would be considered done. At 4:09 a.m., Li Yao played a trick in the engine compartment on the boat. At 4:21 a.m., a minor fire took place in the engine compartment. The only cultivator on board mumbled in discontent and crawled into the engine cabin. It was a simple accident of overloading because of the aging of the crystal wires. But it happened that several key stabilizing units were ruined, which would be quite troublesome to repair. The quick freezing hour was about to come. If the fault was not dealt with in time, hundreds of tons of fish could rot. Having no choice, the cultivator squatted in the engine compartment and performed repair work for more than half an hour. During the period, there was not a single cultivator in the quick freezing cabin. The workers were all yawning fishermen. An hour later, the cultivator finally addressed the problem and returned to the quick freezing cabin. At this moment, several refrigerators were already prepared, including the one about to be delivered to the Juanhao Hotel in the capital city. At 6:33 a.m., the refrigerator was loaded on the crystal airship. The mark of Juanhao was glittering under the morning sun. The airship flew toward the capital city. At 7:25 a.m., the investigation in Green Plateau City finally produced a result. The abandoned shuttle that Li Yao had stolen from the old neighborhood had been found. The surveillance picture of him leaving Green Plateau City in the shuttle was located, too. However, there were no further leads when they reached the suburbs of Green Plateau City. The shuttle had disappeared like a piece of ice melted in water. At 8:55 a.m., the alert at the periphery of the capital city was further increased. 9 perimeters had been established. All the pedestrians, shuttles, short-distance buses, crystal trains, and civil carriers were examined in the strictest way. The problem was that the secret sword agents were made of flesh and blood, too. They were not omnipotent gods. The resources at the Secret Sword Bureau's disposal were not infinite, either. When they dedicated all their manpower to the investigation and search of the vehicles, naturally, they did not have time to bother about a cargo airship from a minor place such as East Seagull Port. At 9:45 a.m., 2 Secret Sword agents boarded the airship. They were very close to victory. However, after scanning every gap on the airship and making sure that no suspects were hiding on board, they looked at the sign of the Juanhao Hotel, scratched their noses, and let the victory slide through their fingers. At 10 o'clock in the morning, right above the Juanhao Hotel in the downtown area, the airship slowly landed. There was 1 day to go before the 100-day memorial ceremony. He was 0 kilometers away from the capital city. Vulture Li Yao had snuck into the capital city. Chapter 1085 Human or Ghost. At 10:50 a.m., Li Yao slithered into the ventilation tube of the kitchen of the Juanhao Hotel like an enormous lizard. Over the past 10 years, he had snuck into the most dangerous ventilation tubes in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector countless times. Right now, the ventilation tube of the regular hotel was not even a piece of cake for him, it was the cream on the cake at best. As the lunch time drew near, the ventilation tube was gradually filled with burning smoke. Together with the oil and dirt that had accumulated over years, it would definitely have been as harsh as a volcano for other people. However, in Li Yao's eyes, it was much more comfortable than any of the tubes that he had snuck into before. The scenery here could almost be called beautiful. The 100-day memorial ceremony was to be held the following morning. To participate in the grand ceremony and to witness the debut of Burning Prairie, there would be an unprecedented number of people in the capital city. The security measures would definitely be the most thorough, too. If he walked about on the street, he would be scanned by dozens of surveillance cameras. He would run into a lot of problems whether he checked in a hotel at night or wandered on the street. Therefore, Li Yao decided to simply lurk in the ventilation tube for 1 day and get out next day in the morning. For a moment, Li Yao had an urge to jump out to the center of the capital city right now and shoot, "I am Li Yao. I am still alive," into the sky. At least tens of thousands of residents of the capital city would see it. It was unlikely that the children of the netherworld and abyss were going to block such a piece of breaking news. But right now, the secret sword agents would be everywhere outside. If he did it, they would certainly be the first to arrive. If he resisted, he would risk injuring the secret sword agents who were fooled and the innocent passers-by. If he did not resist, he would be tied up and lose the ability to counterattack. It was possible that he would fall into the control of Abyss. Li Yao thought for a moment. If the secret sword agents put on a venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle on him, he was not confident that he could crack it safely again. Yes, the speaker, the Iron Commander, Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and the leaders of the major sects in the capital city would certainly learn of the matter, but how long would it take before they reacted? An hour? 2 hours? After all, the Secret Sword Bureau was not a pure intelligence agency. It was also a security agency that aimed to prevent the Federation from internal destruction. It had its own armed forces and secret bases, and it was even more independent than the Federal Army. Throughout history, the Secret Sword Bureau had arrested evil cultivators who committed felony as fast as lightning many times at the risk of head-on confrontations with a lot of cultivation sections. However, every single time, the undeniable evidence had proved that the seemingly innocent suspects were guilty of unpardonable crimes later. After hundreds of years of development, all the cultivators of the Heaven's origin sector acknowledged the tradition, which was that cultivators, given their strong personal ability, must be checked by a certain power. The Federal Army was part of that power, and the Secret Sword Bureau was another part. Only the check and balance could make the Federation more stable. Therefore, the Secret Sword Bureau definitely had the ability and the reasoning to lock him up for a few hours against pressure from all sides. Losing the ability to counterattack in the hands of Abyss for a few hours? Li Yao believed that, with the interrogative methods of Abyss, in 3 to 5 hours, even his darkest secrets would be dug out, not to mention the evidence in his hand. So, just hold it for another day. It's useless to rush out and show up in public right now. I must wait until 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow and reveal myself right in front of the Speaker, the Iron Commander, the Director of the Secret Sword Bureau, the leaders of the major sects, and billions of spectators. Only such a piece of super shocking news can break the plot of Abyss. Li Yao closed his eyes and rested in the suffocating smoke, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. With Black Wing as his guard, he had a great sleep and did not wake up again until 5 o'clock in the morning next day. There were 5 hours to go before the 100-day memorial ceremony. When he opened his eyes in the dark ventilation tube, Li Yao's physical energy and thinking ability soared to the maximum. It's time to warm up a little bit. Back in North Tranquility City, he had observed 3 citizens of the capital city at a close distance and collected their facial features, voice prints, and fingerprints. Based on the information, he made 3 flawless false identities. However, had the Secret Sword Bureau found out the false identities or not? He only needed to run a minor test. Li Yao took out a second-hand crystal processor that he had purchased from the magical equipment store in East Seagullport and searched for the free network in the Juanhao Hotel. Such luxury hotels all boasted fast, free coverage for the customers. Soon, he was connected to the spiritual nexus, and the signal was not bad. At the railway station in North Tranquility City, when he picked his prey, he did not select them randomly but specifically chose passengers who seemed to be bad-tempered. He had also managed to get their numbers while he was tailing them. Li Yao dialed the number of one of the passengers. At this moment it was 5:10 in the morning, the time when most people were enjoying their dreams. Beep. 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 Nobody picked it up. It was perhaps set in the Do Not Disturb mode. Li Yao was not frustrated. He dialed the number of the second passenger. This time, after more than 10 seconds of beeping, somebody finally picked it up. Hello. The voice was low and brimming with anger. Hello. Is this Mr. Wan Xiang? I am Officer Zhao Jiwen from the police station of the East District. My police ID is 334245. I want to confirm with you whether my colleague, there was indifference in Li Yao's courtesy. As he expected, the speaker was infuriated and bellowed, Are you ever done? What time is it? Your colleagues have asked me like 20 times. I am not going anywhere today. I'll just be at home. Does that sound okay to you? Well, it certainly does. Perhaps they didn't make it clear to me earlier. Thank you for your cooperation, and sorry for the trouble. Goodbye. Pa. Li Yao cut off the spiritual nexus and crushed the second-hand crystal processor, throwing all the scraps into his cosmos ring. His eyes were cold. The police had asked the guy almost 20 times. Fine. The 3 carefully prepared false identities could be thrown into a dustbin. Guo Chunfeng was indeed the most terrifying demon hunter in the Federation. He was so close to capturing him. Li Yao smiled and activated his final backup plan. He brought the components of the second-hand artificial body that he had bought in East Seagullport out of his cosmos ring. Theoretically speaking, the invisible spectral cultivators could be attached to artificial bodies in all kinds of shapes. However, most spectral cultivators and the ghosts transformed from ordinary people preferred to keep the shape of a human being, which often made them feel that they were still sort of connected to their life in the past and that they were still a human being. Besides, the parts of the human-shaped artificial body were replaceable with the artificial limbs designed for the disabled. Therefore, the cost could be reduced. Artificial bodies were much cheaper in price, so they were more economical for most ghosts. It was exactly so for the artificial body in Li Yao's hand. The artificial body was approximately 2 meters tall with limbs, a head, and everything. It looked like a mechanical puppet. However, the inside of the artificial body had been emptied by Li Yao. All the unnecessary components had been thrown away, and only the parts on the surface were kept. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao summoned his spiritual energy in silence and compressed his muscles, veins, and nerves to the minimum. The thick arms slowly shriveled into dry firewood that could fit into the arms of the artificial body. The face of a living person boasts all kinds of features. It was impossible to find two identical people even if there were 1,000,000 candidates. Therefore, by the scanning of the surveillance cameras, it was very convenient to find out their identity in the database after the facial features were determined. However, ghosts did not have real bodies. The artificial bodies that they used were all manufactured. Since they were manufactured, artificial bodies of the same model would naturally have identical faces. Many spectral cultivators liked to modify their metal faces, but such modifications were not always recorded. Therefore, if Li Yao pretended to be a spectral cultivator, how was the Secret Sword Bureau going to find him? At 7:25 a.m., a spectral cultivator staggered out of the alley behind the Juanhao Hotel. His artificial body had apparently been used for quite a few years. It was covered in a green cloak that was full of patches. His hands and feet were enveloped in thick rubber as protection, but the body parts exposed to the air all had bright green rust. In case the solar radiation affected his soul, he was wearing a huge hat. Below the hat was a face made of vegetable glue that was dull and emotionless. He was walking like a cripple in a rigid posture. Weird noises were echoing from his knees, suggesting that the joints inside needed to be replaced. Judging from the appearance, it was not difficult to guess his identity. He was certainly a poor ghost who had transformed from an ordinary person. The 100-day memorial ceremony was to be held in the Federal Square several kilometers away very soon. Although it was only 7 o'clock in the morning, the entire capital city was already teeming with people. Everybody was crowding to the Federal Square. The spectral cultivator was apparently also going to participate in the gala. However, since he walked too slowly, he soon fell behind the crowd. Above the street, hundreds of cute pudgy critters were flying everywhere. Their eyes were glittering crystal cameras that were scanning the blocks with countless invisible mystic rays. The pudgy critters scanned the spectral cultivator dozens of times. But according to their instructions, they had been asked to search for 3 citizens of the capital city with more than 70% of their analysis ability. A spectral cultivator was not their target. The mystic rays passed Li Yao and went to the flooding crowd behind him without pause. The capital city of the Star Glory Federation had not yet completely recovered from the unexpected assault 100 days ago. A lot of deep claw traces and dents were still left on the surface of many skyscrapers at the downtown area. The place where Heavenly Sword Plaza, one of the landmarks of the capital city, was located was now bare. The empty sky felt particularly odd. Although every street and alley was packed with people, there was not much joy in the atmosphere. Instead, it was solemn and depressed. The main color of the Federal Square today was white. Many citizens who joined the gala were wearing a white flower on their chests, too. White was the color of mourning in the Star Glory Federation. In the entire capital city, from the ordinary people to the soldiers to the cultivators, everybody looked like a half-frozen volcano. They reminded Li Yao of an ancient saying. An army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win. Traffic control had been implemented in the sky of the capital city. There were not any shuttles except for the armed shuttles of the military and the Secret Sword Bureau. A lot of light beams were floating in the sky. Every light beam was displaying the spontaneous gatherings of the citizens of the major cities in the Federation where they prayed for the victims. Some of the light beams were displaying the bloody battles of the Federal Army and the Cultivators as well as the latest political news. Li Yao stared at the political news. According to the news, the three parliaments of the Federation had a special meeting yesterday. The motion to attack the Blood Demon sector had still not been passed. Other than the firm attitude of Speaker Jiang Hailu, the allies from the Flying Star sector were very prudent, too. Luo Xingzi, leader of the Cultivators from the Flying Star sector, stated in the meeting that Burning Prairie and the 200,000 Grand Illusionary soldiers were sent to the Heaven's Origin sector to protect the homeland of the human compatriots. They would not consider joining the expedition to the Blood Demon sector for now. If the expedition proceeded, they would need more files of the Blood Demon sector to make clear the real situation there, and they would make a decision after discussing with the locals of the Flying Star sector. That was the situation right now. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, Director Lu Zui, and 2/3 of the representatives were in favor of the expedition. Speaker Jiang Hailu and the allies of the Flying Star sector who boasted the super warship, on the other hand, were the more cautious ones. The two sides were equal for now, and their debate was still ongoing. Li Yao was finally relieved after reading the news. The speaker deserved to be the speaker. His head was so clear. After Li Yao delivered all the evidence, all the advocates of the expedition would certainly be silenced. Li Yao secretly raised his wariness and slowly moved forward in the crowd. He did not expect to get into the Federal Square, but the Federal Square must be on high alert. He only needed to be within 1 or 2 kilometers from the square so that he could shoot a beam of super-focused mystic rays to the sky above the leadership of the Federation and thousands of citizens. In the meantime, he had made backup plans. Should the Secret Sword agents appear around him, he would shoot the mystic rays to the sky without caring about anything. At this moment, there was only half an hour to go before the memorial ceremony began. The leadership of the Star Glory Federation were gradually appearing in the square. It was very difficult for the children of the Netherworld and Abyss to capture him now. Right then, Li Yao heard the exclamations of the crowd, and he sensed tremendous pressure coming at him from the sky. He raised his head, only to discover that a silver, giant sword had just pierced through the atmosphere and was moving close to the square in the blue, cloudless sky. It was Burning Prairie, the strongest warship of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. In a high building next to the Federal Square, Guo Chunfeng looked down at the square with a gloomy face through the big window. It was the field command center of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau today. Behind him, countless light beams were glittering in midair, changing into thousands of pictures that were the folks near the Federal Square. At this point, several million people were crowding in the 10 square kilometers nearby. Millions of heads next to each other were an out-and-out catastrophe for any intelligence worker. Where is he exactly? After only a few days, Guo Chunfeng had lost almost 10 kilograms of weight. His eyes were hollowed, and his body was dry. His hair was yellow as if it had been burnt. He paced back and forth like a zombie through the complicated light beams while talking to himself nervously. He is right here. He must be. I can feel it. He is right under my nose. But he isn't using any of the 3 fake identities. He has changed to a 7th identity. Loophole. Loophole. There is bound to be a loophole. There must be. Suddenly, Guo Chunfeng came to an abrupt halt. Terrible brilliance beamed out of his eyes which looked like searchlights. Mosquito, come here. I've figured it out. Hasn't the 3rd Division prepared a team of almost 100 specialists of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus trying to capture the signals that Li Yao sent out? Wrong. Wrong. It was a wrong approach. Li Yao is too prudent to send out a signal at the critical moment. But that's his weakness. At this moment, perhaps millions of people are gathered in the 10 square kilometers around the Federal Square, but I dare say that 99% of them are carrying portable crystal processors that are connected to the spiritual nexus wirelessly. As long as they are connected to the spiritual nexus, even if they are not doing anything, the devices will still receive and send feeble signals, which will make them tiny hotspots. Li Yao is the only one that is not. So, let's try to find everyone in the crowd who is neither sending nor receiving signals from the spiritual nexus. They will be like the dead black holes in the dense hotspots around them. It will be very easy to find them. Hurry up and pass on the idea to the specialists of the 3rd Division. Investigate now. At 9:55 a.m., the 100-day memorial ceremony was about to begin. The number of the people around the Federal Square broke the record. The whole city turned into a white ocean. The Speaker of the Star Glory Federation, the Chief of Staff of the Federal Army, the Director of the Secret Sword Bureau, the leadership of the major sects, the Friends from the Flying Star Sector, everybody was gathered in the Federal Square. The splendid burning prairie had stopped right above the capital city, too, like a boundless, silver floating mountain, raising rounds of exclamations and sounds of snapshots. Around burning prairie, light beams were floating, too, which were the workers of thousands of media outlets that were live streaming. The cameras slowly passed Speaker Jiang Hailu and other leaders of the Federation. Li Yao saw Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, Wu Mian, and Xie Anan in a corner of one of the pictures. He smiled below the cold mask. Narrowing his eyes, he calculated the distance between himself and burning prairie and how he could enlarge the viewership of his mystic rays later. Very soon, he would be reunited with his friends. At this point, nobody could stop him. At 10 o'clock sharp, the memorial ceremony for the victims in the assault to the capital city 100 days ago had officially begun. At first, the national anthem of the Star Glory Federation was played, and the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag was raised. The vast capital city and thousands of other towns in the Federation fell quiet. All the citizens of the Federation were paying respect to the flag accompanied by the soul-stirring national anthem. A thunderous roar echoed in the field command center of the Demon Execution Division. "We've got him. It's a spectral cultivator. He is pretending to be a spectral cultivator. Attention, all the secret sword agents in the operation group. Move to the Weiguo Road on the east side of the square and prepare to capture him." Guo Chunfeng jumped to his feet, turning instantly from a dry skeleton into an energetic athlete. He gnashed his teeth and waved his fist. "I'll lead the team. He's not getting away this time." At 10:05 a.m., the flag-raising ceremony was done. Speaker Jiang Hailu walked to the podium. Every light beam in the sky was occupied by his slender body in a white suit. "Citizens, compatriots, comrades from a different world, we gather here today in memory of the 3,444 innocent victims in the disaster." Jiang Hailu began his speech. Behind him was Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao and Director Lu Zui. The 3 most powerful men of the Star Glory Federation were all present. On the VIP seat not far away were the important cultivators such as Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, and Luo Xingzi among other people. Li Yao could not pretend anymore. He shoved his way through the gapless crowd in such an agile way that it was utterly unbefitting of his appearance while he tried to get a better angle and a closer distance. He sensed clearly that hundreds of sharp auras were rushing toward him from various directions. Guo Chunfeng had discovered him. The fastest secret sword agents would surround him in only half a minute. But so what? The game was over. He was the winner. I know that many compatriots are consumed by fury right now and can't wait to attack the Blood Demon sector and destroy the pantheon of demons immediately. Speaker Jiang Hailu's sad and yet calm voice echoed in the entire capital city and was broadcast to the billions of citizens of the Star Glory Federation through the live stream of the media. All our compatriots are my brothers and sisters. Right now, my heart is as heavy, miserable, and infuriated as any one of yours. Li Yao took a deep breath. He glanced at burning prairie in midair and finally determined his angle. He triggered his spiritual energy and made an empty space of around 1 square meter around him by force so that he could retrieve the spotlight more conveniently. Li Yao planned to fly into the firing range of burning prairie immediately after he shot out the 8 words. Were the children of the netherworld and abyss bold enough to capture him right below the heavenly might cannons of burning prairie? Abyss, you are screwed. Li Yao sneered in his heart. However, do not let pain corrode our brain, do not let anger drown our soul, and do not let the hot blood sparrow our body. That is exactly what our enemy wants us to do. Faced with millions of residents of the capital city and billions of the people of the Heaven's Origin sector who were watching the live stream, Speaker Jiang Hailu called, "Compatriots," that was the last word he spoke. Boom! A deep purple fireball suddenly erupted out right below the feet of Jiang Hailu, the speaker of the Star Glory Federation, and blew him into the sky. His spiritual shield did not work at all, and he was immediately entangled by flames and riddled with holes. While Speaker Jiang Hailu was struggling in the furious flames, the blast along with thousands sharp shrapnel swept across everything like a tide. Standing right behind Speaker Jiang Hailu were the government officials including Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao and Director Lu Zui. Other than Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, most of them worked in the office, not on the battlefield. Although they were all high-level cultivators, and some of them were in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage, they were mostly admin type or research type ones just like Speaker Jiang Hailu. They could not even protect themselves. At the critical moment, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao demonstrated the unparalleled abilities of a seasoned warrior. The moment that the blast expanded, hundreds of hexagonal superalloy armored plates unfolded right in front of his face. Together with his thick spiritual shield, they constituted a wall of steel and resisted all the blast. Boom! The blast crashed into Zhou Hengdao's spiritual shield and raised the second explosion. Zhou Hengdao was thrown far away, too. 70% of his organs were artificial and could not endure such an intense impact. They broke apart while he was still in midair. Thankfully, because of Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's valiance, the blast and the shrapnel were mostly subdued. The civil officials such as Director Lu Zui behind him were not seriously injured. It was not until this moment that their bodyguards realized what was going on. They lunged close in a hurry and activated all their defensive magical equipment, blocking the government officials. The speaker, soaked in blood with no signs of life, was grabbed by a few bodyguards in midair, too. The scene was delivered to billions of citizens of the Federation through the media. It was perhaps the most silent second on the entire planet since the Star Glory Federation was founded. Even Li Yao was stunned for a moment. Before he resumed the ability of thinking, as a bomb expert, he had already analyzed the level of the crystal bomb through its fire and the distribution of its shrapnel with his instincts. It was a super bomb made of several demon cores and marrow crystals of the highest quality. Judging from the color and the bouncing of the fire, the crystal bomb adopted at least 130 complicated rune arrays to restrain the power of explosion so that all the damage of the marrow crystals and the demon cores would be focused on one point. Even a battle-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage might have been heavily wounded if he was not prepared, not to mention Speaker Jiang Hailu who was merely an admin-type cultivator. The one who manufactured the crystal bomb was definitely the best of the best. Also, the bomb was unlikely to have been made in a small workshop. Only an enormous center of magical equipment could make such a terrible product. That was only the first bomb. Boom! 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 Only half a second after the first bomb exploded, before everybody came back to themselves from shock, another 4 bombs were detonated around the square. This time, it was not just the government officials and the cultivators who were involved, but also the ordinary citizens that were joining the ceremony. For a moment, the federal square was consumed by surging smoke. The rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag, which had been flapping in midair previously, was burnt and blackened too. The millions of civilians were in chaos. Cries, screams, and moans. They were pushing and stomping on each other while fleeing in a hurry. Panic was spreading out crazily just like the blast of the crystal bombs, raising a tsunami of terror. Li Yao's pupils constricted into 2 shining needle tips. He felt that he had fallen into a deep, cold cave of ice, but he did not have time to curse or moan. Thinking quickly, he squatted deeply and was about to fly to Burning Prairie. It was a trap. With everything coming to this point, explanation would be meaningless. The only way to resolve the ruse was to break out of the siege and fly to Burning Prairie. If he had to be captured, he needed to give himself to the cultivators from the Flying Star sector. Only in such a way would he have a chance to explain everything. However, the moment before he jumped up, his heart seemed to be dug out and pinched hard. He was in such excruciating pain that he almost cried out. It was the omen of danger of the highest degree. There was a sniper. His heart had been locked onto. The trigger had been pulled. It was definitely a top-tier expert, perhaps someone who deserved to be called Gun God. The man was likely to be in the nascent soul stage because his ability to manipulate the bullet was too incredible. Li Yao could not hear the sound of the bullet, nor could he see the glimmer when the bullet was rubbing the air. Therefore, he could not predict the trajectory of the bullet. He did not even know where the sniper was hiding. The only thing that he could feel was that the scent of death was piercing through his heart brutally. Li Yao was about to dodge out of natural instinct. But he was surrounded by panicked, innocent civilians. Right behind him, a helpless mother was holding her 2 daughters. If he jumped away, the bullet would certainly rip apart dozens of ordinary people. Li Yao roared. Several clusters of gel and a few shields instantly blinked out of his cosmos rings. He also activated his spiritual shield to the maximum. Shwa! The gel was pierced through, and the shields were shattered. A streak of crimson, devastating brilliance finally appeared. Breaking through Li Yao's spiritual shield easily, it darted toward his chest. In his haste, Li Yao only had the time to grab a bright gold stone, which was the solidest material that he had, and put it before his chest. The bullet was deeply embedded into the bright gold stone, its impact unreduced. Somebody seemed to have punched Li Yao's chest heavily and fractured his ribs. The broken bones were pierced into his heart. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot, his lips purple. He finally realized that the opponent did not mean to capture him at all, the guy was trying to kill him. Also, it was a super gunman with a sniper rifle who deserved to be an ultimate treasure that was hiding on the top of a certain skyscraper and shooting at him from the high ground. Everything was excellent about the mystic skeleton battlesuit of the blood demon form, except that it took too long to be equipped. After he retrieved the mystic skeleton battlesuit from his cosmos ring and activated the strengthened cells on the surface, he would have been shot dead by the mysterious sniper 100 times. Li Yao's teeth bit into his lips. He was thinking about whether or not he should summon Black Wing and dash to Burning Prairie even at the risk of getting shot. Right then, after a hum, a layer of splendid brilliance was flashing around Burning Prairie in the sky, as if thousands of dazzling light swords were glittering and rotating rapidly around the warship. Li Yao cursed to himself, holding his broken heart. Burning Prairie had activated the self-defense array of the highest level. The purpose of such a defense array was to stop the enemy from sneaking in during a fierce battle. Right now, anybody who dared to draw close to Burning Prairie would be pierced through mercilessly by the light swords. Why? Why would Burning Prairie activate the self-defense array of the highest level? Why was it not allowing anybody to come close? Li Yao could not figure out the reason at all. But the situation did not allow him to think any further. The hundreds of secret sword agents led by Guo Chunfeng had surrounded him, and he still could not find the gun god sniper lurking among the skyscrapers. The omen of death was stimulating Li Yao's heart and eyebrow like parasites. Li Yao resisted the first shot, at the cost of fractured ribs, a damaged heart, and hindrance in his spiritual energy circulation. Would he be able to resist a second shot? Li Yao had no choice except to break out of the siege before the secret sword agents completely surrounded him. Like a cicada out of its shell, he dashed out of the broken artificial body. He crouched to the ground and slithered forward like a slippery loach. Before he escaped, he did one last thing. He threw the spotlight that he had not activated to where he was. Hundreds of meters away from Li Yao, Guo Chunfeng almost went mad. Who's shooting? Who ordered that shot? There are so many innocent victims here. Do you want to kill them together with Li Yao? Position 1 did not shoot. Position 2 is still standing by. Position 3 is standing by. Losing the trace of the target. Boss, it isn't our guy. Some other sniper is out there. The reports of his subordinates made Guo Chunfeng's eyes as cold as Li Yao's. Before he realized what was going on, he felt that a wind was blowing at him. In the communication channel, exclamations were echoing non-stop. The few secret sword agents closest to Li Yao were shot at the same time. It took them 3 seconds to finish the snipers. The 3 seconds, and the chaos on the spot, were more than enough for the target to flee and vanish into the crowd. Boss, what do we do now? Guo Chunfeng was silent for a few seconds. The square had completely gone out of control. In every second, countless civilians were being stepped upon during their escape. Guo Chunfeng was quick enough to snatch out a dying old man from the crowd's feet. No longer hesitating, he urged his agents, "Save the people." But his eyes penetrated through the crowd and stopped where Li Yao had been standing. He sensed that something was there. Against the crowd, he struggled to move close and picked up the object. He was a monster of training who had quadruple talents. He was an excellent warrior, a shrewd manager, and also a knowledgeable scholar and expert in magical equipment. Sending his telepathic thoughts into the spotlight, he probed for a moment and immediately understood the structure and usage of the magical equipment. I am Li Yao. I am still alive. Guo Chunfeng blinked in confusion. What was the meaning of those 8 words exactly? He raised his big, greasy head. His eyes that were clear previously lost focus again. The skyscrapers around him seemed to have constituted an impregnable maze without an exit, which had caged him, Li Yao, and perhaps more people inside. The chaos did not die down until noon. Before the chaos was settled, all the cultivators were dedicated to the rescue work. There was no time for them to bother anything else. The preliminary statistics as of 1 o'clock in the afternoon suggested that more than 7,000 civilians had been killed or injured in the explosions and chaos. A lot more were missing. The number of casualties would certainly surpass 10,000 eventually. 100 days ago, the intimidating assault from the Blood Demon sector had taken place at midnight and been disrupted halfway through. More than 4,000 civilians had been killed or injured. But this time, in the ceremony for the victims, casualties that were 3 times more had been caused. After being slapped in the face brutally 100 days ago, the Star Glory Federation had been slapped even harder, when the swelling from the previous slap was not gone yet. The dignity, pride, and sense of security of the Federation had all been slapped away with nothing left. Chapter 1088 Top Secret Meeting. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a top-secret meeting was held in the big meeting room on Burning Prairie. The participants of the meeting were almost 100 most influential persons of the Heaven's Origin sector as well as the leaders of the Cultivators from the Flying Star sector. Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, Wu Mian, Xie Anan, and those else close to Li Yao were in the meeting, too. Lu Zui, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, was the host of the meeting. Of the three most powerful men of the Federation, Speaker Jiang Hailu was heavily wounded and is still in the ICU, and Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao was also seriously damaged. Thankfully, 70% of Zhou Hengdao's body parts are artificial organs. It will not be a big deal if they are replaced in time. Lu Zui was the only one of the three who was unharmed. At this moment, hundreds of strong cultivators had gathered in the room. Yet, it was as obstreperous as a carnival. Everybody was slapping the table and shouting at the top of their voice. "Director Lu, you owe us an explanation. 3 months ago, the enemy marched to the sky of our capital city with the beast tide, but your intelligence agency gave no warning whatsoever beforehand. 3 months later, even the Speaker of the Federation was assassinated right in public. How have you been doing your intelligence and security work exactly? Your intelligence says that everything was led by Vulture Li Yao. What unquestionable proof have you got? The Secret Sword Bureau has received full authorization and now boasts the highest permission. You were even monitoring our allies, but still, the accident. We find it impossible to be tolerant anymore. Everything must be explained clearly today. Otherwise, we are going to impeach you in Parliament." Many cultivators had already burst into fury. Exactly. Luo Xingzi, the leader of the cultivators from the Flying Star sector who had fought side by side with Li Yao in the riot of the immortal cultivators, stood up and lambasted him. Li Yao is not just a cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector. In the Flying Star sector, especially on Iron Plateau, the largest habitable planet in the sector, he boasts tremendous influence. The accusations against him must be made cautiously, and still more cautiously. Otherwise, an irreparable gap between the two worlds may be caused. Over the past few months, you have presented some evidence, but in our eyes, it was far from enough. For the cooperation of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, and to figure out everything more smoothly, we have been trying our best to help. We didn't expect that the outcome would be like this. Director Li Yao, the most complete explanation is obligatory today. If solid evidence proves that Li Yao has been possessed by the blood devil and turned to the demon side, and that he has come back to butcher his compatriots, of course, the citizens from the Flying Star sector will try our best to help. Otherwise, he stopped right there and, waving his sleeves coldly, sat back. Not far away from them, Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, Wu Mian, and Xie Anan were sitting together. They were perhaps the firmest supporters of Li Yao. But at the moment, even they were somewhat hesitating. "Sister Ding, do you think Master would really betray the Federation and kill so many ordinary people?" Xie Anan was moving her body uneasily. Ding Lingdang bit her lips hard with cold fire dancing in her red hair. Professor Mo Xian sighed and said, "The real Li Yao certainly wouldn't, but on Iron Plateau, Yan Shibei who wasn't possessed by the blood devil wouldn't betray his people either." Perhaps, even to the end, Yan Shibei still didn't feel that he had betrayed his people, he thought that he was saving Iron Plateau. Faced with rebukes, criticism, and even curses, Director Lu Zui was as calm as a statue of ice. He stared at everybody in silence for a long time, as if he were waiting for the saliva on his face to dry. It was not until everybody gradually stopped yelling that he activated the light beam and said peacefully, "We accept all your complaints about the Secret Sword Bureau's work recently. However, in my opinion, this is not the time to discuss who is to blame. We should focus our attention on the problem at hand. It is true that we did not present the critical evidence in the past few months, which was partly because the case was too mysterious, unpredictable, and involved more people than anybody could imagine, and partly because we were hesitating whether or not there were other possibilities. As it turned out, it was our hesitation that trapped us and killed our thousands of compatriots. You said that you are going to impeach me. That will be unnecessary. I promise to all the representatives of Parliament and the fellow cultivators here that I will be responsible for all the faults in Secret Sword Bureau's work earlier. After the issue is addressed, I will resign. The meeting room immediately fell silent. Now that Lu Zui had publicly declared that he was going to resign for his fault, what else could other people say? Still seemingly emotionless, Lu Zui continued. All right, allow me to publicize the details of the work of the Saker Squad over the past half-year to everyone. You will know whether or not our accusations against Li Yao are grounded after you hear them. Please note that every word I'm about to say next is top secret. Whoever leaks any part of it after leaving this meeting room will be charged with high treason. Lu Zui took a deep breath and began his introduction. The so-called Saker Squad is an intelligence force lurking in the Blood Demon sector that I'm personally responsible for. Starting from half a year ago, their sole mission was to gather all the intelligence about Li Yao in the Blood Demon sector, reach out to him, and give him a hand when necessary. However, as we are all clear, we look vastly different from the demons. Also, the demons have been attacking, and we have been defending all the time. Therefore, it is easy for the demons to infiltrate the Heaven's Origin sector through the beast tides, but it is much more difficult for us to infiltrate the Blood Demon sector. After decades of work, I only managed to send a small number of spies into the Blood Demon sector. To investigate the truth of the Red Tide plan, a lot of them were sacrificed, too. 3 months ago, when the Red Tide plan was activated, our intelligence network in the Blood Demon sector was shattered to the point of destruction. However, the remaining members of the Saker Squad still sent back some critical intelligence. The most important piece of all was that it was Li Yao who destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon, disrupted the assault, and saved the capital city. Many cultivators were unaware of the information. They were all exclaiming. Wait! Aren't we talking about Li Yao's defection? Why on earth did he destroy the Eye of Blood Demon? Can we confirm the information? What happened exactly? So, the beast tide invading the capital city was stopped by Li Yao? It means that he is a well-deserved ultra-level federal hero. Why did you hunt him? Director Lu, aren't your words self-contradictory? Even Ding Lingdang and Professor Mo Xian were also dazed, not knowing what Lu Zui meant. Schwa. 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 Quite a few fuzzy pictures popped up on the light beam behind Lu Zui, all of which were Li Yao's battle scenes in the Eye of Blood Demon. The intelligence from the Saker Squad has been confirmed through various sources, Lu Zui said. It was indeed Li Yao who destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon 3 months ago. However, Li Yao is a hero and Li Yao is the Blood Devil are not contradictory. Fellow cultivators from the Flying Star sector, especially my young friend Wu Mayan from Iron Plateau, you must still have a deep impression about the last Blood Devil, Yan Shibei. Wasn't Yan Shibei a great hero on Iron Plateau who had saved his people countless times in the past? Wu Mayan was too young to be qualified for the meeting. He was merely joining it as Li Yao's first disciple. Now that Lu Zui was asking him, he could not help but blush, wondering whether he should nod or shake his head. Lu Zui did not intend to get an answer from him either. He simply went on. According to the incomplete intelligence we grasped, this is the truth that we have figured out. When he just entered the Blood Demon sector, Li Yao was not entirely consumed by the Blood Devil. He was on the winning side during their battle. He also managed to maintain his own soul and will. Li Yao in such a state naturally tried to defend the interests of the Heaven's Origin sector and sabotaged the Blood Demon sector's invasion plan. That was the reason for his battle in the Eye of Blood Demon. However, the Blood Devil was certainly a strong, terrifying being that even Li Yao had to be highly wary of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left us the letter at all. In his normal state, Li Yao might have been able to suppress the Blood Devil, but what about after the fierce battle in the Eye of Blood Demon? We all know that the strongest demons were gathered in the Eye of Blood Demon at the time. Li Yao could have been faced with dozens of demon emperors. What if the Blood Devil occupied his body when he was beaten to a pulp by the demon emperors and his soul power was greatly weakened? What I'm saying is that, when he destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon, he was still the real Liao, a great hero of the Federation. However, the great hero sacrificed everything for his motherland and perished in the battle. After the battle, the Blood Devil swallowed his soul, took over his body, and turned him into an evil existence. Lu Zui's words raised another round of exclamations. Wu Mian was dumbfounded, Professor Mo Xian was shaking his head non-stop, Xie Anan was holding her face crying, and Ding Lingdang gritted her teeth hard. The fire on her head seemed to have frozen. Unmoved, Luo Xingzi, the leader of the cultivators from the Flying Star sector, asked coldly, Director Lu, do you have any proof for your theory? On the light beam behind Lu Zui, another dozens of pictures were displayed. Some of them were Li Yao activating the cell obliteration cannon with the bone spurs and the crystal on Li Yao's arm. Some of them were Li Yao and Jin Tui having a warm and friendly conversation. Still some others were pictures where Li Yao and Jin Xinyue were together. Perhaps because of the angle, Li Yao and Jin Xinyue looked particularly close to each other in the pictures. They seemed rather intimate. Jin Xinyue was so sycophantic that she appeared to be a servant who was catering to the needs of her master. Jin Tui, Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, must be no stranger to you. This is his daughter, Jin Xinyue, one of the most dreadful saintesses in the pantheon of demons. I believe many of you have heard her name before, too. Look at Li Yao's brand new appearance now and their attitude toward Li Yao. What can you conclude? Over the past few months, some of the fuzzy pictures had been shown to Luo Xingzi and Professor Mo Xian, too. However, for most of them, this was the first time that they had seen such a large number of pictures of such a high quality. Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes and stared at Jin Xinyue in the pictures. There was no telling what she was thinking of, but she was clutching her thighs so hard that her fingernails were piercing into her skin, which indicated that she was trying to suppress certain feelings that had best did not broke out there. Luo Xingzi sniffed and said, pictures can be fabricated. The crystal processor technology is too developed nowadays. What pictures can't be fabricated? What if it is a setup of the demons who are angry that Li Yao destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon? Alright. Let's say that all the pictures are authentic. What can they prove? Back when we were still in the Flying Star sector, we discussed many things with Li Yao. We agreed that in order to resist the Imperium of true human beings, we must focus the forces of the Flying Star sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Blood Demon sector. We even need to explore more worlds and look for more help. The biggest purpose of Li Yao's return is to stop the war between the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. He made it clear before we set off. You know it, too. Does hanging around with Jin Tui and his daughter mean defection? He could be persuading the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons to stop the war, couldn't he? It was a very reasonable rebuttal. Many of the participants of the meeting were cautious about the war as well. They nodded in agreement. They were not Ding Lingdang. Li Yao's personal life was none of their business. Even if he did become Jin Tui's son-in-law, it did not seem to be an unpardonable crime if the marriage could facilitate the cooperation of the three sectors. Stopping the war, striving for cooperation, and struggling against the Imperium of true human beings together are indeed our common wishes, Lu Zui said coldly. We would have sent a delegation if the Red Tide plan weren't proved. However, look at how the demons stomped on our hope for peace. The Red Tide plan 3 months ago, had it worked out, would have burnt the capital ring to the ground. Today, such a gory disaster took place again. Isn't all this enough to prove the evil nature of the demon race, who absolutely do not want peace? If Li Yao has not been swallowed by the Blood Devil, why would he allow such a thing to happen, and why would he sneak into the capital city and lead the whole assassination in person? This was the first time that Lu Zui had clearly pointed out that Li Yao had been behind the accident today. But everybody was too overwhelmed to even question him right now. Luo Xingzi frowned. Evidence. We need evidence. Please let me finish. After I'm done, I'll certainly release undeniable evidence. Before the Eye of Blood demon was destroyed, the kingdom of lion butchers and the Nether Spring kingdom were the strongest, and Elder Blood Robe and Elder Nether Spring were the two most powerful demons. However, after the Eye of Blood demon was sabotaged and the two strongest kingdoms suffered heavy losses, Jin Tui took the opportunity to seize the power and suppress the forces in the kingdom of lion butchers and the Nether Spring kingdom. He is now the real king of the Blood demon sector. In the Great Reshuffle, Blood Devil Li Yao made a lot of contributions, too, as his right hand. We even have reason to believe that he has made deals with Jin Tui, and he is now Jin Tui's heir and the future king of the Blood demon sector. Wait. Luo Xingzi interrupted him and raised a very important question. Let's forget whether or not Li Yao is the Blood Devil for a moment. Why is Jin Tui passing on his power to Li Yao, an outsider? Because we have evidence which suggests that Jin Tui has been diagnosed with a terminal, untreatable disease. He will die soon, Lu Zui replied calmly. Blood Devil Li Yao needs power, and Jin Tui needs a strongman to protect his family, his descendants, and his forces after his death. Naturally, they make perfect partners. The top secret shocked everyone again. Jin Tui, Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons, was terminally ill? Their first reaction was that Lu Zui was joking, but on second thought, it was a very serious issue, and the truth would be out very soon. Lu Zui was unlikely to tell such a terrible lie. All in all, Lu Zui continued, after reaching a deal with Jin Tui, Blood Devil Li Yao concentrated the power in a few months. Then, he snuck back to the Heaven's Origin sector in secret and infiltrated into the capital city. The whole process of the sneak-in and the infiltration has left a lot of evidence. All the secret sword agents of the Demon Execution Division are witnesses. If you are interested, I can invite Supervisor Guo of the Demon Execution Division to report the details of Li Yao's infiltration to you in person. Ding Lingdang could not hold it anymore and stood up. Director Lu, all the evidence is collected by your Saker squad. It is just their side of the story. If I may ask, where are the members of the Saker squad? Can you invite them to here so that we can ask questions? Lu Zui shook his head. Is it an easy task to monitor Li Yao? Most of the members of the Saker squad have been killed by Li Yao and Jin Tui. The few survivors are still hiding here and there in the Blood Demon sector. It is difficult to communicate with them. I am the only one who knows their identities, but I can't give them out. Ding Lingdang widened her eyes. You can't? Why not? Lu Zui was silent for a long time. He glanced at every cultivator with his cold eyes and said, one word after another, because we have every reason to believe that spies from the Blood Demon sector, known as Children of the Netherworld, are now working inside the Federation and possibly sitting right among you. His words raised a riot. Many cultivators jumped to their feet. Lu Zui pressed his hands and gestured everybody to calm down. He explained, the so-called Children of the Netherworld is part of a top confidential plan that the Blood Demon sector has concocted for decades. We only just grasped a few traces of it. Decades ago, the Blood Demon sector discovered secret technology that could transform a demon into a complete human being. No blood test could ever detect anything wrong with them. In such a way, the Blood Demon sector dispatched countless children of the Netherworld to the Federation, who developed and expanded in secret. To this day, many of the children of the Netherworld are already in high positions. The children of the Netherworld we discovered so far are just the tip of the iceberg. It was because of the information they leaked that our intelligence network in the Blood Demon sector was seriously destroyed. Only the several members of the Saker squad who were directly under my command survived the disaster. They are our last eyes and ears in the Blood Demon sector. There's no way that I will tell you who they are. Otherwise, we will be blind and deaf in a couple of days. Lu Zui paused for a moment and threw out another huge bomb unhurriedly. Also, Li Yao snuck back to the Federation because he needed to lead the children of the Netherworld for a big operation. Wait. Before everybody had the chance to be surprised, Professor Mo Xian stood up and said tranquilly, Director Lu, that doesn't make sense. Assuming that everything you said is true, Li Yao is now Jin Tuyi's heir and the future king of the Blood Demon sector. Then, why would such an important person sneak back to the Federation and assassinate the speaker at such great risk? The Federation is different from the Blood Demon sector. We don't have a lifelong leader here. The term for every speaker is 5 years, and they have to step back after serving 2 terms. Will the death of a speaker cause any significant damage to the Federation? Besides, everybody knows that Speaker Jiang is a conservative who has been calling for prudence. What benefits can Li Yao get by assassinating him in public, other than pouring oil on the already simmering people? Even if he was turned into the Blood Devil, he must have kept his basic rationality, if not getting more sordid and cunning. Blood Devil Li Yao killing a speaker at the risk of exposing himself and the children of the Netherworld? That's not a fair exchange to me. Professor Mo Xian got the key point. Many cultivators were nodding. Exactly, such an assassination doesn't make any sense. If Speaker Jiang is assassinated, there will always be a Speaker Wang or Speaker Li who could potentially be more passionate about war. What benefits can the Blood Demon sector get? Lu Zui smiled and asked, who says that Blood Devil Li Yao's purpose was to assassinate the speaker? Assassinating the speaker was just an approach. His real target was Wasayuro, Burning Prairie. What? Professor Mo Xian was utterly astounded. The speaker can be assassinated with a few of his trusted subordinates, which will be meaningless even if they succeed, Lu Zui said coldly. However, the task of taking over Burning Prairie, the best warship of all the 3 sectors, can only have a slim chance of success if Li Yao does it in person, right? Sneaking into a warship and taking control of it has always been his best play. More than 10 years ago, when he was still an inexperienced young man, he did it once in the bidding meeting of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. In the Flying Star sector, he snuck into the hostile warships to secure the final victory countless times, too. As I recall, his last and most important endeavor was to sneak into Heavenly Phantom, the antecedent of Burning Prairie, with you, Professor Mo Xian, and you successfully took the warship over together, didn't you? Professor Mo Xian was lost for words. We are inside Burning Prairie right now. Everybody here must have a very clear understanding about the formidability of the super warship. It is safe to say that this is categorically the strongest warship in all 3 sectors. Also, the warship is unique. Even the Flying Star sector cannot produce another warship of the same level quickly. Stealing Burning Prairie will change the capabilities of the 3 sectors. It will give the Blood Demon sector a certain advantage again. Do you think whether or not such a mission is worthwhile for Blood Devil Li Yao to complete it person? Lu Zui sneered. He broke into the core of the warship once before. He knows the structure of the warship like the back of his hand. Also, he is wearing the skin of Vulture Li Yao, which means that he can fool the trust of the cultivators from the Flying Star sector on Burning Prairie without fighting at all. Think about it. Doesn't everything make sense? Luo Xingzi was greatly enlightened. Is that why you asked Burning Prairie to activate the self-defense sword array of the highest array to stop anyone from coming close? Lu Zui nodded. Exactly. That was the only way to disrupt his scheme. Professor Mo Xian thought of another question. So, the Secret Sword Bureau knew about the whole thing since the very beginning? And you simply waited and watched him attacking the speaker and the innocent civilians? Lu Zui gritted his teeth and said, not exactly. All the information about Blood Devil Li Yao was only clear to a secret operation squad including myself. Everybody else, including Supervisor Guo of the Demon Execution Division, only knew part of it. Even I only knew that Li Yao might make a move on Burning Prairie, but of course, we didn't know the specific approaches that he would take. I planned to pretend that we didn't know anything so that we could dig him out along with most of the children of the nether world. I didn't know that he was so insane that he would create an opportunity for himself by assassinating the speaker and raising chaos. Nor did I know that our security system would be so feeble that a fatal crystal bomb could be planted right below the speaker's feet without anybody knowing. It meant that some of the secret sword agents responsible for the security might have been compromised by the children of the nether world. It is also one of the reasons I will resign. Hearing that Lu Zui admitted honestly that the Secret Sword Bureau had been infiltrated, the cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment and did not know what to say. Professor Mo Xian looked at Lu Zui and said, "Director Lu, you said that you have solid evidence. Please show it to us." "No problem." Lu Zui nodded unhesitatingly. He waved his hands, and several secret sword agents immediately brought 3 gloomy-looking cultivators to the podium. They were all walking slowly with barriers on their body and a localization ring on their neck as if they were criminals. "They are?" All the cultivators were confused. Somebody who knew them even exclaimed in shock. "The 3 guys here are no strangers to you, I believe." Liao Tianji, who worked in the garrison of the capital city. Li Cheng, who worked in the City Management Bureau. Also, Gao Ziyuan, who worked in the 3rd Division of the Secret Sword Bureau. All 3 are among the best cultivators of the younger generation who rose to fame in the past decades. But they are all children of the nether world transformed from demons. What? All the cultivators jumped to their feet. They were not completely convinced when Lu Zui spoke about it, but now, 3 children of the nether world were standing right in front of them. It was truly a major shock. Their first reaction was, of course, were the 3 cultivators set up? However, the 3 cultivators were in the military, the government, and the Secret Sword Bureau respectively, and they were not low in rank. It was impossible to frame them all at the same time. Seeing that they were obedient and frustrated, everybody started to believe that it was true. "The 3 of them are the children of the nether world that we found earliest," Lu Zui said. To save themselves, and also realizing that mankind is on the rise and demons are declining, they abandoned darkness for the light and were willing to cooperate with us. Therefore, we did not release this information to public. Instead, they were asked to continue lurking as the children of the nether world. We hoped that they could give us more leads. Their work has proved effective. Not only did they help us find a lot of children of the nether world, they also got us a big fish that was Blood Devil Li Yao. It was a pity that most of the children of the nether world only had one-way communication. The 3 of them were not enough for us to uproot the entire organization. They could have lurked for a longer time and perhaps given us more clues. But since you are demanding unquestionable evidence today, I have no choice but to expose them in advance. The 3 leads will be completely gone now. Quite a few cultivators were embarrassed by his words. Any fellow cultivators who are suspicious are free to browse through their interrogation records later. I will not waste everyone's time here. Now, allow me to conclude our discoveries in the recent months. Firstly, Li Yao can turn into a fierce and aggressive appearance, which is similar to Yan Shibei of Iron Plateau, the previous Blood Devil. Secondly, Li Yao is very intimate with Jin Tui and his daughter Jin Xinyue. He has also helped Jin Tui seize absolute power in the Blood Demon sector. Thirdly, after returning to the Heaven's Origin sector stealthily, instead of showing up in public and reaching out to us, Li Yao snuck into the capital city. Fourthly, the speaker was wounded by a powerful, delicately made crystal bomb. Residues of demon cores have been found out from the bomb. After analysis, the specialists prove that such a bomb was definitely created by an explosives expert. Fifthly, the 3 children of the nether world who joined our side accused Li Yao at the same time. They all received clear orders to obey Li Yao's command and offer help while he is seizing Burning Prairie. Everyone, are you still not able to reach a conclusion with all that evidence? Why is he fleeing at all if he is not guilty? The entire meeting room fell silent. The only sound was Ding Lingdang grinding her teeth. Everyone. Lu Zui glimpsed at Ding Lingdang and said in pain, I know that many of you here are Li Yao's good friends, best friends, and even loved one. You fought side by side with him before, and your lives were perhaps saved by him. Vulture Li Yao was a well-deserved ultra-level federal hero and a real cultivator that is worth everyone's respect. Therefore, it pained my heart as it does yours when I said what I said. However, we must make one thing clear. It is not Li Yao but the Blood Devil, a monster that has occupied Li Yao's body. Vulture Li Yao, whom we respect, appreciate, and trust, is dead, for the Federation, for his compatriots, and for thousands of ordinary people. Right now, in front of us is a sly, shameless fiend who has stolen the body of our hero. Can we wait and watch the fiend do evil deeds under our hero's skin and tarnish Li Yao's name while doing nothing? No, we can't. We must capture it and slay it mercilessly. That will be the best comfort for the spirit of the real ultra-level federal hero Li Yao. That will be the only way we can deserve everything that the real Li Yao did for the Federation and for mankind. Hardly had Lu Zui concluded his speech when the door of the meeting room was opened. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, who was heavily wounded earlier, walked to the front, staggering. His new artificial limbs seemed to be made of ice. Sorry to interrupt. There's a piece of urgent information in the military that I must inform you, the big shot of the military said expressionlessly. According to the latest news, after the speaker was assassinated, the Federal Army went on a rampage. One of the legions in the No. 4 war base on the Grand Desolate Plateau marched toward the Dark Desolate Domain without command under the name of Drill. What? What was that about? Attacking before asking? An unsupported legion marching into the Dark Desolate Domain and even into the Blood Demon sector from there? When then? Should the troops follow them or not? If they followed, it would be a total war. If they did not, they would be watching the legion get butchered. Mutiny was always shocking news. All the cultivators felt that their heart was pounding. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao said coldly, rest assured, everyone. The Rogue Legion is now under control. All the commanders have been captured. They will be trialed in the military court. The cultivators finally took a breath in relief. Now, even the most inert and the most conservative cultivators clearly realized that the Federation had turned into a volcano that was about to erupt. Nobody could stop it anymore. Zhou Hengdao glanced at everyone and said, obedience is obligatory for soldiers. As the Chief of General Staff of the Federal Army, I hereby promise that the Federal Army will not take any action until the final decision is made by Parliament. Whoever moves without permission will be punished as per the military law. However, changing the topic, the veteran gnashed his teeth, his words darting out like hot bullets. As a spokesperson of the 125 military representatives in Parliament, I demand another special meeting tomorrow meeting where the expedition motion will be rediscussed. Cough cough. Cough 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 cough. My body has been seriously wounded in the explosion. I'm afraid that my health might not allow me to work any longer. If the expedition motion is not passed, I will resign as the Chief of General Staff, leave the army, and return to my identity as a civilian. Then, I will establish a volunteer army as a civilian and march into the Blood Demon sector. It was almost a shameless move, but it was something that only Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, who had been wounded for the Federation more than 1,000 times, was qualified to make. His unreasonable declaration almost froze the blood of many of the cultivators, but it boiled the blood of the rest. Iron Commander. A cultivator once in service suddenly rose up and clenched his fists. The Green Lotus sect will absolutely support the Federal Army. If the expedition motion is passed tomorrow, the Green Lotus sect will spare nothing and give all the manpower and resources to Iron Commander's hands in the unprecedented Great Expedition. And us, the Fighting Dragon Mountain, another cultivator stood up and declared. If the expedition motion is still not passed tomorrow, the Fighting Dragon Mountain will join Iron Commander's volunteer army as a whole. We will march into the Blood Demon sector next to the Iron Commander. Without the approval of Parliament, naturally, the Federal Army cannot take any action. But we are not bound by the military rules as cultivators. Can anybody stop us if we volunteer to seek vengeance from the Blood Demon sector? And us. Us, too. We cannot tolerate such humiliation. The demons must answer blood with blood. Frantic air was sweeping across the entire meeting room. The atmosphere there was soon no different from any class in the high schools of the Federation right now. Luo Xingzi, Professor Mo Xian, and few other people were the only ones who remained calm, but there was nothing they could do under the overwhelming passion of the zealots. Luo Xingzi looked at Zhou Hengdao desperately. Iron Commander, do you believe that Li Yao has turned into the Blood Demon? Zhou Hengdao shook his head. I don't like to bother about the details. I only know that the demons have raised 2 inhumane attacks in the capital city of the Federation in just 100 days. The criminals can run away, but their lair is always there. What I want is not Li Yao but the demon race and the Blood Demon sector. They must pay the price for the 2 assaults. Luo Xingzi was anxious. What about the apocalypse? What about the Imperium of true human beings? It is peace that we need right now. Zhou Hengdao's eyes were suddenly glittering 5 times more brilliantly than before as he stared at Luo Xingzi and said, one word after another, fellow cultivator Luo Xingzi, I have to remind you of something. We didn't choose the war chose us. Peace? There will never be peace until the last drop of blood of the last demon dries. Chapter 1091 Trust. Luo Xingzi was lost for words. He thought hard for a long time, only to come up with no rebuttal. The brilliance in Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao's eyes dimmed, but it constricted into a red pot that was smaller and solider, like burning firewood. He said toughly, fellow cultivator Luo Xingzi, I am a soldier, and I do not like fancy talk. So, let's get everything straight here. The Flying Star sector hopes that the 3 sectors can work together to resist the Imperium of true human beings, but the previous 2 assaults have proven that it is just a one-sided dream and a childish fantasy. The Blood Demon sector is never going to cooperate. Even if they pretend to, it must be part of their greater scheme. In a war, the only thing more dangerous than a terrible enemy is a terrible teammate. Do you really want a teammate like the Blood Demon sector behind your back when the Imperium of true human beings comes? The only solution is to occupy the Blood Demon sector as quickly as possible. The Blood Demon sector is unstable right now and unprecedentedly weak. On the other hand, with the help of Burning Prairie and the Grand Illusionary soldiers, we are unprecedentedly strong. If we attack now, it is very likely that we can occupy the entire Blood Demon sector soon. We will be able to capture all the demons and send them to the resource planets in your sector. This is the only righteous path to compete with the Imperium of true human beings. This is the brightest path of survival in front of us. The window will soon close. There's no time for hesitation. When the Blood Demon sector recovers from the chaos, we will have to wait 20 to 30 years before we get another shot. How much time will be left for us to collect resources? All in all, the Heaven's Origin sector is certainly going to attack the Blood Demon sector with our best. If the Flying Star sector gives us a hand, we will naturally be more confident, but even without the Flying Star sector's help, we will never look back even if the last of us collapses. Please consider the best choice for the Flying Star sector, fellow cultivators from the Flying Star sector. We will certainly respect your opinion and not force you into anything. Luo Xingzi was completely overwhelmed. Although he was the nominal leader of the Flying Star sector, since the Flying Star sector had not had a central government before, he had only managed a sect and a city in the universe. How big a picture could he see? Pushed by such a seasoned warrior, Luo Xingzi found it hard to resist. Sweating, he said, We will certainly consider it carefully. Zhou Hengdao's suddenly arrival made it impossible, nor necessary, to proceed with the meeting anymore. Li Yao was not the key point, the Blood Demon sector was. An expedition to the Blood Demon sector. Blood for blood. In the riot, nobody noticed that a stubborn, red shadow suddenly rose up and stormed out of the meeting room. But Wu Mian caught Ding Lingdong's anomaly. He called, Masteress, but got no reply. Scared that she might do something stupid, he hurried behind her. Hiu. On the front deck of Burning Prairie, Ding Lingdang, with a flying sword under her feet, stomped on the floor so hard that she almost broke the shell. She turned into a streak of crimson brilliance and darted into the sky. Wu Mian hurried to summon his crystal suit and followed her. The two of them flew higher and higher until they were above the atmosphere where the air was thin. Boom! 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 Ding Lingdang was venting her anger like an enormous dragon that was spurting fire. She looked so intimidating that it even seemed that the atmosphere was about to be blown up by her. Asterisk shoal. B asterisk starred. Scumbag. I'm going to blow up your head. Ding Lingdang bombarded as she bellowed. Although he was hundreds of meters away, Wu Mian was still shaking violently because of the blast. He was rather frightened when he shouted, Masteress. Please calm down. Master might have been wronged. Don't rush into anything. Shua. Ding Lingdang dashed up to his face instantly and glared at him. Sweat immediately drowned his back, only to be dried by the cold wind the next second. Ding Lingdang took a deep breath and blew out the fire on her fists. She said coldly, Who says that I am going to blow up your master's head? Wu Mian was dumbfounded. Huh. Then, who were you angry at, Masteress? Ding Lingdang sniffed and said, Lu Zui, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, of course. I've been doing my best to contain myself, but I just couldn't hold it any second longer. If I stayed there for one more second, I'm afraid I would have rushed to the front and blown up his head. Wu Mian was stunned. Why? Because he is a bad guy who is vilifying your master, Ding Lingdang replied matter-of-factly. Wu Mian felt that his head was larger than usual. How did you know that, Masteress? Ding Lingdang sneered, It's true that I am incapable of analyzing all the complicated issues, but I remember one thing clearly. Didn't you mention before that the blood devil Yan Shibei on Iron Plateau kept all the memories, emotions, and habits of the real Yan Shibei and that nobody knew that he was possessed by the blood devil until he was exposed? Wu Mian nodded. That's right. So what? So, Ding Lingdang continued, before the blood devil Yan Shibei was exposed, his behavior was identical to the real Yan Shibei's, right? Wu Mian nodded again. Yes. That's the only way he could fool everyone. So, assuming that Li Yao was swallowed by the blood devil and turned into blood devil Li Yao, in order to fool everyone, he would have acted exactly like the real Li Yao in every regard, right? Wu Mian thought carefully for a while and answered, I think he would. Then, here is the problem. Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes and declared, this blood devil Li Yao did something that the real Li Yao would never ever do. Wu Mian blinked. What is it? Look for another woman. Ding Lingdang said. Wu Mian. The real Li Yao promised me 10 years ago that he would be back and asked me to wait for him. You said yourself that he never looked at any other woman, not even once, in the Flying Star sector over the past 10 years when countless girls must have come to him enthusiastically considering his capability and influence. How could such a Li Yao look at another woman even if he turned into the blood devil? He knows that I would kill him the moment he returned to the blood demon sector if he found a second woman. Therefore, for those who are unfamiliar with Li Yao, it may be a flawless trap, but in my eyes, there is a giant loophole in it. Cough, cough. That explains a lot. Masteress, you are truly smart. Come here. Ding Ling Dang curled her fingers at him. Wu Mayan leaned in close. What are your orders, Masteress? Ding Ling Dang bashed his forehead hard. Little brat, don't you think that I don't understand the meaning in your eyes? Your eyes were clearly saying how incredible it is that such a stupid woman has a eureka moment, weren't they? Wu Mayan was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Ding Ling Dang would be so perceptive and so intelligent today. Tell you what. I might be short-tempered, but short-tempered doesn't mean idiotic. Ding Ling Dang warmed up her fingers until her joints were cracking. She grinned hideously. Usually, I do not like to use my head because most issues do not require my head. My fists are enough to resolve them. However, if someone thinks that I'm strong but stupid and that they can play tricks on me regarding issues that involve Li Yao, they will find themselves seriously mistaken. Wu Mayan was almost in tears. He exclaimed, so, you finally believe in Master now? Wrong, Ding Ling Dang said casually. I have never doubted him. Not even for a second. Wu Mayan was baffled again. Why not? Ding Ling Dang put on a reminiscing smile as she said softly, do you know why your master loves me? I'll give you a hint. It's a word that starts with the letter T. It was perhaps the most difficult question in the entire universe. Wu Mayan tilted his head and thought hard for a moment before he answered prudently, toughness? Toughness, my ass. Ding Ling Dang bashed his forehead again. It's trust. Trust. You little brat. Your master was picked by me with my keen eyes and trained by me in person. Ding Ling Dang's man must be the most awesome hero in the sea of stars. How could he be so weak as to be devoured by an insignificant blood devil? Wu Mayan could hardly catch his breath. He finally understood why his magnificent master had found such a woman. Calming himself down, he said, if you trust master, why didn't you say it earlier, masteress? I said it. Weren't Professor Mo Xian and I questioning him all the time? Ding Ling Dang said. However, given the circumstances, what else could we say? Should I have said that Li Yao is my man, so he is never going to be possessed by the blood devil? Does such a defense really mean anything? Wu Mayan thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Also, Ding Ling Dang said solemnly, all the intelligence comes from the Secret Sword Bureau, but it turns out to be false. So, there is certainly a big villain in the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau. My profession is to beat someone up, not to cope with such a great schemer. I want to find Li Yao, too, but there are so many people in the world. Where can I find him if the Secret Sword Bureau can't? Moreover, my relationship with Li Yao is not a secret. The villain hiding in the Secret Sword Bureau must be monitoring me closely. I am not afraid of danger, but I'm scared that my reckless moves will attract the villain's attention and prompt him to deal with me through some dirty methods. For example, what if the villain realizes that I'm suspicious of him and decides to smear me as a child of the nether world before I can do anything? Who can help Li Yao if I cannot protect myself? Wu Mayan nodded quickly. Such concerns never occurred to him. It appeared that his masteress had learned something from his master after all. Ding Ling Dang clenched her fists and gnashed her teeth. However, I never expected that the enemy would make it so big. There are a lot of suspicious points that are still bothering me. If Director Lu Zui is really behind the scheme, why is he doing this? Wu Mayan scratched his head. Then, what do we do now? Ding Ling Dang smashed her fists hard. There's nothing we can do now except try to find your master. He should be the one considering such complicated things. As for me, I will be responsible for the fighting part. Whoever frames my man, I swear that they will die the most miserable death. In the plaza next to the Federal Square, inside the field command center of the Demon Execution Division, Guo Chunfeng almost buried his face into the window when he stared at the messy, blood-stained square in a daze. Countless light beams were flashing behind him, which were displaying the injured people and their confusion, but there was not a trace of Li Yao. Lu Zui, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, walked through the light beams and handed him a cigarette that was filled with heavenly fragrance grass and designed to pacify cultivators and ease their fatigue. Ah Feng. It was not your fault. Don't blame yourself. Lu Zui sighed and said, we'd all underestimated the formidability of our enemy. Recently, we were too focused on Li Yao to care about the bigger picture. Now that I think about it, Li Yao might have left traces on purpose as a distraction so that his accomplices could take the opportunity to make a move. I'm fine. Guo Chunfeng's fingers that held the cigarette was slightly trembling. He said in a hoarse voice, Director, let me ask you something. When we moved to capture Li Yao, my brothers and I were attacked by snipers at the same time. Later, we found a few bodies on the commanding heights nearby. They should be Li Yao's accomplices. However, just when we were shot, Li Yao suffered a perilous attack, too, which must have been made by a super expert. It was his accomplices who shot us, but who was it that shot him? Lu Zui blew a ring of blue smoke and admitted frankly, it was Death Ray Yi Changkong. Guo Chunfeng's pupils constricted violently. Death Ray Yi Changkong was the chief firearms coach in the Federal Army, the best expert in gunnery in the Heaven's Origin sector, and a gun cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Generally speaking, the high-level cultivators in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage would select cold weapons such as sabers or swords as their primary weapon. Because of their immense spiritual energy, they could launch their blades and metal scraps like bullets with a telepathic thought. There was no need for them to use firearms. Even if they did use firearms, the firearms would mostly serve as the secondary weapon like Li Yao's 6-barreled Vulcan machine cannon. It was their sabers and swords that mattered most in combat. However, some of the extremists of firearms inherited the skills of the ancient cultivators in their manipulation of the sword aura and insisted on using firearms as their primary weapon. Death Ray Yi Changkong was the best among them. The saying that the fastest martial art is the best martial art proved to be true for him. In the entire Heaven's Origin sector, not a single nascent soul stage cultivator dared to say that they could escape from the gun of Death Ray. So, besides my Demon Execution Division, there was a second squad that was hunting Vulture? Guo Chunfeng narrowed his eyes and gnashed his teeth. Why? Because I didn't trust you. Lu Zui was still as frank as ever. You were likely Abyss. Guo Chunfeng was dazed. Abyss. What is that? The children of the netherworld are classified into different levels. Those you were told about before are at the bottom level. The most confidential one of them, who is also of the highest rank, has the code name Abyss. Later, you will be given higher permissions and have access to the information about Abyss. You will know after reading the files how perfectly you match the description of Abyss. Guo Chunfeng hesitated for a moment. Are you suggesting that you arranged another hunting squad, led by Death Ray Yi Changkong, because you were suspicious that there are traitors in the Demon Execution Division? I was not suspicious, I was certain. Lu Zui looked Guo Chunfeng in the eye as if he were staring at his subordinate's soul. More than one child of the netherworld must have infiltrated the Secret Sword Bureau. As for whether or not Abyss is among them, and who exactly Abyss is, we are not clear yet. We only know that both the children of the netherworld and Abyss should be no more than 100 years old. So, I trust nobody and suspect everyone, except for those above 100 years old. The hunting squad led by Death Ray Yi Changkong is made of experienced cultivators above 100 years old. They are the only ones that are definitely not children of the netherworld or Abyss. Guo Chunfeng was silent for a long time before he smiled bitterly. I understand now. I am willing to suspend my work and receive investigation to wash my suspicions. That will not be necessary. You've proven your loyalty with your actions, Lu Zui remarked. But there are so many secret sword agents in the Demon Execution Division. Do you absolutely trust every one of them? Guo Chunfeng was lost for words. Lu Zui finished his cigarette. Gazing at the glimmer on the butt, he asked, do you feel wronged, angry, and disgusting? Guo Chunfeng was staring at his cigarette butt, too. No. Lu Zui smiled sadly. You are free to feel disgusting. Sometimes, when I wash my face after I get up in the morning, I feel like throwing up as I look at the detesting old man in the mirror. However, that's how it is for us. We must be suspicious of everyone, including those who are most trusted and closest to us, and those who have made great contributions to the Federation. This is a job in the dirt and darkness. Perhaps, even the hookers on the street are cleaner than us. But, somebody has got to do such dirty, dark jobs so that more people can live in a clean, bright world, right? Guo Chunfeng took a long breath and replied, of course, Director. If I were in your place, after I learned of the existence of the children of the nether world and abyss, I would have doubted the young men working in the important posts and dispatched a hunting team that is more reliable and inconspicuous, too. That's good. Lu Zui patted his subordinate's shoulder hard. He said earnestly, I cannot promise you much now except for one thing. I, Lu Zui, Director of the Secret Sword Bureau, am a real patriot. Everything I did was meant to slay the evilness and defend the Federation. I, together with countless real patriots, will burn my life, soul, and everything to fight until the last moment. I will not allow any evil beings to sully our sacred motherland, the Great Star Glory Federation. Guo Chunfeng was greatly touched. Stared at by Lu Zui's sharp eyes, the last shield in him seemed to be breaking apart. Right then, his portable crystal processor uttered the loudest alarm. Glancing at it, Guo Chunfeng's face blanched. My daughter is in the ICU. Soon, Guo Chunfeng arrived at the 5th hospital of the capital city. Because of the explosions, the hospitals in the city large and small, and even the clinics in the neighborhoods, were all packed with people. Not only were the wards fully occupied, even the corridors were filled with patients who were soaked in blood and crying in pain. Some of the patients were still bleeding, and others had lost their hearing while they were moaning. It was quite a gory scene. A middle-aged, sloppy-looking man, whose hair was so greasy there must have been at least 10 days since he last took a shower or slept, squeezed through the crowd. Dirty water was flowing down his cheeks. There was no telling whether it was his sweat or his tears. He staggered to the 3rd floor and rushed to the ICU, almost tripping himself over, but he could not find his daughter at all. In the end, he was about to collapse to the ground. Old Guo. Yaoli called her husband from behind him. Guo Chunfeng suddenly trembled. He slowly turned around like a rusted machine, only to discover that his wife was standing on the corridor as softly as a ghost. Xiaohe is all right, Yaoli said softly. She is being observed in the ward. After having such an accident, she did not even have the strength to fight with Guo Chunfeng now. What happened? Guo Chunfeng's voice didn't sound like his own. Do we need to take her to the hospital of our bureau? That won't be necessary. Xiaohe went to the memorial ceremony with her classmates. According to her classmates, they were not affected by the explosions and were about to run out when Xiaohe saw an old lady being stepped on by the crowd. She went back to save her, only to fall over, too. The old lady was saved in the end, but she was injured herself. Yaoli tried to stop her body from shivering and said, she was not in a good condition when she was brought here. Even her heart beat. Anyway, she is back now. Where is she? Take me there. In the ward, sticking to the transparent glass on the medical cabin, Guo Chunfeng stared at his daughter who was floating in the bright green medication drugs. Every wound on her daughter made his eyelid tremble violently. Perhaps because of the telepathic connection between a father and a daughter, Guo Xiaohe, who was in a coma a moment ago, slightly opened her eyes and saw her father. She beamed with joy and grinned, extending her hand. Blocked by the glass, the hands of the father and daughter, one large and the other small, reached together. Guo Chunfeng finally could not hold back his tears any longer as they flooded uncontrollably on his pale face. In his eyes that were almost pure black now, unprecedented sharpness and determination were taking shape. "Can you come? I have something for you." Kissing his daughter's forehead against the glass, he left the ward with his wife. On the crowded corridor, Guo Chunfeng gave a jade chip to his wife. "The divorce agreement, both the spiritual version and the paper version, is inside. All our assets will be left for you and our daughter. I have signed and made the soul stamp. After you sign it, find a law firm and confirm the agreement, it will go effective immediately." Old Guo. Yaoli looked at her husband with surprise. Somewhat at a loss, she asked in a low voice, "You not being at home for months, is that related to what happened today?" "If it is, I can understand." Guo Chunfeng smiled bitterly. "You know the rules." "I cannot say it." Yaoli stared at her husband and touched the new wrinkles on his forehead. "Old Guo, you are keeping something from me." Guo Chunfeng's pupils constricted violently. "People of my trade keep a lot of things from their wives." "No." Yaoli examined the brilliance in his eyes carefully and remarked, "This is different. This is different from all the things that you kept from me in the past. You are not right. Very not right." Guo Chunfeng was silent. Yaoli held Guo Chunfeng's hands hard and gritted his teeth. "I haven't signed the paper yet. We are not divorced yet. I am still your wife. I am still the wife of a hero. Old Guo, what is the matter with you? What has happened? Tell me. Let's shoulder it together." Guo Chunfeng took a deep breath. All the brilliance deep inside his eyes was gone, and his eyes turned into two immeasurable swirls. He shrugged off his wife's hands and shook his head stubbornly. "I'm fine. Even if I'm not, it is none of your business. Go and finish the divorce procedures quickly. The sooner, the better. It will be best if you can get everything done tomorrow morning." Looking at his daughter in the medical cabin through the gap in the door of the ward for the last time, Guo Chunfeng turned around and left. "Old Guo, what's the meaning of this? Where are you going?" Yaoli was crying. However, his wife's cries did not stop Guo Chunfeng's footstep, nor did they make the most terrifying demon hunter of the heavens origin sector shed any more drop of tears. "I am going to fulfill the responsibility as a father and a husband." Guo Chunfeng walked forward step after step in the dense crowd. "I am going to fight for a bright future for you and our daughter." In the south of the capital city, in a temporary medical camp dedicated to the lightly wounded. According to later statistics, more than 5 million people were gathered in the Federal Square and the 10 or so blocks nearby. Even more people lingered in the blocks further away. The explosion of the crystal bombs turned the gathered citizens into panicked bees. Everybody pushed, stepped on, and crashed into each other. The number of casualties soon surpassed 20,000. The heavily wounded were sent to the major hospitals in the capital city. As for the lightly wounded, who had nothing more than broken bones, there were not enough medical facilities to accommodate them at all. They could only be treated in the temporary medical camps by part of the medical staff and the civilian volunteers with some knowledge of first aid. The unprecedented disaster in fact facilitated Li Yao's escape. So many people were killed, injured, or missing after the explosions. Still more people covered their faces with bandages after getting hurt. As for loss of language ability and even temporary amnesia, they were perfectly normal phenomena. Most of the police officers were deployed to maintain the order of the central area. They had no time to bother with the blocks in the suburb either. Li Yao picked quite a few portable crystal processors in the chaos and managed to remember the faces of a few civilians. He then covered half of his face with blood-stained bandages and snuck to the medical camp with the crowd. On one side of the medical camp, dozens of light beams were floating, displaying the latest updates of the situation and soothing public anxiety. To aid in the rescue work, the government did not cut off the spiritual nexus on a large scale. The civilians gathered in the temporary medical camp could still get the news through the spiritual nexus. Most of the media did not elaborate on the horror of the explosions but paid attention to the reactions of different parties after the speaker was assassinated, including the speech of some tough representatives and the actions of the federal army. Crouching deep inside the medical camp, Li Yao felt that his body was burning and his heart had been minced. The scent of a scheme seemed to have turned into a black swamp that was about to swallow him. Fooled. We've been fooled. Deep inside his brain, the mental devil desperately shouted, "It's a trap. We've been set up, and now, everybody thinks that we assassinated the speaker. Plot. A shameless plot." The mental devil expanded incessantly in roars. Bloody hurricanes blew out of its body and shook Li Yao's brain hard. "Don't you understand, fool?" The mental devil heartbreakingly declared, "We were wrong since the beginning. Our enemies were not Elder Netherspring and his children of the Nether World, at least not just them. Elder Netherspring is nothing more than a stray dog. Even if he has swallowed the divine blood of chaos, changed his appearance, and fled to the heaven's origin sector, he won't have any supporters here at all. How could a few children of the Nether World plan such a great scheme? How could they kill the speaker without anybody foreseeing it and blame it on us? Think about it. The sniper in the nascent soul stage who shot us. I can feel that he is not far away yet. He is waiting for us right here to blow up our head. A nascent soul stage sniper must be at least 100 years old. How can he be Elder Netherspring subordinate? Absolutely impossible. Throwing away all the interferences, there can only be one answer. It is not Elder Netherspring who set us up but the federal government. Only the federal government had the capability to make today happen. Li Yao was trembling and breathing hard. The dangerous redness in his left eye was gradually infiltrating his right eye. Deep inside his brain, he struggled to resist. It was a scheme but not made by the entire Federation. Some of the bad guys in the Federation, at best. Face reality and stop fooling yourself. We've been abandoned, the mental devil sneered. The Federation does not need a living ultra-level federal hero. A dead hero is the best hero. Right now, the greatest blame is on our head. Nobody is going to believe us. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. Think about it. We went through life and death and saved the entire Federation, only to be sacrificed immediately when we are no longer needed. Li Yao gnashed his teeth. Somebody must be behind the curtain, but they cannot fool everyone. Ding Ling Dang will trust me, Professor Mo Xian will trust me, the people of the Flying Star sector will trust me, and 99% of the federal citizens will trust me. Do they? Then, where they are now? Where were they when we were framed, hunted, and shot? The mental devil grinned hideously. Didn't you say that Ding Ling Dang loved you? Weren't you training yourself hard for 10 years because you wanted to meet her again back in the Heaven's Origin sector? What's the result of your wait? Where is she when you need her most? People of the Flying Star sector? Hee hee. When you were in the Flying Star sector, you helped them without hesitation. But now? Their warship activated the self-defense sword array of the highest level, a clear sign that they did not want you in. Don't be silly. Ding Ling Dang, Mo Xian, and all the other people of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, nobody will trust you. In their eyes, you are the blood devil. The most horrid blood devil. Ding ling dang. Li Yao felt that his head became a container of magma. He could not tell reality from illusions anymore. He snatched the air, only to grab nothing. She just doesn't know it yet. After she knows the truth, she will certainly find me and fight with me. Give me a break, the mental devil rebuffed. At a time like this, the only one who will fight with you is me. Wake up, fool. Mercilessness for mercilessness. Now that everybody has abandoned us, we must abandon them. Chop off everything from the past and be reborn. No more hesitation. No more concessions. No more petty kindness. Whoever wants to kill us, we will kill them first. After the two of us are melted, who in the 3 sectors will be a match for us? Li Yao struggled. Most people don't know anything. They were fooled. I cannot attack them. The mental devil sneered, it is their problem that they don't know anything. They were fooled because they were idiots. One must pay a price for their idiocy. There is no road ahead of you. Come on. Let go of the body and try my path. Didn't you want to save the Federation? How can you save it when you are so soft-minded? Let me take your place. Kill. 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 Kill everyone until heads are rolling on the ground. Maybe, we can make a strong empire that is a union of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, and we will be the supreme dominator of the empire. That is the only satisfying way of life. Li Yao cramped hard. His left hand bounced up beyond his control. His right hand clutched it so hard that the fingers pierced into its flesh, and yet it could not be stopped. Half of his right eye turned crimson. Blood stains were even leaking out of the bandages covering his left eye. It was truly a devastating view. The mental devil grinned hideously. Start with the nascent soul stage sniper. Set up a trap here and take him down. No. Too many innocent civilians are here. Thousands of people will die if we fight here. Li Yao shouted, but his voice was becoming weaker and weaker. Idiot, how can you defeat them if you are always indecisive? Wars always come with sacrifices. Some people might die, so what? After we succeed, the majority of the people will be saved. The mental devil expanded to the maximum, raising an overwhelming tsunami of blood that swept across 99% of Li Yao's brain. Only 1% of it was still illuminated by Li Yao's shining belief. However, the glimmer was also dying like the candle in the wind. Yes. That's right. Painful as it is, one has to face the reality in the end. Everybody has abandoned you. If you refuse to change, your head will be shot through by a bullet, and you will be dead forever in humiliation. Nobody will pity you. Nobody will care about you. Come on. Let me settle everything. Let's be completely melted. Let's be the most brutal vulture and the most magnificent dominator. Li Yao crouched and covered his eyes hard, shuddering violently. It was a shame that there were many more patients than medical staff in the camp. Nobody noticed him at all. Just when his soul was about to be completely swallowed by the mental devil, a thunderous roar suddenly burst out not far away. Shoal. Li Yao was so shocked that he jumped up from the ground. It was Ding Lingdang's voice. Holding his head that was about to explode, he staggered to the source of the sound, only to discover that a guy was watching a video with his portable crystal processor. What's this? What's this? His eyes bloodshot, Li Yao was acting like the craziest lunatic. The patient was scared by his creepy appearance and explained in fear. Ding Lingdang was a celebrity in the world of cultivators, too, and she was on the spot of the explosions. When the situation was stable again, naturally, a lot of reporters went to interview her. As it turned out, right in front of dozens of media, she lost control over her emotions and burst into tears, yelling and shouting. As an expert in the peak of the core formation stage and one of the best young cultivators, she lost control of herself in public, which immediately became the focus of the media. The interview was soon uploaded to the major video websites. Ding Ling Dang in the picture was waving her arms, her hair messy, and roaring at the camera like a crazy woman. Shoal. Just wait for it. I will find you soon and blow up your head. Li Yao watched the video 3 times. He smiled at first. Then he grinned. Eventually, he was laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach, and his tears were flooding out. Deep inside his brain, his belief suddenly shone, and the bloody tsunami dispersed like snow under the scorching sun. What has happened? What are doing now? Why is your strength suddenly so overwhelming? Didn't you see the video? Li Yao asked. Weren't you saying that the whole world distrusts me and has abandoned me? But that is not the fact. At the very least, Ding Ling Dang still trusts me. The mental devil was angry. She said that she will blow up your head. Idiot, Li Yao mocked. Do you not know that beating is love in disguise? The key part is, just wait for it. I will find you soon. Ding Ling Dang has realized something. She is sending a message to me in such a way. You must be overthinking, the mental devil shrieked Drilly. She only wants to blow up your head. Nothing more. Nobody trusts you. I am the only one who can help you here. Only, Deep inside Li Yao's brain, his soul released dazzling lightning that looked like a saber that could break the universe, slashing the mental devil into countless pieces brutally. Just fight, the mental devil screamed and writhed crazily like a leech that had been thrown into salt, but Li Yao's belief became more and more brilliant, determined and pure in his exultant laughter. The brightness congregated into an overwhelming giant with the innocent face of a baby deep inside his brain. The soul baby punched and kicked, further blowing the mental devil into smithereens and laughing. Stop wasting your time. My belief will not be shaken by you. Even if somebody in the leadership of the Federation is setting me up, they must be in the minority. The only reason they are setting me up in such a way is because they are scared of me. They are scared of me not because my personal capability in the superlative height of the core formation stage but because they know clearly that all my friends support me and 99% of the federal citizens trust me. As long as the real me shows up, their scheme will be immediately sabotaged. That's why they have been trying everything they can to stop the real Li Yao from showing up. But no matter how hard they set me up, and after all the dirty moves they played, what now? Ding Ling Dang still trusts me regardless of everything. I am not dead yet. I can still tell everybody in the Federation the truth. He. Those shameless scumbags spoke evil of me and claimed that I was possessed by the blood-striped virus. If I cannot control my dark side and really go on a killing spree slaughtering the innocent, that will be exactly what they are expecting me to do. I will be at their mercy and eventually bend to them. Weak? Being unable to control your anger, hatred, passion, and brutality. Submitting to your dark side. Completely falling into the abyss. That's the real weakness. Therefore, you can go to hell. Boom. 1,000,000 tons of crystal bombs seemed to be detonated inside Li Yao's brain. The overwhelming golden tide swept across all his brain cells and completely suppressed the bloody waves. Every one of his brain cells was glittering spectacularly like the most brilliant pearl. Li Yao felt that thunder was echoing inside his brain. Countless streaks of lightning seemed to be cleansing every vein and nerve in his body. He felt that his head was clearer than ever, and his body could not have been more comfortable. The second brain at his tailbone was bursting out thunderous sounds, too, resonating with his main brain. When the two waves of thunder crashed into each other hard, they turned into a sound that resembled the cry of a baby. Li Yao was dazed. He took a long breath but still could not tame his ecstasy. Could it be the sign of the nascent soul stage? In the path of a cultivator, advancement always came with setbacks. After breaking into the superlative height of the core formation stage, he had been engaged in a lot of fierce battles, but he did not meet much trouble. Even when he was ambushed on all sides, it was his body that always got hurt. His heart and soul were never questioned on a deep level. Without prodigious devastation, one could never learn their heart completely. After he returned to the Heaven's origin sector and got involved in such a mysterious and unpredictable scheme, his soul had fallen into the dark, boundless abyss. But at the last moment, he managed to shoulder the pressure and soared to the sky again from the abyss. Finally, his belief had an amazing breakthrough. The horn for the march to the nascent soul stage had been blown. There was a chance that he could become a nascent soul stage cultivator below the age of 50, an unprecedented achievement in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Li Yao laughed again. Was this what people said to be a silver lining? Advancing into the nascent soul stage was the biggest dream for every cultivator. However, the difference between the peak of the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage did not lie in the force of one's punch or the speed of one's movement. It depended on whether or not one could find their true self. The ultimate purpose of cultivation was to find one's most real side and defend, spread, and abide by it throughout one's life. Every nascent soul stage cultivator had their own story. They all ascended to the stage after unique experiences. It was exactly because of the unique experience that their belief boasted a different will from other people's. Li Yao suddenly felt that what delighted him most was not that he had seen the threshold of the nascent soul stage, but, his love had lived up to his trust, and he had climbed out of the abyss in his heart at the moment, living up to her trust, too. At a corner of the medical camp, Li Yao sat cross-legged and ripped off the bandage that entangled his left eye. The blood red in his both eyes was gone, replaced by darkness that bordered on transparency. His eyes were neither deep nor intimidating, but they gave a very comfortable feeling, as if the resolution and smile there would stay forever. Taking a long breath, Li Yao felt that he was like a sprout that had just pierced out of the soil, reborn. Looking at the distance, he discovered that many volunteers had come to the medical camp while he was fighting with himself. They were all the residents living nearby. Some of them were children, and some were seniors almost 200 years old. They brought food, clothes, and blankets from their homes. One of them even brought a new flag. The rising dragon of the 9 stars flag at the center of the federal square was burnt and riddled with holes. However, in the small temporary medical camp, a new rising dragon of the 9 stars flag was rising slowly. The night fell. The sky was occupied by darkness. But dark as the sky might be, it could never drown the flag that was flapping in the wind. Li Yao suddenly found something very interesting. 99.99% of the night sky was purely black. Only a few stars were shining there. However, when someone raised their head, the first thing that they noticed would certainly be the shining stars but not the dark sky. Uncle, a lively young boy, wearing a volunteer's badge on his chest, was holding a blanket painted with a teddy bear and looking at him. Why were you shaking and sweating so hard a moment ago? Are you still scared? Li Yao was dazed. Scratching his head, he was going to say something when the boy covered the blanket on him and patted his shoulder, comforting him solemnly. There. Mom and Dad said that the bad guys have been driven away. It's okay now. Li Yao could not help but feel amused. The boy thought for a moment and took out a toy from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, but he still handed it over to Li Yao in the end. Uncle, if you are still scared, I can lend him to you. He is a very awesome ultra-level federal hero. The bad guys will never dare to come close to you if he is with you. However, when you are not scared, you must return him to me. This is my favorite hero. Li Yao took over the toy. He felt that his eyes were blurred again. The toy in his hand was tall, majestic, and handsome. He was wearing an eye-catching combat suit with a double-edged chainsword on his waist. The rising dragon of the 9 stars badge on his chest was glittering. The toy did not look like him at all. Li Yao's nose flapped. Looking at the boy's hopeful eyes, he again felt fortunate that he had not been swallowed by darkness a moment ago. There might be such jackasses in the leadership of the Federation, but so what? It was not those guys that he was trying to protect but those who trusted him, admired him, and needed him. Thank you, buddy. Li Yao scratched the boy's nose and smiled. With the protection of this vulture Li Yao, I will never be scared anymore. Vulture Li Yao? The boy blinked in confusion. He pouted his lips and said, "This is King Kong Gao Longzi, the ultra-level federal hero from 130 years ago. He isn't Vulture Li Yao. Vulture Li Yao is too plain-looking. I didn't buy him. King Kong Gao Longzi is the most awesome hero in the Federation. He is much stronger than Vulture Li Yao. He will certainly protect you well, uncle." Okay. Li Yao wiped his sweat and opened his palm, observing the toy carefully for a second time. King Kong Gao Longzi, the ultra-level federal hero before him, was staring at him with a pair of strict eyes, as if he were saying, "Hey, young man. All the ultra-level federal heroes are dead now, except for you. You are shouldering all our glory and hope. Do not ever cower away. Bring our strength and blow up those scumbags." Li Yao clenched the toy hard in his hands and silently swore to himself, "Rest assured, Senior Gao. I will certainly not dishonor the title of ultra-level federal hero. I will unveil all those scumbags with your support and blow them into smithereens." Crack. He crushed the toy's neck. The boy. Li Yao. "Uncle, you, don't cry. Don't cry. Uncle will do a magic trick for you. Look. I now put it below the blanket. 1, 2, 3. Voila." Li Yao removed the super glue from his cosmos ring and stuck the toy's head back to its neck. With the expertise of the master of refining, naturally, he repaired such a children's toy flawlessly. The boy was delighted again and took back his toy. After patting Li Yao's shoulder again like a little grown-up, he left. After the boy left, deep inside Li Yao's head, the mental devil that was only the size of a fingernail slowly woke up. What happened to me?" the mental devil asked with an innocent face, its big eyes blinking in confusion. Li Yao glared at him coldly. "Did I try to swallow your soul and control your body again?" The mental devil was greatly surprised. Li Yao nodded silently. "You may find this hard to believe." The mental devil brazenly tried to spin a tale. "In fact, this must be what has happened. I am a good guy who has sworn to live in peace with you, but there is a mental devil that is residing in my heart. Occasionally, it will jump out and control me. When I am controlled by it, I will be mean and aggressive and no longer as kind and innocent as I usually am. I turned into a wicked, atrocious, bad mental devil. That was why I tried to swallow your soul. But right now, the bad mental devil has been beaten back by you, and the kind and innocent good mental devil is back. This is all your credit. Thank you for saving my life." "Okay, I got it now," Li Yao said. "So, you are a mental devil, and there is a mental devil in your heart. It was under the control of the mental devil in the mental devil that you revealed your hideous appearance and tried to devour me, wasn't it?" "Exactly," the mental devil replied solemnly. "You are truly smart, mister. I feel comforted now. Do you think I'm AF** King idiot?" Li Yao's soul power at this moment was unprecedentedly strong. With a telepathic thought, he released a thunderstorm inside his brain. Countless streaks of lightning were electrifying the mental devil until it was begging for mercy. "Spare my life, mister. Spare my life, mister. Ah. I truly despise you," Li Yao spat. "Are you really my dark personality? So disgusting. The mental devil tried to explain itself while begging. Ask for mercy when you cannot defeat your enemy and settle the scores when you have the opportunity. That's what a real man does. What's disgusting about that? 20 years ago, in the magical equipment graveyard, we often begged for our enemies' mercy only to come back to them again later, didn't we? That's exactly your personality. Naturally, I am exactly like that. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. So, you are waiting to settle the scores when you have the opportunity next time? Huh. What did I say just now? Not good. My mental devil jumped out and controlled me again. Forget it. Li Yao sniffed. Our talk is useless. We are both clear that I cannot eradicate you. I am also too lazy to eradicate you now. Maybe Jean Tui was right. I must get used to you and even try to train myself with you. I have discovered that every time you tried to swallow me and I weathered through it, my soul would become stronger than before. Perhaps, after another few competitions, I will be able to advance into the nascent soul stage. The mental devil hurried to nod and agreed solemnly, that's right. That's right. I didn't mean to swallow you at all. Not at all. I was only help you train yourself by activating your potential. As a good Samaritan, I didn't want to speak out my kindness, but you've discovered it anyway. Good God. You do have a pair of sharp eyes. Get lost. Then, something occurred to Li Yao. He shuddered hard, and he felt that he was hit by a lightning. Jean Tui was right. He saw this coming. I was an idiot. I was truly an idiot. Li Yao slapped his thighs. The mental devil was confused. What do you mean? I was recalling Jean Tui's words about asking us to live in peace, Li Yao replied quickly. But that's not the point. It was the sentence before that really mattered. I overlooked it. I completely overlooked it. That was why I made such a fatal mistake. Before I returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, Jean Tui told me that perhaps it didn't matter at all who Abyss was exactly because everybody has an abyss deep down in their heart. If they were swallowed by their hatred, anger, ambition, and arrogance, any one of them could fall into the abyss and turn into abyss. Jean Tui also said that Elder Netherspring was nothing more than a stray dog now. His spore stratagem has 99% failed. The children of the netherworld and abyss must be panicking and looking for a path of retreat right now. How could they still be working for him dutifully? Therefore, Elder Netherspring and his abyss are nothing to be scared of. The abysses who have been swallowed by the darkness in their heart are the real terrifying enemies. But I completely neglected the reminder. After I returned to the Heaven's Origin sector, I spent all my time and effort searching for Elder Netherspring and his abyss. It never occurred to me that there were other abysses that were even more horrendous. Elder Netherspring's abyss, restrained by age and the other factors, cannot be very strong or in a high position. But the abysses who have been swallowed by the darkness in their heart are different. They are not restrained by anything, and they will leave no traces. They can be activated at any time, and there will not be any sign before they are. They are just like me. If I hadn't heard Ding Lingdang's voice at the critical moment, I might have turned into a terrifying abyss, too. The mental devil scratched its nose in embarrassment. It's all the past now. I've acknowledged my wrongdoing. Why are you still bringing it up? Li Yao was deep in thought. Let's analyze the whole thing from the beginning. First of all, it is without a doubt that, even if Elder Netherspring took excessive divine blood of chaos and fled into the Heaven's Origin sector as a human being, it was definitely his last choice when there was nothing else that he could do. His foundations were all in the Blood Demon sector. It was impossible for him to bring the Netherworld Watch to the Heaven's Origin sector. Therefore, he must be alone here. His only help is the underground children of the Netherworld and Abyss. Also, judging from Jean Xinyue's experience, after a demon is turned into a human being, although their strength remains, the system to make use of it will be entirely different from before. It will take quite a long time for Elder Nether Spring to be adapted to the new form. The drugs that could reverse the conversion from demon into human being had not been discovered yet. It meant that, after swallowing the divine blood of chaos and turning into a human being, there would be no turning back. Elder Nether Spring had clearly never taken the divine blood of chaos before. Therefore, even if he was transformed into a human being and a nascent soul stage cultivator, it would be a new experience for him, too. Then, during the period of adaptation, he was perhaps the weakest nascent soul stage cultivator in the entire Heaven's origin sector. How could the children of the nether world and abyss, who were mostly in important posts, be willing to listen to the command of such a weak nascent soul stage cultivator who had lost all his forces? Perhaps, Elder Nether Spring knew their secrets, but such secrets could only force them to find a shelter for him at best. To plan a shocking operation to assassinate the speaker and to frame up Li Yao with the most delicate trap would be too large a scheme for Elder Nether Spring right now to accomplish. "You were right," Li Yao said calmly. "The enemy behind curtain is definitely not Elder Nether Spring but someone in the leadership of the Federation." "Why?" "They don't have any reason for betrayal. The Federation is stronger than ever right now. It's impossible that the leadership would betray the country. Even if they did, they would not join Elder Nether Spring's cause whose prospect is nothing but gloomy. Come here. Since you are shameless, cunning, and sordid enough, why don't you walk in the shoes of the dark side of the leadership of the Federation and tell me what their reason is for doing all this? What are their motives?" The mental devil thought for a moment and clapped its fists. "That's very simple. When the birds are shot down, the bows will be hidden. When the rabbits are hunted, the hounds will be cooked. Raising a war is not just beneficial for Elder Nether Spring. It is very helpful for a lot of other people, such as the Federal Army and the intelligence agents. If the three sectors are going to collaborate, the Federation will no longer need to maintain such a large regular army in the decades to come. Instead, the tremendous resources would be dedicated to construction and development. Won't that put the military in an awkward situation? Same goes for the Secret Sword Bureau. It is unlikely that the agency will be completely cancelled, but there is no need to keep it on such a scale anymore. After all, they can never infiltrate the Imperium of true human beings and get their intelligence. Also, after the collaboration of the three sectors, there will be the problem of who is the boss and who is the lackey. But whoever makes the final call, they will be affected by the forces of the other parties. There will certainly be a lot of hindrances at the early phase, which could even jeopardize the independency of the Federal Army and the Secret Sword Bureau. Taking away other people's fortune is like killing their parents. The peace of the three sectors is certainly not in the interests of the Federal Army and the Secret Sword Bureau. Is it strange that they assassinated the speaker in order to raise a war so that their benefits can be kept? Li Yao was silent. Was my analysis wrong? The mental devil asked. Wrong. Wrong. Greatly wrong. Such an enormous scheme must be backed by experts in the nascent soul stage. For every nascent soul stage cultivator, their belief has been tested by themselves, and their soul is most solid. I don't believe that they would betray the Federation for the petty benefits. If they did, they would have survived the interrogation of their belief. Before their betrayal, their belief would have crumbled and made them mentally deranged. Their endeavor must have been supported by some sort of firmest belief. Also, something is quite weird. Li Yao scratched his head hard and mumbled, Elder Nether Spring had the demon god virus. His purpose of raising the war was to release the virus so that his so-called third life form could be created. But during the process, most of the victims would be killed. Let's assume that some of the radicals in the Federation insist that the only way to save the Federation is to conquer the blood demon sector and enslave all the demons to collect resources. However, judging from the progress of the scheme, it must have something to do with the Secret Sword Bureau. The leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau must know a thing or two about the demon god virus, too. It is not hard to guess that, once the Federal Army attack on a large scale, the Blood Demon sector will certainly be ruined, and most of the demons will be killed. Here comes the question. Where will the slaves for mining be if all the demons are dead? Without the slave miners collecting resources on a large scale to facilitate the rapid development of the Federation, won't the Federation still be doomed when the Imperium of true human beings arrives in 100 years? This is a suicidal approach. I don't believe that the leadership of the Federation is so stupid. There must still be a critical point that we don't know yet. The mental devil snapped its fingers and said, "The scheme will be cracked as soon as the critical point is found." Exactly. Li Yao pondered for a moment and watched Ding Lingdang's interview again with the portal crystal processors that he had picked up earlier. Before she lost control of her emotions, Ding Lingdang told the reporters that she was working with the Secret Sword Bureau and that she would certainly catch the criminal who had committed the gruesome massacre. Ding Lingdang is working with the Secret Sword Bureau? Got it now. She is creating an opportunity for us to meet. I don't know the first thing about the leadership of the Federation, but Ding Lingdang must know a lot. So, my first step will be to meet her. Li Yao had stayed in the temporary medical camp long enough. The stinging pain at the back of his head was becoming ever sharper. The mysterious sniper was drawing closer to him. It was no longer safe there. He had to find a place, one where the role of a sniper was the least important. He piled up the blanket painted with the teddy bear neatly on the ground. Glancing at the rising dragon of the 9 stars flag flapping against the night wind for the last time, he muffled himself up with the ragged cloak and disappeared into the vast darkness. In the command center of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau, the hunt for the Blood Devil was still on. Because of the exposure of the tremendous evidence, the hunting group had been fully upgraded. Including Ding Lingdang, many tough cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage had joined the team. Even many well-respected battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators were willing to give them a hand and ready to take action. In the vast command center, thousands of light beams were floating. Every light beam was changing 3 times per second, displaying all the pictures captured by the hundreds of thousands of surveillance cameras in the entire capital city. Such a high velocity made the light beams an ocean of colors in the eyes of ordinary people. Only the eyeballs and brain cells of the cultivators could process such enormous data. Li Yao had disguised himself in a hurry. Therefore, his traces were finally found after a few hours of analysis. The face of a citizen appeared at 2 spots at the same time. One of them has been captured and passed the blood test. He is verified to be the citizen. So, the other one must be a disguise. All the crystal cameras, search for the traces of the fake. During his escape, Li Yao changed into another 2 fake identities, but they were soon found out too. He was chased all the way to the entrance of the underground district. All the major cities in the Star Glory Federation had districts from the air to the underground. In the history of the Federation, to resist the super large-scale beast tides, all the cities had dug deep underground to build fortresses. For many cities, their underground space was even larger than that on the ground. It was particularly so for the capital city. For 500 years, air raid shelters, underground fortresses, magical equipment warehouses, emergency shelters, all kinds of facilities were jumbled together, constituting a complicated maze of almost 100 floors. The underground district boasted a regular population of almost 10 million. There were also a lot of tourists, passers-by, and workers from the ground. After today's explosion, the government had activated the emergency plan. Too many civilians were hiding in the safe areas underground right now. Underground, other than the living quarters, there were tube tunnels, garbage dumps, and abandoned areas that had not been maintained for a long time. Even the local nascent soul stage cultivators who had lived for more than 200 years would not be able to tell how many secrets were buried below the ground. The biggest headache that the Secret Sword Bureau dreaded became reality. Li Yao had escaped underground. The underground world had limited space and zigzagging pathways. There were also too many tubes and ravines that were absolutely dark. It was difficult for the snipers to lock onto their target. Even the autopiloting crystal cameras could not be unfolded easily either. There were a lot of fixed surveillance cameras, but Li Yao could avoid them effortlessly with his cunningness. There was nothing but silence in the command center. Chase him. Guo Chunfeng gnashed his teeth. Should we invite the few nascent soul stage cultivators? Mosquito, his subordinate, asked. Guo Chunfeng pondered for a moment and said, of course. However, the environment of the underground district is too complicated, and too many citizens are living down there. If the Blood Devil was pushed into a fight with the nascent soul stage cultivators, it is definitely not going to be a joke. If a few neighborhoods are blown up, there might be hundreds of thousands of casualties. Therefore, ask the few nascent soul stage cultivators to set up an ambush at the main exit of the underground district. Our men will keep an eye on the inconspicuous entrances and exits. Get a squad of tough warriors and force him out of the place. Remember, the safety of the civilians matters most. Don't push him too far. He is a panicked bird now, and his actions are utterly unpredictable. The capital city has just been devastated today. The citizens are still in shock. There's no way that they can withstand a second strike. Just before Mosquito nodded, Ding Lingdang walked up to Guo Chunfeng and gritted her teeth. Supervisor Guo, put me in the vanguard. I know him better than anybody else does. I will certainly find him. Guo Chunfeng narrowed his eyes and eyed Ding Lingdang somewhat suspiciously. Ding Lingdang widened her eyes and stared back at him in anger. After looking at her for a long time, Guo Chunfeng suddenly smiled and nodded. All right. Fellow cultivator Ding will lead the vanguard. We are going to catch the Blood Devil. Because of the chaos caused by the accident today, the underground district was packed with refugees who had gone down there for shelter. The thousands of elite agents of the Secret Sword Bureau were like salt sprayed into seawater after they dispersed in the place. The surveillance cameras at the turns of the pathways could only send back fuzzy pictures occasionally. The target has appeared in the commercial area on the -6th floor. The target vanished. He reappeared in the hospital on the -8th floor. The target is gone again. Appearing in the reconstruction area on the -12th floor. Ready to capture him. Wrong. Wrong guy. He is not the target. There was no telling whether Li Yao was lucky or simply baiting the Secret Sword Bureau, but he was like an unpredictable ghost. Occasionally, he revealed his tracks in one of the surveillance cameras, but when a huge batch of Secret Sword agents lunged at him in a hurry, he simply vanished into thin air. Ding Lingdang was wearing a fiery combat suit as if she was worried that she was not eye-catching enough. With a bright glow spreading out from her body, she turned into a scarlet streak and rushed in the underground world. It was her favorite battle clothing. Other people did not have anything to say. The longer they chased, the deeper they moved. Finally, they were in the bottom part of the underground district. The place was unpopulated, but it was dominated by dense tubes. Hundreds of underground drainage canals and ventilation tubes led outside the city. Those tubes were responsible for transporting wasted water and gas generated during the life and work of almost 10 million people. Tremendous garbage had been stacked there, too. There was even an enormous underground magical equipment graveyard. We've got him. He is wearing a blue and white crystal suit and pretending to be a police officer of the underground district. Hurry up. Agents near him, stick to him now. Reinforcements are on the way. Thousands of Secret Sword agents, like sharks who had smelt the stench of blood, rushed toward the garbage area in the deepest part of the underground city as fast as they could. However, maybe it was a coincidence, but the one closest to Li Yao was Ding Lingdang. Right above the stinky underground magical equipment, Li Yao and Ding Ling Dang, who had not seen each other for 10 years, confronted each other in silence. In that second, time seemed to have stopped, the world was gone, and the sea of stars had melted. The only thing that existed in the infinite darkness was a man and a woman with their pounding hearts and heavy breaths. Their eyes entangled each other like four hungry and thirsty vipers, exchanging information that other people could not realize at all. Enjoying the long and yet brief 1 second, and glancing at the exhaust flames of countless crystal suits not far away, Li Yao withdrew his eyes in pain and said calmly, "Listen to my explanation." "I don't want to. In fact, I had my reasons." "No, you didn't. Accept my punch first." She thrust herself close like a cannonball. Equipped with a crystal suit that looked like crimson fire in midair, she punched Li Yao heavily without any mercy. Li Yao crossed his arms to block the attack, but the crystal suit on his body, which was the most fundamental version for police officers, had too poor a performance. It became worthless now instead of protection and was smashed into pieces by the punch. Li Yao was blown away and waved his hands crazily in midair, struggling and shouting, "Ding Ling Dang, trust me." "Of course I trust you." Ding Ling Dang roared crazily. "But let me blow up your head first, jackass. I waited for you for 10 years, and you went to some other woman behind my back." Boom. 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 Ding Ling Dang was like the main gun on a super heavy warship. She bombarded hundreds of times in a row. The unstoppable fireballs and blasts rained upon Li Yao's face and body. His crystal suit was shattered, and his face was swollen. In the command center, Guo Chunfeng, who was observing the fight through Ding Ling Dang's crystal camera, shouted, "No. He is playing a trick." But there was no time. "Asshole. Go to hell now." Ding Ling Dang turned into a shooting star as she stomped on Li Yao's chest with all her strength, blowing directly into the mound of garbage. Boom. 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 The crystal bombs that Li Yao had planted below the garbage earlier were detonated immediately. The explosion displaced almost half of the magical equipment graveyard. All kinds of bizarre-shaped scraps of magical equipment were flying in midair, jamming the vision of all the secret sword agents. When the dust finally settled, the secret swords who had come in a hurry finally discovered that, covered by the magical equipment graveyard, there was a newly dug hole. The hole was connected to the underground drainage network that could lead anywhere. All the secret sword agents looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what they should say. Hoochie. 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 Ding Ling Dang breathed hard, the flames around her bouncing higher and higher. She turned around and glared at everybody brutally. "What's wrong?" "No. Nothing's wrong. Sister Ding is truly marvelous. Incredibly marvelous." Deep inside the drainage tubes, in the stinky, dirty water, Li Yao rushed forward with a bruised, swollen head. He finally could not help but laugh. The more he laughed, the louder he became. "It has come to my attention that something is wrong with you." The mental devil frowned. "She beat you to a pulp the moment she met you. She punched you hard every single time without showing any mercy. If your head weren't sturdy enough, it would have been blown up already. But you are still laughing so giddily? Do you have some sort of clandestine quirks, sexually? That's not right. I know everything about your quirks. In the past, you liked to use your hand. But after you advanced and were able to condense the air with spiritual energy, you could run dynamic simulation and didn't even need your hands anymore." Pooh. Li Yao opened his hands and spat out a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. In the middle of the saliva was a glittering cosmos ring. Ding Ling Dang had punched it into his mouth during the glamorous, awe-inspiring attacks. "Do you see this?" Li Yao waved the ring and proudly declared, "That's my wife." Half an hour later, deep inside the underground drainage tubes, in an abandoned area that was an utter mess, Li Yao released Neltharion and Blackwing and deployed dozens of alarm rune arrays before he opened the Cosmos Ring carefully. There were 3 objects in the Cosmos Ring. The first one was a mini light beam projector, in which a video clip was stored. It was the top-secret meeting hosted by Lu Zui, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, recorded by Professor Mo Xian in secret. Li Yao watched Lu Zui's setup in silence and felt even more confident. Something is indeed wrong. What the guy said is 99% true. But in the most critical 1%, he concealed something and even deliberately lied, thereby reaching an extremely absurd conclusion. He has captured 3 children of the nether world and even forced them into cooperation? That part might be true. After all, Elder Nether Spring is doomed. The children of the nether world need to find a new thigh to cling to if they want to survive. It makes sense. He made such a terrible lie about the Blood Devil trying to steal Burning Prairie. No wonder Burning Prairie activated the self-defense sword array of the highest level. Li Yao's questions were answered one by one, only to be replaced by questions that were even bigger. Lu Zui was one of the 3 key people that he needed to seek help from on his trip to the Heaven's Origin sector. He had collected numerous files when he was still in the Blood Demon sector. In terms of birth, work experience, and his remarks on the Blood Demon sector, the guy was an out-and-out patriot of the Star Glory Federation. It would not be exaggerating to say that he was a pillar of the Federation. Even Jean Tui thought highly of the old hero who had fought in the secret frontline for more than 100 years. He believed that Lu Zui was an opponent that deserved his respect and his full wisdom to compete with. Why was such a guy betraying the Federation? Why? Li Yao did not believe that he was betraying for the power or personal benefits. Putting the question in his heart aside, he picked up the second object. It was a tiny pendant. Judging from the rune arrays on it, it was a 3D animated photo in the form of a pendant. He pressed the pendant softly. A mystic ray was immediately triggered, forming a bright hologram in front of Li Yao. It was exactly Ding Ling Dang, as energetic, confident, and persistent as she ever was. Ding Ling Dang was wearing short pants and a vest. She seemed to have just finished her training because sweat was all over her body. Her figure was even more stirring than 10 years ago. Her skin was the color of honey, giving out an enticing scent although she was merely on the light beam. "Welcome home," Ding Ling Dang said with a smile. "After 10 years, you're finally back. Let me tell you, I have developed a lot of new moves in the past 10 years. When the thing is over, let's have a good fight." He he. Ding Ling Dang paused for a moment and continued. The third piece of magical equipment in the Cosmos Ring is a point-to-point communicator produced by Professor Mo Xian. Professor Mo Xian and I were suspicious about the rumors surrounding you a long time ago, but Professor Mo Xian stopped me when I was about to burst into fury. He said that he sensed a mysterious force that had been monitoring our every move in secret. Therefore, we didn't do much during that period, but Professor Mo Xian was in fact observing the force in secret, scanning their surveillance patterns and easing their wariness. Finally, he designed a communicator that could prevent interference without them knowing. A few days back, the product was finally successfully made, but we never had the chance to give the communicator to you. You must be clear that, to avoid the surveillance of the enemy, the point-to-point communicator does not send signals via the spiritual nexus but through electric wires by transforming the information into very feeble electric waves. The signals will be transmitted through the electric network. Together with the anti-tracing barriers that Professor invented, a short, secure dialogue can be established. At midnight, you can find a random electric wire and connect the communicator to it. Then, it will be good to go. However, only the simplest text can be transmitted. The communication cannot be very long or accommodate much information. Think about what you can say to us before midnight. At midnight, Professor Mo Xian and I will be waiting for you. If the circumstances do not allow you to talk to us, we will be waiting for you at every hour sharp that follows until we get in touch. The clip came to an end. Li Yao held the pendant in his hands, almost brimming with confidence. He felt stronger than ever. Midnight soon came. Li Yao had gone out a second time earlier and made the secret sword agents dizzy again before he found a wasted tube network and lurked down. He groped for an electric wire and dug a hole in its porcelain shell. Through a crystal wire, he connected the point-to-point communicator to the cable. Very soon, the crystal processor reacted. However, there was only dry texts on it. Li Yao, time is precious. Let's get down to business. Tell us your side of the story. Li Yao had spent a few hours abridging the causes and consequences of the whole thing. Now, he described the situation in the Blood Demon sector and his intention for the homecoming in only 1,000 words. Professor Mo Xian and Ding Lingdang were both silent for a moment after he sent the text. Then, they replied, "You suspect that there is an anomaly in the leadership of the Federation?" "I am not suspecting, I am certain," Li Yao replied. "I have evidence, and I can give it to you and the cultivators of the Flying Star sector. Only you are trustworthy now." "Tell you one thing," Professor Mo Xian said. "Starting from last night, Lu Zui and some experts of the military established a special operation group and captured the children of the netherworld on a large scale. Up until now, more than 50 have been arrested. Another several hundred have been invited to a secret unit directly under Lu Zui's command in the Secret Sword Bureau to help the investigation." Li Yao was surprised. Pondering for a moment, he realized what was happening. This was exactly the same as how Jin Tui seized power after the Eye of Blood Demon was destroyed. Jin Tui had been capturing accomplices of Elder Nether Spring, and Lu Zui was capturing children of the Netherworld. But as for who exactly they were capturing, they were the only ones who knew the truth. Speaking of which, Elder Nether Spring was quite a tragic guy, considering that he had taken the blame twice in a row. Although he was definitely not innocent, his experience was quite heartbreaking nonetheless. "Are you suggesting that anyone who believes in me may be assumed to be a child of the Netherworld?" Li Yao asked. "There's no need to assume," Professor Mo Xian replied. "If Lu Zui indeed has a plan, it will definitely be activated soon. Whoever has suspicions about him, he can always invite them to help the investigation for 10 days or a fortnight. Those guys will eat well and sleep well, except that they won't be able to do anything else. What can other people say when everything is over?" Of the 3 most powerful men of the Federation, Speaker Jiang Hailu is heavily wounded and still in coma, and Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao has been blinded by fury and completely taken his side. 2/3 of the representatives in Parliament are frantic advocates of the expedition and support his operation. He has also presented valid proof of the children of the Netherworld. Who dares challenge the Secret Sword Bureau in such troubled times? Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "I'll give the evidence to the cultivators of the Flying Star sector first. Let's make sure that Burning Prairie is still under our control. It is moot. Luo Xingzi is not qualified to trust you. That's impossible. I've been fighting side by side with Luo Xingzi. I know him very well. Also, I've done so many favors for the Flying Star sector, and I am backed by the Glorious Sunlight Group and Iron Plateau. Why won't Luo Xingzi trust me?" "Pay attention to my wording," Professor Mo Xian said. "I said that he is not qualified to trust you, not that he will not trust you. Of course, the evidence in your hands is enough to constitute a reasonable theory, but the chain of evidence in Lu Zui's hands is more intact and convincing. He has both proof and eyewitnesses, and his theory makes perfect sense, too. Furthermore, he stands for the federal government, the legal ruler of the Heaven's Origin sector. The most critical point is that you cannot prove that you are not possessed by the Blood Devil. Think about Yan Shibei. Ding Lingdang and I only stand for ourselves. Naturally, we can trust you without caring about anything. However, Luo Xingzi stands for the billions of people in the entire Flying Star sector. If he trusts you recklessly, and you turn out to be really possessed by the Blood Devil and steal Burning Prairie, what can he do? Burning Prairie is the masterpiece of the Flying Star sector that belongs to all the people of the Flying Star sector. Does Luo Xingzi have any qualification to believe that you are not the Blood Devil on behalf of all the people of the Flying Star sector? I've talked with him many times regarding the issue. He is miserable. As a nascent soul stage cultivator, Luo Xingzi has unquestionable integrity. If he was all by himself, he would definitely be willing to trust you, however great the risk. Yet, the issue concerns the fate of his family, his compatriots, and billions of other people. Without enough evidence, how can he trust you? Let me offer an example. On Iron Plateau, everybody trusted Yan Shibei, but what happened in the end? If you, the unexpected factor, hadn't jumped out in the end, the entire Iron Plateau would have been drowned in blood. Li Yao was silent for a long time, before he typed, "This is a chain of suspicion. This is a dark forest." That's right. You are now trapped in a small, dark forest. Any leader whose head is calm, regardless of whether they are the chief of a sect, the commander of a troop, or the speaker of a government, as long as they are shouldering the fate of more than their own, none of them are qualified to believe in you until you present undeniable proof. Li Yao took a deep breath and continued. Can the Truth Cabinet prove it? The Truth Cabinet is just a polygraph. Any polygraph can be cracked. Didn't you crack it once before? This is too important an issue. Neither the Flying Star sector nor the Heaven's Origin sector will not have absolute faith in a polygraph, which is not any polygraph but one carefully studied by you, a master of refining, before. I've figured out an approach that should be able to solve the conundrum, but it cannot be used in the environment right now. How about this? Instead of proving that I'm innocent, let's find evidence of Lu Zui's scheme. It will also be enough to suggest that the whole thing is weird, right? That's true. Speaking of that, Ding Lingdang has a lead. Li Yao was refreshed. What lead? Ding Lingdang joined the discussion and asked, have you ever heard an organization named Patriots Partnership? Patriots Partnership? Evidently, Li Yao had never heard of it. This is what happened. The Secret Sword Bureau's brief says that 3 snipers were killed in a plaza next to the Federal Square, who were suspected to be the children of the Nether World. However, one of the bodies looked familiar to me. I thought hard and remembered seeing it in a meeting of the Patriots Partnership half a year ago. What is such a partnership about? It was just a regular discussion group of thoughts. At that time, the news about the Flying Star sector and the Imperium of true human beings had only just spread out in the Federation. The world we lived in expanded countless times in an instant. You know that all cultivators more or less have feelings for their homeland and want to do something for the people and the country. Regarding the solutions for the unprecedented change, many wise cultivators proposed their opinions. The idea that the 3 sectors should collaborate and resist the Imperium together was supported by some, doubted by some, and strongly objected by some. People holding different opinions formed different groups spontaneously. The Patriots Partnership was an organization that strongly objected to the cooperation with the demon race. It believed that demons were never to be trusted. Besides, the Federation was a sacred country made of pure human beings. How could it be vilified by those evil beings? The only solution to the Imperium of true human beings is to conquer the Blood Demon sector with the Flying Star sector and send all the demons to the resource planets in the Flying Star sector as slaves. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. Jean Tui was right again. A lot of people in the Federation was indeed holding such a though. You used to believe in such an ideology? Li Yao asked. I still do. Li Yao. Forget it. This is a conflict of belief, Ding Ling Dang said. I cannot explain it to you right now. Anyway, all kinds ideologies were thriving in the Federation after the shock of New Worlds. Such a discussion group was not rare. What was rare was the criterion to join the discussion group. The Patriots Partnership was not open to regular cultivators. It had two conditions for admittance. Firstly, you had to be above the middle level of the building foundation stage and boast certain influence in society, your sect, or the army. Secondly, at least one of your family members had to have been killed by demons, and you had to have a deep grudge against them. It meant that the discussion group was one of a relatively higher level. That was why I joined it. Later, there was nothing particularly interesting. Partying, chatting, making friends, and all. Right. In one of the meetings, I saw the sniper of the children of the netherworld killed today. I was among the firmest opposers. Also, since I was relatively young among them, my speech was sometimes very radical. As it turned out, one night, the founder of the group, who was a professor in the Capital Medical College, came to me. He said that the discussion there was not good enough and that there was a more advanced group where I would meet more friends that agreed with me. He asked whether or not I would like to join. Li Yao was anxious. Did you agree? No, Ding Ling Dang replied, I had no disagreement about their opinion, but you know that I always like straightforwardness. I have never been interested in such mysterious things. Therefore, I simply said that I would consider it. Later, I thought that it wouldn't hurt to make a few more friends in the new group. So, I told the founder that I would like to join, but he suddenly hesitated and refused to let me in. After a while, everybody was bored of the empty talk. The Patriots Partnership gradually dissolved. At that time, a lot of discussion groups were emerging and disappearing every day. I didn't think much of it. But today, when I saw the body of the sniper, it suddenly occurred to me that the man was even more fanatic and extremely than me in the discussion group. It is possible that he was actually a child of the netherworld, but is there another possibility? Li Yao pondered carefully for a moment and shuddered hard. Are you saying that there was a certain organization that gathered a large batch of experts that hated demons' guts, filtered them, and picked out the most extreme, fanatic, and unwavering ones? Even for someone like you, whose parents were killed by the demon race, an expert at the peak of the core formation stage, was determined to be unqualified and rejected just because you considered for a night. In other words, it is very likely that there is a Patriots Partnership where numerous cultivators who consider demons are mortal enemies and are even more radical, fanatical, and resolute than Ding Ling Dang? I'm not sure, Ding Ling Dang said. When I went to the founder of the group later, he said that he was involved in a secret project of the military and that he would be on a long business trip. I couldn't reach out to him later. Hurry up, Professor Mo Xian interjected. I feel that we are about to be locked onto. We'll have to talk again in a different time and place. One last question, Li Yao said. Jiang Hailu, Zhou Hengdao, and Lu Zui, whose family member was killed by demons? Professor Mo Xian thought for a moment. Speaker Zhang's brother died in a beast tide 80 years ago. Iron Commander doesn't seem to have any. What about Lu Zui? Does he have any? Li Yao asked. He does. Who was it? Everyone. What? Lu Zui is more than 200 years old, Ding Ling Dang explained. He doesn't have many family members in the world. He only had a beloved wife who had grown up with him since childhood. Because of a congenital disease, she never had a child. The two of them accompanied each other for more than 200 years. Because she was infertile, she opened an orphanage 100 years ago and adopted many war orphans as her children. She was a famous philanthropist in the Federation known as Mary Mother. After more than 100 years, they raised more than 500 foster children, many of whom were distinguished persons in their trade. 15 years ago, after a beast tide outbreak, his wife went to the Grand Desolate Plateau to search for and rescue orphans as usual, but she was ripped into shreds by a demon beast hiding in the debris. Not counting his foster children, Lu Zui only had one family member, his wife. So, wasn't his entire family killed by demons? Li Yao was silent for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he found it difficult to type. 500 foster children, all distinguished persons in their trade? Yes. Holy S***. At 3 o'clock in the morning, it began to rain. At dawn, it was pouring. In the number 2 public cemetery of the capital city, below a giant pine tree, the rainwater was sprinkling on a tiny monument. The monument was so small and deeply buried that it was barely noticeable. Below the moss was 2 tiny words, Mary Mother. It was the tree burial, the most environmental and cheapest of all. In front of the monument, an old man wearing a black raincoat stood in silence. Voila! A streak of lightning ripped apart the dark night, illuminating a pale face that was covered in raindrops. It was Lu Zui, an admin-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage, the guardian angel on the black frontline of the Federation, and the director of the Secret Sword Bureau. Lu Zui was carried a mottled lunchbox. He took off his coat and sat in the mud below the pine tree. After taking the few dishes out of the lunchbox, he poured old wine into 2 neat cups. Spraying 1 cup of the wind on the roots of the tree, Lu Zui refilled it before sipping from the wine in the other cup and enjoying the food slowly in the raging storm. While eating and drinking, Lu Zui touched the wrinkled pine tree and spoke softly. "Honey, I've been too busy recently and had no time to visit you. Today, I finally made a few dishes. All of them are your favorite food. I was too hasty and didn't make them well. The skin of the fish is broken, but the braised pork is decently cooked. Also, this is your favorite lychee wine. Enjoy it. Honey. I did something yesterday. You would have criticized me if you knew it. You always told me that the demons and devils are not worth my anger. But I promise you that this is not about anger or revenge. I just don't want Wei Ming, De Gang, Mao Mao, their children, and the children's children to live together with the vile monsters. Our children are so weak, so innocent, and so kind. They will be taken great advantage of when they are around the children of demons, who are born brutal. The little ones always horse around when they do not know what they are doing. It's the responsibility of the old people to watch over them, right? All right. Take them slowly. There are many dishes here. I'm leaving for work. Maybe I will be able to visit you again, but that's all right. Wei Ming and Mao Mao will come. Their children and grandchildren will come to visit Mary Mother, too. Just wait for me for a few years. If it is quick enough, perhaps I will be meeting you in a year or 2. Leave the door open for me. I am leaving, honey. Goodbye. Lu Zui touched the wrinkled bark in a trance. He then picked up a handful of moist mud next to his wife's monument and stuffed it into his clothes from his neckline. When he stood straight again, his soft eyes suddenly turned as sharp as an eagle and as cold as a blade. Holding his chest so that the cold mud could warm up his heart, which was even colder, he staggered out of the cemetery. His eardrum suddenly vibrated. After a telepathic thought, a conversation began. There was not a sound from the other speaker, except for cold breathing. "What's the matter?" Lu Zui asked. A tough voice came over. "Don't pretend. You know what? We agreed to assassinate the spineless Jiang Hailu. Why did you blow up thousands of innocent civilians?" Lu Zui laughed, his teeth glittering in the lightning. "You are a soldier, and this is a war. How can there be no casualties in a war?" The other speaker gnashed his teeth. "You crossed the line." "I did. Do you want to shoot me?" "I will," the other speaker stated. "When everything is done, I will shoot you first and then myself, as sacrificial offerings to the innocent victims." "Whatever." He cut off the communication directly and walked to the gate of the cemetery. Walla! 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 The darkest night before dawn was occupied by incessant lightning, which illuminated more than 10 black shadows wearing black raincoats like statues. Father! Father! Greetings echoed below the black raincoats, occasionally mixed with other form of address. Grandfather! Lu Zui picked up the bottle and threw it over. This is your mother's favorite lychee wine. We didn't finish it. Come on. Let's share it. The 10 or so black shadows raised their wine cups in the tempest at the same time. It is our responsibility to slay the evil. Being shattered is the sweetest death, one of the black shadows shouted. The big demon Jin Tui and the little demon Li Yao are joining hands, trying to introduce demons into the Federation. Our great land will be tainted. Our magnificent country will be tarnished. In times of peril, all the cultivators should not hesitate to fight, another black shadow roared with him. Ha ha ha. Lu Zui laughed hard, with tears flowing on his eyes. Good. 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 You are all my good boys. You are all good boys of the honorable human beings of the Star Glory Federation. Come on. Bottoms up. Lu Zui and the black shadows drank all the remaining wine before they smashed the wine cups into pieces on the tough rocks as their deafening declaration echoed in the pouring storm. Slay the demons, save the Federation. Chapter 1099 What evilness are you slaying? At 8 o'clock in the morning, the millions of citizens residing in the downtown district of the capital city greeted the new day, making the underground district even more chaotic than before. Because of the pouring rain on the ground, the underground drainage system was also activated to the maximum. Countless rainwater tubes and dirty water tubes were emitting deafening noises as currents ran inside. The difficulty of tracking Li Yao escalated all of a sudden. The secret sword agents, who had barely slept in the previous couple of days, almost went crazy. Li Yao reached out to Professor Mo Xian again through another electric cable. Professor Mo Xian brought the information that he wanted most. Li Yao had been anxious about the mysterious sniper. Even after injecting a huge amount of cell restoration drugs, his heart was beating with a dull pain. It would even occasionally threaten to stop beating. The quick, lethal shot last time was too terrifying. Li Yao did not want to brag about himself, but there were no more than 3 snipers who could threaten his life to such an extent in the entire Federation. The man did not show any intent to capture him alive but just wanted him dead. If the Patriots' partnership did exist, the man was very likely a member of it, which meant that he would be a good candidate for Li Yao to get started with. Therefore, he asked Professor Mo Xian to investigate the man's identity. The sniper's identity was not too much of a secret. After all, although the marvelous shot concealed the force and intimidation as best it could, thereby escaping ordinary people's attention, the high-level cultivators could definitely smell the vague scent of spiritual energy. There was no hiding that. Also, Director Lu Zui had acknowledged frankly that there was another hunting team in case of the infiltration of the children of the netherworld. The leader of the squad was the well-respected chief coach of gunnery in the Federal Army. The cultivators who did not know the inside information naturally would not have any doubt. It was Death Ray Yi Changkong. Li Yao clicked his tongue. As the chief coach of gunnery of the Federal Army, Death Ray Yi Changkong was also a legendary person who had been famous for more than a century and was a well-deserved hero of the Federation. It had never occurred to Li Yao that he would be a member of the Patriots' partnership. Li Yao quickly evaluated the combat ability of the two sides. Death Ray Yi Changkong was in the middle level of the nascent soul stage. He was adept at manipulating objects at distance, locking onto the enemy mentally, and hiding his own traces. Also, he had the enhancement of a gun that was an ultimate treasure. At a distance of more than 1,000 meters, he would certainly have the advantage. In comparison, Li Yao was in the superlative height of the core formation stage. He was good at deploying traps and close-range combat. If the distance could be shortened to within 100 meters, the entire battlefield would be under his control. However, what Li Yao wanted was much more than simply killing Death Ray. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao sent a message to Professor Mo Xian. Any idea what gun Death Ray Yi Changkong is using? Professor Mo Xian was a seasoned expert of magical equipment. Naturally, he knew a lot about the commonly used weapons of the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Federation. The gun he uses most is a Heavenly Shuttle 9 anti-armor sniper rifle. The sniper rifle is designed to deal with the demon experts who boast super thick armor and the behemothic demon beasts. Controlled by the experts about the core formation stage, the sniper rifle could blow a hole or make a headshot on a demon beast 100 meters tall easily. Yi Changkong's Heavenly Shuttle 9 was also modified by Li Chenxin, a master of firearms, and it consumed incalculable heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was utterly reshaped and combined the techniques of multiple types of guns. Together with the marrow crystal bullets that were carefully refined, the gun is a unique, ultimate treasure. Even Master Li Chenxin was very satisfied with the masterpiece and named it Herald. Li Chenxin was the most famous master of firearms in the Federation. No wonder the heavy sniper rifle was so powerful, it had been modified by him in person. Li Yao thought for a moment and asked again, is there any way to hack into Master Li Chenxin's crystal processor and steal the structural design and the modification procedures of Herald? Professor Mo Xian was silent for a moment, before replying, it is not difficult to sneak into Master Li's crystal processor. After all, gunnery is just a secondary art. Even the designs of Herald can't be a top secret. However, the Secret Sword Bureau is closely monitoring me. There will be a lot of trouble if I want to hack into someone else's crystal processor without them knowing. I estimate that it will take more than half a day. Also, the information contained in the designs is too huge to be transmitted through text. That's not a big deal, Li Yao said. Ding Lingdang is still hunting me anyway. After Professor Mo gets the designs, you can store them in a super mini chip and ask Ding Lingdang to put it in a specific location. The inner wall of a certain trash can in a certain block, for example. I can pick it up myself. Alright. I will try to bypass the surveillance, hack into Li Chenxin's crystal processor, and retrieve the designs of Herald in 6 hours, Professor Mo Xian replied. However, why do you want them? Li Yao smiled. I've figured out an approach that is worth a try, but it requires your cooperation, especially Ding Lingdang's. I'm listening. Li Yao hesitated for a moment and took a deep breath. Still, he typed in a line of words in the end. You know everything, but you cannot let go of your hatred for the demons? There was a long silence, and the light beam remained blank. Li Yao stared at it without blinking, with hot sweat dripping down his forehead. It was not until half a minute later that a new line popped up on the light beam. You know that my father and my mother were killed by the demons right in front of my eyes. The scene is like a cluster of thorns that always entangled my heart. Now, I am already at the peak of the core formation stage. But at night, I still wake up from nightmares because of fear, and I feel that I'm the desperate little girl who is surrounded by the beast tide again. The road that you and Jean Tui described looks straight, beautiful, and correct. Perhaps, there is really a promising future if we embark on that path. However, the cluster of thorns is still entangling my heart, my limbs, and my whole body without letting go. I can never get rid of it no matter how hard I try. Can you teach you how to put down the hatred? Li Yao was silent and did not know what he could say. Whatever he said at this moment, it would only be hypocritical, stupid, and even cruel. He had never experienced the pain that Ding Lingdang had. How could he be so shameless as to toss out some irresponsible nonsense? Scratching his head hard, Li Yao failed to come up with any solution. The light beam was blank for another half-minute before the letters popped up one after another again. Ding Lingdang was typing very fast. Li Yao could even picture her biting her bottom lip. However, no matter how much one hates the demons, no matter how unwilling one is to cooperate with the demons, it is definitely not a reason to kill thousands of compatriots, thousands of ordinary people, and thousands of innocent fathers, mothers, husbands, wives, sons, and daughters. I watched my parents die in front of me in person. I know exactly how it feels. In the Federal Square yesterday, how many little kids at the same age as I was years ago tasted the same feeling? Years later, will they wake up from nightmares and burst into tears like I do today? Slaying evil is our responsibility, but the purpose of slaying the evil is to protect ordinary people so that none of us need to bear such pain. If thousands of innocent people must be sacrificed first in order to slay evil, wouldn't it be putting the cart before the horse? What evil are they slaying? Last night, I thought for a long time while holding the pictures of my father and my mother, but I was still uncertain what path I would take. However, there is one thing that I'm absolutely certain about. The scumbags who killed so many innocent people, even if they are wearing a human skin covered in fancy clothes and carrying the righteous banner, are still evil. The most shameless evil. I am a cultivator. Guarding ordinary people and slaying evil is my responsibility. Regardless of whether the evil is wearing the skin of demons or that of human beings, I will catch them mercilessly, grab their neck, and beat the last bit of crap out of their filthy body. Li Yao gazed at the light beam for a long time. He felt that his nostrils were occupied by some sour liquids. He rubbed his eyes hard and quickly typed. Got it. We can discuss our future path later. We'll definitely work something out. Right now, let's catch the evil in human skin first and beat the crap out of them. Look at the back of the third cooling tube below the left abdomen on your crystal suit. Hee hee. When you punched the cosmos ring into my mouth, I gave you a little something, too. 6 hours later, in the command center of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau, Ding Lingdang was gnashing her teeth while her red hair was dancing crazily in midair. She was holding a thin chip in her hand. She jabbed the chip at Guo Chunfeng's nose. What's this? Guo Chunfeng slightly frowned. He was a refiner with keen eyes. Naturally, he could tell that it was a chip for a crystal processor to connect to the spiritual nexus wirelessly. There was a unique identification rune array and spiritual stripe embedded inside, too. It was used to connect to the network. In other words, the chip was a crystal processor's SIM card. Only after the chip was inserted and activated could a crystal processor connect to the spiritual nexus. What confused him was why Ding Lingdang brought a network chip to him. I found the chip in the cooling tube of my crystal suit while I was maintaining it. It is definitely not mine. Ding Lingdang spoke to him solemnly. Although she was not a refiner, an excellent exo still needed grasp the knowledge of the regular and simple maintenance of their crystal suit. After the battles that were not very intense, if the crystal suits were not damaged, it was common practice for the exos to perform the maintenance themselves. Guo Chunfeng thought quickly and gasped. It must have been inserted into your crystal suit secretly by Blood Devil Li Yao during combat. The chip is not under our surveillance. As long as you replace it with the one in your crystal processor, you will be able to establish an unknown, confidential communication channel. Ding Lingdang gnashed her teeth. Does the wretched Blood Devil think that I'm a 3-year-old whom it can fool easily in such a way? The real Li Yao is already dead. It is not Li Yao at all. I will not be tricked. Exactly, fellow cultivator Ding. You did the right thing by giving the chip to us. The Blood Devil is cunning and unpredictable. Normal cultivators may be bewildered by him easily. Not to mention that you are. Guo Chunfeng thought for a long time and failed to find a phrase to describe the relationship between Ding Lingdang and Li Yao. Ding Lingdang sighed and sat on a seat at a loss. I understand it, Supervisor Gua. I am just a pure battle-type cultivator. Such complicated issues should be handled by professionals like you, but I must remind you that, since the Blood Devil inherited Li Yao's memory and combat style, based on my understanding about Li Yao, this is very likely one of his ruses, too. I have handed the chip to you, but as for whether or not it wants to talk to me or has other intentions, I can't tell now. Make a judgment yourselves. Of course. Gua Chunfeng immediately agreed. He gave the chip to the crystal processor specialists. Right now, the operation to capture Blood Devil Li Yao was no longer just the Demon Execution Division's business. Blood Devil Li Yao was related to the Blood Demon Sector, which was the work range of the Demon Execution Division. However, since it was the Blood Devil, which was sort of a devil, the Devil Elimination Division, which was responsible for the extraterrestrial devils, had every reason to participate in the operation, too. Additionally, since Li Yao had been a cultivator before he was possessed by the Blood Devil, it was only natural that the Third Division, which was responsible for the crimes of the cultivators, joined as well. The three divisions had joined their hands to chase after the most dangerous Blood Devil Li Yao. It was one of the biggest operations since the establishment of the Secret Sword Bureau, but the general commander was still Gua Chunfeng. The chip was inserted into a crystal processor. Almost 100 crystal processor specialists, including a nascent soul stage cultivator and more than 10 core formation stage cultivators, stared at the light beam together with Gua Chunfeng. 4 pieces of information popped up on the light beam. They were all the simplest text. Judging from the time stamp, they had been sent earlier. The first one said, "Trust me. I have evidence for you." The other 3 pieces of information were all a location with a time. It appeared that Blood Devil Li Yao was arranging a meeting with Ding Lingdang at a certain time in a certain location. However, the first 2 appointments had long passed. The Blood Devil must have changed the time and location of their meeting 3 times when Ding Lingdang did not show up. There were only 5 minutes to go before the 3rd appointment. Damn it! Gua Chunfeng slapped his thigh and breathed hard. Had we found it earlier, we might have captured him already. Everyone near the 13th district moved to the Star River community. It is very possible that Blood Devil Li Yao will show up there in 5 minutes. Crystal processor specialists analyze the data immediately and trace the source. Hurry! 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 Let's get moving. Encouraged by Gua Chunfeng, all the Secret Sword agents were rushing toward the Star River community on the -13th floor like wild bees. They blocked all the entrances and exits of the -13th floor. The 100 crystal processor specialists were analyzing the information quickly with the help of the super crystal processor. 3 minutes later, the result was out. Blood Devil Li Yao was very prudent. He sent the shortest text every time and made sure that the information sent out was minimal. Also, he would completely turn off the crystal processor after a message was sent. Therefore, it was impossible to lock onto the position of the Blood Devil for now. 5 minutes later, the Star River community was peaceful. There was no sign of the Blood Devil at all. The terrible Blood Devil had natural instincts about danger. It had perhaps smelt something mysterious from the unusual mobilization of the Secret Sword agents. He escaped into the crowd again. Very soon, another message was sent. A lot of Secret Sword agents are in the Star River community. Not a good place for meeting. In 20 minutes, at the door of the Red Lightning Arena on the -16th floor. See you there. The message was sent to the crystal processor in the command center through the invisible spiritual nexus in less than 0.1 seconds. Blood Devil Li Yao turned off the crystal processor at exactly the same time, too. But it would never occur to the Blood Devil that the 100 crystal processor specialists of the Secret Sword Bureau had controlled the network chip and deployed a very inconspicuous virus on it. The function of the virus was that, as long as anybody transmitted information via the network chip, an unpredictable telepathic thought would immediately be fed back. The telepathic thought would hack into the other crystal processor. Even if the crystal processor was completely turned off, it would still activate the network chip deep inside the crystal processor in its silent mode. Got M! Exclamations echoed in the command center. Li Yao was a master of refining but not a specialist of the spiritual nexus. His understanding of crystal processor viruses was very shallow. How could he be match for 100 best experts of the trade? The Blood Devil was rushing quickly from the -13th floor to the -16th floor. He even took a turn in a warehouse of abandoned magical equipment on the -15th floor to get rid of the potential followers. Then, after dashing to the -21st floor through a drainage tube, he went back to the -16th floor. The Blood Devil could not have been more prudent. But it never occurred to the Blood Devil that the portable crystal processor, which he was wearing on the wrist but had completely turned off, had already betrayed him. Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3, prepare ambushes near the Red Lightning Arena. The coordinates of the target have been sent to your crystal processor. Focus on driving him away and try to avoid a fierce fight. Also, ask the nascent soul stage cultivators at the entrance and exits on the ground to be ready. Guo Chunfeng wiped away his greasy sweat, clenched his fists, and stared at the shining red spot on the 3D map. The red spot was Blood Devil Li Yao. The red spot would enter the Secret Sword Bureau's siege in another several seconds. Right then, the red spot retreated at an astonishing speed and crawled into the interconnecting drainage channels again. The storm earlier made every drainage channel in the underground district a surging river. In the flooding rainwater, the red spot accelerated to the maximum speed and traveled deeper than the -30th floor in the blink of an eye. We've been discovered. Guo Chunfeng jumped to his feet in fury. All members, surround him and try to force him to the surface. Analyze the information of the terrain nearby and the tube network, and calculate the most likely coordinates where he will appear on the ground. Ask the nascent soul stage cultivators around to move over. Be wary and prepare for battle. A moment later, a line of angry words popped up on the light beam. Why? Why? Why can't you just trust me? Then, the red spot was gone. The Blood Devil has discovered the anomaly of the crystal processor. It has likely been crushed right now, one of the crystal processor specialists said helplessly. After all, the activated chip will still spread out feeble spiritual waves even if it is in the silence mode. This is already enough. Guo Chunfeng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, this time, the Blood Devil has been exposed for too long. We are too close to it for it to get away again. Block the Blood Devil from 3 sides and leave one side empty. It can only be pushed to the ground according to our pace. In sky above the capital city, a medical airship was floating quietly. On the surface, it was a plain-looking medical airship, but below the ragged shell were actually dozens of powerful attack rune arrays. Death Ray Yi Chongkong, the best expert of guns in the Federation and a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, as well as his elite hunting group, was now hiding inside the medical airship. Death Ray Yi Chongkong was more than 160 years old, but his hair was black, and his teeth were still strong. He looked like an energetic middle-aged man. He was short and as light as a falling leaf, covered in an imitative disguise suit that could change appearance according to the environment, and holding the sniper rifle named Harold. Leaning against the seat, he was resting with his eyes closed. The tough members of the team, on the other hand, were talking, laughing, and even horsing around. Their expressions and muscles were all very relaxed. Only the best veterans who had survived more than 100 battles could be so calm before a great battle. Yi Chongkong was an expert of shooting. He knew his advantages and disadvantages best. Never in the world would he sneak into such a chaotic place as the underground district in order to hunt such a dreadful opponent as Li Yao. It was the most idiotic approach, which would turn him from the predator into the prey instantly. Standing on the well-disguised, highly powerful hunting airship, he could see every corner of the capital city. Wherever the target popped up, he would be able to rush close within a breath, set up traps, and shoot the target unhurriedly. Z. 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 Yi Changkong's crystal processor suddenly buzzed. The latest information in the command center was sent over, including the updates of the siege, Li Yao's most likely escape route, and the progress of the secret sword agents. Even Guo Chuanfeng's every word had been recorded. The hunting group led by Yi Changkong was under the direct command of Lu Zui. It was of a higher level than the hunting group commanded by Guo Chunfeng. Lu Zui had opened all clearances to him so that he could receive all the information on Guo Chuanfeng's side in real time. On the other hand, Yi Changkong's progress was blocked from the outside world. It was highly classified and reported to Lu Zui alone. Schwa. 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 Endless information flashed in front of Yi Changkong, only to be devoured by his eyes that looked like black holes. He blinked and pressed his ears softly. Lu Zui's voice immediately came over. Li Yao will likely escape to the ground. Some nascent soul stage cultivators not under our control are coming at him. Do not let him be captured alive, or we might be in trouble. To avoid trouble and to make sure that our plan goes smoothly, kill him as soon as possible. Yi Changkong moved his fingers away and cut off the communication. Brilliance beamed out of his eyes. The information that he had just devoured popped up on his retina again as he analyzed and calculated at a speed close to that of a mainframe crystal processor. His nickname was Death Ray. It meant that, wherever he went and however many targets there were, if he was determined to go on a killing spree, all the targets would be wiped out at the speed of light. Yi Changkong set his crystal processor into the stealth and sniper mode. He then put 2 lenses of data into his eyes. Glamorous colors immediately appeared in front of his eyes, which turned out to be a translucent city where Li Yao was surrounded. Other than the structural designs of the dozens of floors into the underground, there was also the most detailed map about their corresponding parts on the ground. Every pathway and every window in every skyscraper was clear to him so that he could study the most promising plan of shooting unhurriedly. Although Li Yao's coordinates were gone, the coordinates of all the secret sword agents were still scattered on the map in the form of bluish colors. It was not hard to analyze Li Yao's approximate location from the movement of the hunters. He was like a whale that was surrounded and being chased by countless tiger sharks. There was nowhere that he could run to. Yi Changkong tapped his temples unhurriedly. He commanded the hunting airship to fly toward the location where Li Yao would likely rush out while his soul turned into spiritual threads and dived into the complicated map. Schwa. He constructed a vivid underground maze deep inside his brain, assuming the role of Li Yao and speculating his most likely route of escape in his place. As the best sniper of the Heaven's origin sector, Yi Changkong was a top assassin, too. To some extent, Li Yao and he were the same type of person. Stealth, infiltration, assassination from the shadows, escape from ambushes that nobody could get away from. All those subjects were Li Yao's best moves. They were also Yi Changkong's routine work in his 100 years of battles. The snipers in the military were often divided into groups of 2, with 1 shooter and 1 observer. However, after he advanced into the nascent soul stage, Yi Changkong no longer needed an observer, nor could he ever find a partner that was suitable for himself. Even the most well-trained would be a burden instead of help for him when they worked as his observer. For the past 40 years, he had always been a lone wolf, just like Li Yao did. After receiving the task to shoot Li Yao, Yi Changkong had collected all the known files about Li Yao and studied them for a whole week. He had paid special attention to Li Yao's successful and classical cases. He had even asked Lu Zui to hypnotize him with the techniques of the meditation healer so that he would think himself Vulture Li Yao. He trained, drilled, and lived in the hypnotized state. In such a way, he developed a deep understanding about Li Yao's state of mind, habits, and thinking pattern. Yi Changkong was amazed by the guy of the same trade as himself who was more than 100 years younger. He even had the feeling that the two of them could be good friends. He often thought that, if it were Li Yao, perhaps he would consider changing his habits for decades and bringing an observer. It was a pity that his mission was to destroy his good friend, whom he had never met before. My young friend, you are immature after all. You are idiotic enough to trust a woman whom you haven't met for 10 years, who is filled with jealousy and anger. If you had the chance to live to my age, you would certainly realize that it is better to trust a demon beast that has been injected with excessive exhilarant than to trust an infuriated woman because the behavior of the latter is even more unpredictable. But it is a pity that you won't survive today. Your pattern has been completely scrutinized by me. You are trying to run away from here, right? The maze in the brain of Death Ray Yi Changkong was enlarged and enlarged until it stopped in a rusted, abandoned area in the southwest part of the capital city. It was a factory area that was about to be demolished and reconstructed. Tremendous forsaken factories of magical equipment, where all kinds of rusted tubes and black furnaces were piled up, made the place look like a tomb of iron. There was not an entrance or exit to the underground district here. Therefore, it was not a focus of the defense on the ground. There was not a second nascent soul stage cultivator in the 5 square kilometers nearby, either. The terrain there was too complicated. Nobody knew where the jumbled tubes led to eventually. Also, as the city developed rapidly, the areas nearby had been built into a business district that was packed with people and vehicles. Once the target snuck into the business district, it would be easy for him to get away. Most of the nascent soul stage cultivators are guarding the entrances and exits, but their number is too small after all, and they cannot watch over every weakly defended part of the capital city. You will certainly not choose to run away from the main entrances and exits. In those forsaken factories of magical equipment, countless tubes extend into the ground, such as the discharge tubes of cooling liquids for metal refinement, the discharge tubes of dirty water, and those of the poisonous gas. Pick a random tube, dig a hole, and you will crawl into one of the factories without anybody knowing anything. You don't even need to drill through the tubes. You are an explosion expert. As long as you calculate the precise location and angle, one tiny oriented crystal bomb is enough to blow your way up to the ground. With your speed, a few seconds is more than enough for you to dash into the business district that is teeming with people. Come on. Don't disappoint me. Do your best. Let's see whether my bullets are faster than your body and your saber or the other way around. I'm going to remember the competition for the rest of my life. Yi Changkong sent the battle plan that he had drafted in that moment to the crystal processors of all the members of the hunting group. 3 seconds later, everybody was in their crystal suit. They jumped off the airship and rushed to the forsaken factories of magical equipment not far away, like leaf butterflies that were landing on the forests of steel softly. Judging from the information on Guo Chuanfeng's side, the hunt below the ground was getting more and more intense. Li Yao was about to flee to the underground space right below the factory area. A second nascent soul stage cultivator that was closest to them was staying at an exit of the underground district 7 kilometers away. Yi Changkong pondered for a moment and decided not to tell his judgment to the ally in case there was trouble. He had locked onto the location of Li Yao's appearance. Also, he was in the company of almost 20 partners who trained day and night for their teamwork. As long as they could stall Li Yao for 0.1 seconds, it would be good enough. Schwa. While he was still in midair, 12 small balls ejected out the back of Yi Changkong's crystal suit. They exploded into 12 sparrows and entered stealth mode after flashing briefly. The 12 stealthy sparrows flew in every direction around the factory area and had every corner under control. The hunting group landed on the ground quietly. Everybody's crystal suit was added with stealth units for the mission. They melted into the steel forest like chameleons that had grown venomous fangs. Then, they concealed the emittance of heat and spiritual waves and compressed their breath and heartbeat to the minimum while lurking in the middle of the dark debris. The fatal trap was ready. Whichever part of the factory area Li Yao was going to jump out from, they would be able to bite him instantly, for at least 0.1 seconds. Yi Changkong, on the other hand, climbed to the top of an enormous chimney hundreds of meters tall at the southeast corner of the factory area. It was the commanding height of the area, without any obstacles in the several square kilometers nearby, which made it the perfect location for a sniper. Also, the wall of the chimney was very thick, and there was a circular platform on the top. It was very comfortable to either kneel or crouch there. Schwa. 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 Through the data and information that was bouncing on the lenses on his retina, Yi Changkong quickly figured out 29 coordinates where Li Yao was most likely to erupt out. In 5 seconds, he set the gun's parameters according to the coordinates. He also changed his crystal suit into stealth mode before he wrapped a disguise cloak around his crystal suit, which could prevent the spiritual energy inside from dispersing. The sniper rifle Herald, which had also entered stealth mode, slightly protruded out through a gap on the disguise cloth. While the marrow crystals were getting hotter and hotter in Herald, his head was calmer and calmer. His mind was empty, and he entered the indescribable state of transcendence. In a moment, all the buildings nearby and the earth were melted in his eyes and turned transparent. He could vaguely see that countless secret sword agents were running and roaring. He also sensed that a streak of brightness was fleeing in a hurry to the 19th coordinates that he had estimated earlier. It was a shooting skill of Death Ray, Yi Changkong's own invention. By sharpening his senses to the maximum, he was able to perceive the target by the ripples and the feedback of the telepathic thoughts. All the barriers and obstacles would be non-existent in his eyes. "You are such a disappointment." Yi Changkong sighed in his heart, but the veins, nerves, and muscles all over his body had already been adjusted to the most perfect state by his natural instincts as fast as lightning. Harold aimed at the 19th spot instantly, and he pulled the trigger before the target burst out of the ground. No sound, no light, not even any waves because of the dispersion of spiritual energy. A marrow crystal that he had refined for 81 days with his blood ripped apart the sky and pierced into the ground. Right after the marrow crystal, which barely existed, broke the limits of time and space and crossed hundreds of meters instantly, 3 things happened at the same time. Firstly, the ground exploded without any warning, and a streak of blackness rushed out, only to be hit by the bullet and blown apart. Had there not been the second thing, it would have been a classic, textbook case for any sniper. But secondly, Yi Changkong's pupils constricted violently, and all the cells over his body were shrieking. Somebody seemed to have clenched his heart and his genitals hard, making him almost cry out in pain. He suddenly realized that the blackness that he had hit was not a human being but a piece of magical equipment that could spread out the spiritual waves of a human being. Had there not been the third thing, he would have shuddered very, very, very hard right now. But thirdly, right below his body, deep in the dark chimney, a saber aura, which was as invisible and inaudible as his bullet, swept up at the speed of a tide. The thing about the speed of a tide was that, when anyone noticed that their knees were drowned by water and realized that a great tsunami was coming, it would already be too late even if they ran away immediately. The saber aura, which was as unpredictable as moonlight, as unstoppable as a tide, and as freezing as a blizzard, penetrated into his skin and ripped apart his skin, his veins, and his bones. At the same time, thunder was echoing inside Yi Changkong's head, and he was illuminated by the lightning in his mind. He understood everything now. Li Yao had never trusted the stupid woman. This was a trap since the very beginning, one specially prepared for him. As the best sniper of the Heaven's origin sector, he was the biggest threat for Li Yao right now with his shooting skills. The guy had learned a good lesson yesterday near the Federal Square. With his delaying, it would be easier for other experts to surround Li Yao. The difficulty of escape was dozens of times higher. Therefore, Li Yao had to kill him at any cost in order to run away without hindrance. It was true that Li Yao and he were the same type of person, lone wolves adept at assassination. Therefore, Li Yao knew his skills and style as clearly as he knew Li Yao's. Everybody knew that he was a senior expert who had been famous for more than 100 years. As the chief coach of gunnery in the Federal Army, he was not someone working in secret either. A lot of his most important assassination cases were already publicly known. The courses that he taught in the Federal Army in several military schools were not top secret either. He had also published quite a few books on shooting skills. Also, dozens of biographies, which had elaborated on almost all his experiences from when he was born to right now, had been released a long time ago, too. He had even published 2 personal memoirs. Over the past 100 years, the information about him in public must have been hundreds of times more than Li Yao's. He knew Li Yao very well, but Li Yao could also scrutinize his thinking pattern and combat style in one day. Therefore, Yi Chongkong had every reason to believe that Li Yao had never trusted the idiotic woman named Ding Lingdang. The network chip that he had delivered to Ding Lingdang's cooling tube in secret was just bait to fish him up. Perhaps, Li Yao had already snuck out of the underground district into the factory area before sending the first message to Ding Lingdang. He had since been hiding deep inside the chimney, compressing his heartbeat, breathing, and scent, and lurking patiently like a cluster of cold dross. The guy was very clear that the top of the chimney was the best shooting point in the entire factory area. No sniper would choose a second location when they were there. As for the ever-moving signal of the crystal processor in the underground district, it was simple, too. As long as the crystal processor was set earlier to automatically turn on and send the message and to automatically turn off after the message was sent, everybody would be under the illusion that somebody was using the crystal processor. As for why it was running here and there, it was yet another petty trick. Some remote magical equipment under Li Yao's control, such as a flying sword or a beast puppet, must be carrying it. The remote magical equipment with the crystal processor had been pretending to be Li Yao and lured thousands of secret sword agents to chase after them. Everyone thought that Li Yao had run to the place in a hurry after being discovered and surrounded by the Secret Sword Bureau. They did not know that this place was a trap that he had selected earlier. Every detail had been within his calculations. He had led the secret sword agents to this place. Tricked. Guo Chunfeng, the most terrifying demon hunter of the Heaven's Origin sector, had been tricked. Thousands of elite secret sword agents had been tricked. Even he, Death Ray Yi Chongkong, had been completely tricked by Li Yao. Yi Chongkong felt chilled. It meant that, while he was climbing, examining, squatting, aiming, calculating, and shooting, Li Yao had been hiding in the chimney dozens of meters below him, perhaps sticking to the wall like a giant lizard, the whole time. No breath, no heartbeat, and no stomach movement. Hollower than a ghost and quieter than a corpse, the guy had been lurking and waiting for the best opportunity. It was not until he blew out the shot with all the spiritual energy in him, which made him at the lowest point in the circulation of spiritual energy, that Li Yao pierced out the most dangerous sting abruptly like a fatal scorpion. The competition in the nascent soul stage was not just about pure strength or speed. Such competition was always comprehensive, including a lot of factors such as wisdom, terrain, planning, knowledge, deduction, and much more, and the battle between Li Yao and Yi Chongkong was a typical example. In many cases, the outcome of a battle was determined before the two parties began fighting. This was exactly one of such cases. Li Yao's attack concentrated all of Li Yao's strength, speed, and energy in the entire scheme. Yi Chongkong knew that he could not dodge it when the aura of the saber was still underway. Without blinking his eyes, he threw out Herald, the sniper rifle, toward the depths of the dark chimney brutally. At the same time, a delicate pistol appeared in his left hand and shot out 3 marrow crystal bullets at the back of the aura. Now that such a dreadful enemy as Li Yao had approached within 100 meters of him, it would be committing suicide to use a sniper rifle again. Yi Changkong immediately switched to the most suitable weapon. Shua. The invisible saber aura passed his right shoulder like a soft breeze, but the 3 marrow crystal bullets that he had focused his attention on disappeared into the darkness. Chi. Yi Changkong's right arm, covered in the crystal suit, flew up to the air. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, as if his arm should never have grown on his body. One attack, without any unnecessary adornment, and the arm of a nascent soul stage cultivator had been chopped off. Yi Changkong's pupils constricted violently again. He did not know that Li Yao's manipulation over his spiritual energy was so skillful despite his young age. For a nascent soul stage cultivator, the criterion to gauge their capability was not how awesome-looking their attack was or how glamorous the sound and visual effects were. It was doubtless that, when a nascent soul stage burnt their life and soul and summoned all their spiritual energy, they would be able to rip apart the clouds in the sky, produce blasts sweeping across several square kilometers, or trigger thunder, lightning, and sandstorms. The sound and visual effects would be grandeur. But they were entirely useless. The sound and visual effects were not fatal, just the wasted spiritual energy in an attack. The more attractive the sound and visual effects were, and the more intimidating the attack looked, the more spiritual energy had been wasted during the attack, and the less spiritual energy would be really transformed into damage. Therefore, unless there were special needs, such as to boost the morale of allies and frighten the enemy on a battlefield, the nascent soul stage cultivators always pursued absolute control over their strength. The less awesome-looking, the better. Their dream was that, with a snap of their fingers, nothing would appear to happen, but the target several kilometers away would collapse to the ground, with no one knowing the cause of death even after the autopsy. Naturally, Li Yao's attack was miles away from such an ultimate level, but he was walking on the right path. Yi Changkong did not panic at all even though his right arm had been chopped off. He shot out the remaining 3 bullets calmly. Boom! From the inside of the dark chimney, his herald was thrown back brutally, followed by a streak of scarlet brightness. Demonic energy. The overwhelming demonic energy spread out violently like a volcanic eruption. Along with the surging demonic energy was creepy, screaming background music, which pierced through Yi Changkong's head like iron nails and disrupted the pace of his spiritual energy circulation. At this moment, only half a second had passed since Yi Changkong fired the first bullet. The members of the hunting group ambushing nearby all perceived Li Yao's demonic energy. The secret sword agents crowding out of the underground all perceived Li Yao's demonic energy. The battle-type nascent soul stage cultivator several kilometers away perceived the soaring, overwhelming demonic energy, too. Everybody rushed toward the chimney at the highest speed. Z. 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 Above the chimney, Li Yao was about to reach a point where he was 3 meters from Yi Changkong, when 6 streaks of lightning appeared abruptly around him. They split into 1,000 electric arcs and interweaved into a powerful electric net, blocking his lethal attack briefly. They were the 6 marrow crystal bullets that Yi Changkong had shot previously. They did not miss the target but enveloped Li Yao and transformed into a barrier of lightning. Yi Changkong was very clear that he had already failed without any chance of a comeback since the second he climbed on the chimney. However, after he abandoned everything and joined Lu Zui's cause, he had not cared about the meaningless stuff, such as death or honor, at all. He was a soldier of the Federal Army, one who considered death his homecoming. Right now, he was going to create an opportunity with his life as the bait so that Li Yao would be dragged into hell with him. Boom! The electric net did not stop Li Yao for long. Li Yao, wearing the mystic skeleton battlesuit and having the maximum combat ability, still approached him in the end. After one punch, the breastplate of his light crystal suit, which was designed for the snipers, was blown into pieces. Scraps of the crystal suit, mixed with terrible spiritual and demonic energy, flooded into his internal organs. Pooh! Yi Changkong vomited a mouthful of blood and broken flesh as if a volcano was erupting in his throat. But his handsome face hidden below the facial cover, on the other hand, put on a hideous smile. He sensed that several intimidating auras were drawing close. Li Yao would not be able to run away if he attacked a second time. The best outcome would certainly be that other battle-type cultivators killed Li Yao to save him. Even if the guy was not killed, he had released overwhelming demonic energy in public, and he was wearing such a weird, demonic suit. He had also slain the chief coach of gunnery of the Federal Army in front of all the eyewitnesses. How was he going to explain that? Would anybody believe him even if he brought out any evidence? The Federation is the human beings' federation. It is not to be sullied by you evil, filthy beings. Come on. Kill me. Yi Changkong burst into laughter in his heart. He tossed out his pistol. Spurts bouncing out from his left elbow and his knees, he lunged at Li Yao. However, Li Yao's judgment of the situation was beyond his expectations. Although Li Yao had gone through all the trouble to set up the trap and kill him, he seemed to come to the conclusion that he would not be able to run away after killing the enemy when he scanned the intimidating auras coming close at him. Without any hesitation, Li Yao abandoned the attack. He kicked his enemy right in the abdomen, blowing him into the air. Then, with the huge counterforce, he dashed back into the chimney again. Boom! A deafening sound echoed at the bottom of the chimney. The dust that had been accumulated for countless years like pozzolana soared up. Li Yao disappeared into the endless dust. The fierce battle between the nascent soul stage cultivator and someone at the superlative height of the core formation stage in fact only lasted 1 second. When Death Ray hit the ground like a broken doll, Li Yao was long gone. After the secret sword agents and the top experts crowded around and tore down the chimney, they discovered that at the bottom of the chimney was a series of holes that had been blown up by dozens of oriented crystal bombs. Passing through dozens of meters of holes, it was the congregating point of more than 10 drainage canals. The rainwater of the storm last night had all gathered inside, which made them the dirtiest swirls. Below the swirls were another 10 or so discharge tubes that led to every direction of the underground world. If Li Yao had jumped into the dirty swirls, nobody would have been able to tell which floor of the underground maze he had returned to right now. Asshole! In the command center of the operation, Guo Chunfeng burst into fury and smashed his teacup hard. Cracks were immediately appearing on his teacup which he had used for more than 10 years. Boss is angry. Most of the secret sword agents had never seen Guo Chunfeng lose control of himself before. Knowing that he had burst into fury for real, they looked at each other in bewilderment and did not know what to do. Before, even when they were faced with the infiltration of the most cunning demons, when they were all angry and anxious, it had always been their boss who calmed them down peacefully. They always said that their boss would be tranquil and optimistic no matter how harsh the environment was. It never occurred to them that the tranquility that their boss had trained for decades would be broken by Li Yao. But it was quite understandable. At this point, all the secret sword agents could tell that Li Yao had played them. Everybody felt awful. When they recalled a few days ago when they were eating the bear paws together dreaming to capture Li Yao soon, it was like a whole century ago. As for the other advanced hunting group led by Death Ray, Yi Changkong, naturally, many secret sword agents were not happy about it. However, that was part of the battles in the secret front line. When Director Lu Zui informed them of the existence of the children of the nether world, most people had found the arrangement acceptable after careful thought. Besides, Yi Changkong was the chief coach of gunnery in the Federal Army and a legendary, senior expert. He was an unquestionable federal hero whom many secret sword agents regarded as their idol. They had nothing to say about the other team that was led by such a senior, and they simply considered it another safety measure. It never occurred to them that even such a seasoned nascent soul stage cultivator would be tricked by Li Yao. After only one move, his right arm was chopped off, and he was beaten into heavy wounds. Could a sniper who had lost one arm still shoot? The field-tested secret sword agents grew a deeper understanding about the dreadfulness of Vulture Liao. The command center seemed to have turned into a refrigerator, where they became the frozen, dead fish. Give my orders. Ask the secret sword agents in the cities nearby to reinforce us. We will march into the underground district and search for the devil. His eyes bloodshot, Guo Chunfeng gritted his teeth so hard that they were cracking. With everything coming to this point, we can only overwhelm him with sheer numbers now. I will file an application to the government and the parliament requesting to close the few main entrances and exits of the underground district and to identity and evacuate all the citizens living down there. We will empty the underground and find this blood devil, and no matter how deep we will have to dig. All the secret sword agents were shocked. Almost 10,000 citizens were residing in the underground district of the capital city. Just for the search of one target, were all of them going to be evacuated? It had to be a joke. This was the capital city, which had just gone through a disaster, and the underground district was to be emptied today? Were they scared that the citizens were not panicked enough? Such an application would never be passed. Even the speaker would not dare make the call. Everybody knew that their boss was too angry to think it through, but none of them dared to point it out. Guo Chunfeng breathed heavily for a long time. Then, he seemed to realize that he had said something stupid. Waving his hands helplessly, he said, "Forget it. It's not like we can evacuate the citizens right now. Summon the secret sword agents from the cities nearby. Quintuple the number of the secret sword agents to be sent into the underground. Even if we can't capture him, we must keep him busy and stop him making trouble for anyone else." Understood. Now that all the secret sword agents were being sent to the underground, the defense and search on the ground would certainly be greatly weakened. But there was no better solution right now. None of the secret sword agents felt that the order was strange when they bowed and went to carry it out. Guo Chunfeng threw himself into the cushion in the corner heavily and crouched deep into it. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the swirls on the light beam where giant foam was floating and began a new round of consideration. €1 in the factory area, Yi Chongkong was like a pile of broken meat that was covered in the scrap iron and copper when he lay on the ground. But all the nascent soul stage cultivators boasted amazing vitality. As long as they were not killed on the spot, any seemingly shocking wounds were actually not a big deal. Chief Coach. All the members of the hunting group were greatly shaken. The medics hurried to come close and treat him. In the meantime, their airship landed. He was sent into the airship through a floating medical cabin and delivered to the hospital affiliated to the Secret Sword Bureau for deep treatment. Wait a moment. Yi Chongkong struggled to raise his remaining arm and pressed his ear softly. I have failed. Yi Chongkong rolled his Adam's apple and started a quiet dialogue with the chip stuck to his vocal cord. I know, but it doesn't matter since you are fine. We will have other chances. Before the operation, Lu Zui had demanded that he accomplish it, but now that the operation had failed, Lu Zui was not angry at all but comforted him gently. Pausing for a moment, he asked, "Were you in close contact with him?" "Except for the last kick, he was never within 3 meters from me," Yi Chongkong said. "That's good," Lu Zui observed. "But you'd better examine your crystal suit and your body carefully. Last time, during his fight with Duan Muming, he stuck an eavesdropping chip onto Duan Muming's crystal suit. It is possible that he has played the same trick again." Yi Chongkong managed a smile. "I am not Duan Muming. I would know it if somebody else put an eavesdropping chip on me." Of course, it is extremely difficult to place an eavesdropping chip on a nascent soul stage cultivator, Lu Zui said, but it will be safer if you perform an examination. All right. I'll examine it carefully, Yi Chongkong replied. We'll talk later after I make sure that it is safe. Loosening his fingers and cutting off the communication, Yi Chongkong told his subordinates, "Take off my crystal suit right now and destroy it. Also, Perform a thorough physical examination and see if there are any anomalies in the wounds on my skin. Pay special attention to the metal scraps that pierced into my body. They could be eavesdropping chips in disguise. 10 minutes later, his crystal suit was taken off and demolished straightforwardly. The examination of every inch of skin and every wound was done, too. No strange chips were detected. Yi Changkong closed his eyes again and recalled the whole process of the fight. Making sure that Li Yao definitely did not have a chance to play any trick on his body, he was finally relieved. When he was about to be sent into the airship, Yi Changkong suddenly remembered something. Where is my herald? Herald was an ultimate treasure modified by the best master of firearms in the Federation. He definitely would not drop it here. Holding Herald against his chest with his remaining arm and touching the barrel that as smooth as flesh, he took a long breath in relief and was sent into the airship. The airship flew toward the hospital. When it was still on the way, a plain-looking shuttle caught up to it. Lu Zui, director of the Secret Sword Bureau, came to visit the heavily wounded Yi Changkong in person. In the secret chamber, he examined Yi Changkong's wounds solemnly, especially the fracture of his right arm. The technique of replantation of severed limbs was rather mature in the Federation. The vitality of a nascent soul-stage cultivator was strong, too. It was not a big problem to revive the broken arm. However, it had been severed completely. All the nerves and veins needed to be reconnected. After the heavy wounds, Yi Changkong would not be able to regain his peak capability for several months. I'm sorry, Yi Changkong said. I underestimated the young man. It doesn't matter, Lu Zui replied calmly. Although he was not killed, he was forced to display immense demonic energy in public. Also, so many eyewitnesses have seen him launching a fatal attack toward you. He can't get away from that. Now, he has been pushed back underground again. Guo Chunfeng felt nothing wrong and dispatched a lot of secret sword agents to go after him. If he resists, he may kill innocent secret sword agents, which will add to his crimes. If he doesn't, he will not be able to free himself from the dragnet, and he will be kept below the ground forever. From that point of view, the mission isn't a complete failure. Yi Changkong coughed for a moment and asked, "What's the situation in Parliament?" This morning, the expedition motion was passed, Lu Zui said. 84% of the representatives voted for it. We are about to succeed. Now, 2 crystal suit legions are gathering and will finish their preparations soon. As soon as they break through the dark desolate domain and march into the blood demon sector, for nothing but their safety along, the war will only get more and more fierce until it becomes a true world war in the end. What about the cultivators from the Flying Star sector? Lu Zui sneered. The Flying Star sector is loose sand. They don't even know what a world war is. Of course, they are still wavering. Just let them waver. When our army marches into the blood demon sector and the war is out of control, the Flying Star sector will only have 2 choices. They can either watch and do nothing while the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector waste resources in the war, in which case the Flying Star sector will be screwed with the Imperium of true human beings comes. Or, they can jump on our tanks and help us suppress the Blood Demon sector at the minimal cost in the shortest amount of time. As long as we can move Burning Prairie to the Blood Demon sector, just for the Dream Warship alone, the troops of the Flying Star sector will have to follow up. They will have to fight the war, willingly or not. Hearing that, Yi Changkong finally breathed in relief with a smile. So, all the unexpected factors have been ruled out, and absolutely nobody can stop us now? Precisely. Starting from this second, Lu Zui declared calmly, including Vulture Li Yao, nobody can stop the rise of the Federation. 22.31 meters away from then, around the spurts of the power rune arrays of the airship, in the scorching, narrow, heat-emitting space, Li Yao twisted himself in a weird posture as he listened to Lu Zui and Yi Changkong's conversation quietly. Chapter 1104 Medicine. Everybody thought that Li Yao had fled back to the underground through the swirls of rainwater. None of them expected that Li Yao would be so bold as to dash on the airship that had been deployed to kill him, and that he would be lurking right next to Yi Changkong and more than 10 core formation stage cultivators. Executing Death Ray Yi Changkong had never been Li Yao's goal. It was because killing Yi Changkong would only make his escape more convenient. However, after getting to know part of such a vile plot, and when his soul and belief were firmer than ever, Li Yao would not allow himself to escape again, even at the cost of his own life. Whoever played him like a chess piece and involved him in such a mysterious scheme had to pay a price. That was why he set up such a trap with the network chip that he delivered to Ding Lingdang in secret, and the information about Death Ray Yi Changkong he retrieved from Professor Mo Xian. The purpose of the trap was not to kill Yi Changkong but to heavily wound him so that the guy behind the curtain could be fished up. Li Yao had been 90% certain that the guy would show up. The reason was that Yi Changkong was not a random lackey but one of the top few battle-type cultivators in the Federation. Powerful and wealthy as the Patriots partnership might be, it was a clandestine organization after all. For the sake of confidentiality, there would not be many people in the group. A super expert such as Yi Changkong was definitely rare in it. Him suffering heavy wounds would certainly disrupt the plan of the organization. After they advanced into the nascent soul stage, every cultivator boasted their own belief and pride, which meant that they could not be bribed with simple benefits. Death Ray Yi Changkong was a hero who had defended the Federation for more than 100 years. If anybody tried to buy him with money, power, or cultivation arts, he would have blown up their heads a long time ago. Li Yao assumed that the leader of the Patriots partnership and Yi Changkong must be sharing the same dream and destination. Yi Changkong was not tempted by money or power. He really believed in a certain ideology and thought that he was saving the Federation. That was why he was willing to work for the organization. Then, now that such an important person as Yi Changkong was heavily wounded, it was only natural that the leader of the organization came to visit him. Even if not for their friendship, the man would at least have to check Yi Changkong's wounds to determine the speed of Yi Changkong's recovery in his current combat ability so that he could adjust the plan of the organization. That was the only way to find out the truth. Li Yao's guess was correct. Lu Zui, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, really showed up. Taking the video chip from Professor Mo Xian into consideration, Li Yao was sure that Lu Zui was the leader of the Patriots partnership, or at least one of the leaders. Guo Chunfeng, known as the strongest core formation stage cultivators of the Heaven's origin sector, whom he had been wary of, was nothing more than another innocent victim fooled by Lu Zui. If that was the case, everything made better sense. Only an expert such as Lu Zui, who had worked on the secret frontline for more than 100 years and boasted a complicated social network and a higher personal capability, was able of preparing such a huge trap that the speaker, Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao, and himself had all fallen in. Next, he was certain that he would get more valuable information from them. Two nascent soul stage cultivators of the Patriots partnership would not be exchanging small talk all the time, would they? At first, Li Yao intended to plant the eavesdropping chip on Yi Changkong, but he had already played the move on Duanmu Ming once before when he just returned to the Heaven's origin sector, and it was already seen through. With Lu Zui's cautiousness, he would not be fooled by the same trick twice. Therefore, Li Yao considered carefully and asked Professor Mo Xian to get the designs of Herald, Yi Changkong's sniper rifle, for him. Li Yao had spent 3 hours studying the designs until he knew every detail of Herald as clearly as he knew his fingers. He had then made minor adjustments on the eavesdropping chip according to the structure of the gun. When he suddenly showed up in the chimney, Yi Changkong had made the correct choice as expected. The guy tossed away Herald and equipped himself with a pistol and combat spurs. It was a great chance for Li Yao. With the cover of the smoke, Li Yao expanded his spiritual and demonic energy to the maximum. Even the ultimate core, inside his body was bursting out the most furious music, which was almost a mental attack for Yi Changkong. His sole purpose was to distract Yi Changkong so that the real movements of his hands would not be perceived. His hands dismantled the safety of Herald into 22 tiny components, embedded the eavesdropping chip to the helical cylinder softly, and reassembled the gun, all within 0.1 seconds. It was a crazy gamble. As the best gun expert of the Federation, Yi Changkong had long reached the level where he and his gun were united as one. Also, Herald, as his primary weapon, must have been refined and nurtured by him day and night, and it was certainly deeply connected to him on a spiritual level. Under normal circumstances, Li Yao was sure that Yi Changkong would have noticed that something was wrong only several seconds after he took back Herald. However, what if his right arm was chopped off, his internal organs were blown apart, hundreds of scraps of his crystal suit were embedded into his body, and his entire body was under the dual scourge of spiritual energy and demonic energy? Li Yao was absolutely confident about his attack. It would already be the greatest miracle if Yi Changkong stayed awake. It was impossible for him to be vigorous enough to feel the connection with his herald again. Besides, it was not too uncanny that something was slightly wrong with Herald because it had been contaminated by the demonic energy during the fierce battle, was it? In such a way, Li Yao had planted an eavesdropping chip on Yi Changkong's nearby without anybody knowing. As long as the two parties were within 50 meters from each other, he could even hear Yi Changkong's heartbeat. Of course, there could be other unexpected factors. For example, Yi Changkong might be in a coma and forget his gun, or he might move the gun into his cosmos ring. But Li Yao had no choice but to take his chances. After all, he would not lose anything even if the eavesdropping move failed. At the very least, he would be able to lock onto the guy behind the curtain. He could always go and assassinate Lu Zui if he had no other solutions. The decapitation strategy had always been his favorite. Perhaps because he was too unlucky in the previous infiltration, this time, the wheel of fortune had turned, and everything went smoothly. Yi Changkong really put the sniper rifle next to himself and let Li Yao catch their conversation. However, such a conversation did not bear much fruit except that Lu Zui's identity was confirmed, and Guo Chunfeng was proven innocent. The information that the expedition motion had been passed would be released on the media very soon. Lu Zui's scheme to bind the cultivators of the Flying Star sector to his tank was nothing new, either. The most important thing was that such a conversation could not be used as evidence. After all, voices could be fabricated too easily. There were disadvantages to Li Yao's operation, too. The biggest disadvantage was that he had been forced to unleash tremendous demonic energy in public to heavily wound Yi Changkong. Just as Lu Zui said, it was very difficult for him to get away from the blame. Li Yao continued listening while making his own plans. He thought about whether or not he should pursue the lead of Lu Zui further and try to dig more secrets out of him, or maybe, he could even directly kill the guy. But in the secret chamber, Yi Changkong coughed heavily for a moment and said, "Fellow cultivator Lu, you must be wary of Vulture Li Yao. I have a vague feeling that the young man will not wait to be killed. He'll definitely find out a way to get out of the underground district. Such a trap couldn't have been made by a random guy. Perhaps he will guess that it was done by you. He might even go to you and kill you directly. The decapitation strategy is his favorite." Lu Zui smiled. "What's there for me to be wary of? The war machine is now already fulminating. It cannot be stopped by any individual. Is it really helpful to kill me? If he indeed kills the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, other than further proving that he is the blood devil and raising the indignation of the federal citizens, what can he get? For the rise of the Federation, both of us stopped caring about our lives a long time ago. Even if he kills you and me, more patriots will stand up. Can he kill all the patriots? If he indeed annihilates all the patriots, then, all the citizens and cultivators of the Federation will be consumed by fury and turn into new patriots. The war will still proceed. Fellow cultivator Yi, there is no losing for us right now. Li Yao gritted his teeth angrily. Lu Zui was indeed a great meditation healer who was best at reading people's minds. The trap that he had set up at the risk of his own life was truly difficult to be resolved. Yi Changkong seemed to be convinced by Lu Zui. He was silent for a long time before he asked again, "What's the situation over there? Is the medicine ready?" "Almost," Lu Zui said. "All the technological problems have been overcome. It is only a matter of time before the medicine is manufactured." "Time really matters now," Yi Changkong remarked. "The medicine is of paramount importance for our plan. Without the medicine, even if we do occupy the blood demon sector in the end, it will still be pointless. I don't want to see an outcome where the heaven's origin sector ends with the blood demon sector. Rest assured, fellow cultivator Yi. Would I ever make our billions of compatriots die together with the stinky animals? I have assured you since the very beginning that our operation was never as simple as revenge. It is an endeavor to pave a bloody path in the cruel universe for the Federation. Also, all of you have seen the whole process of my deduction and agreed that the odds of success are very high. That's why you joined the operation. Now, the things that I promised you are becoming reality one by one. Everything is under our control. What's there to be worried about?" "Of course, I trust you," Yi Changkong said. "However, according to the weather report, a nearby underground volcano seems like it will erupt soon, which will likely to raise a large tsunami. Also, a superstorm is taking place not far away and is estimated to arrive at the place in one day. Should the shell break and the seawater pour in, it would be a catastrophe for us. I have asked them to be prepared in advance," Lu Zui said. "The shell has been strengthened multiple times. It is enough to resist the biggest tsunami and storm now. Everything will be all right." After some casual talk, the two of them said, "Slay the evil, and save the Federation," to each other before Lu Zui returned to his shuttle and headed for the capital city. Watching him leave, Li Yao gritted his teeth and decided not to follow him. Judging from their conversation, there seemed to be an important base in a certain ocean, and a certain medicine produced in the base was everything for their plan. Also, it sounded that they were very confident about the war and certain that it would not harm the Federation's interests. Then again, it was back to the question that baffled Li Yao, which was the motive of the Patriots' partnership. Maybe, Lu Zui and Yi Changkong did hate the demon's guts and in no way would like the two sectors to collaborate. However, Li Yao believed that, with the vision and deduction ability of the nascent soul stage, now that they knew the inside information of the blood demon sector and that the demon god virus was savaging, it would not be difficult for them to infer that a great war would only ruin the blood demon sector and kill the vast majority of the demons. The blood demon sector had a harsh environment in the first place, which was too unfavorable for normal human beings to develop. If all the demons were killed, nobody would be able to be sent to the resource planets, too. Then, what could the Federation possibly gain from the war? No benefits, and a lot of resources would be wasted. Then, the Federation after victory would not be stronger but weaker. How could it expect to resist the imperium of true human beings? Even if Lu Zui and Yi Changkong had been completely swallowed by their hatred and turned into abysses in a different sense, there was no way that they would seek their revenge with the destruction of the Federation as the price. It meant that there must be something critical that made them believe that the war was not purely one of revenge but one of great benefit to the Federation. Therefore, even a hero such as Yi Changkong went against his creed as a cultivator, his responsibility as a soldier, and his conscience as a human being, and attacked thousands of innocent compatriots. The medicine might be the something critical. Therefore, Li Yao weighed his options for a moment and abandoned investigating Lu Zui. It was useless to go to Lu Zui now. His combat ability was not high, but he was too cunning to leak any evidence to Li Yao. Killing him would be not helpful either. It would only pour more furious fuel to the war machine. Locating the base in the ocean and finding out the truth about the medicine was the only solution to the scheme. At this moment, Li Yao finally confirmed that the nascent soul stage cultivators such as Lu Zui and Yi Changkong really had a certain firm belief. They had no doubt that they were rescuing the Federation and creating a future that was more brilliant. The airship slowly landed on the hospital affiliated to the Secret Sword Bureau. Up to now, the chaos yesterday had left more than 50,000 casualties. All the hospitals in the capital city were packed. The hospital under the Secret Sword Bureau's name was open to public, too. Countless ordinary people were gathered in the place. In the mess, Li Yao snuck out easily. Huh. This is weird. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he sensed that the Secret Sword agents nearby were much fewer now. He did not feel much pressure even though the hospital was the Secret Sword Bureau's property. What is Guo Chunfeng doing right now? Where has he moved those people to? To chase after me in the underground district? Li Yao scratched his head. This feels off. Is this the best Guo Chunfeng can do? It doesn't seem to fit with his performance a few days ago. Has he lost his mind in anger because he can't catch me after such a long time? Li Yao was a human being after all, and his computational ability was finite. Now that Lu Zui had become his primary target, he could only leave Guo Chunfeng alone for the moment. After all, Guo Chunfeng's idiotic decision would only make his operations easier. He found a cable again and reached out to Professor Mo Xian in the same way. Professor, I need you to look for a set of coordinates in the ocean. I am not clear where it is exactly, but it should be a certain base on or at the bottom of an ocean, or a man-made island. Also, in one day, an underground volcano will erupt. A superstorm will drop by, too. Check if there is any location that meets the conditions. After swallowing the Star Child, Professor Mo Xian's computational ability had soared. He was now essentially a walking crystal processor. Soon, he gave the answer. In the ocean near 111 degrees east longitude and 34 degrees north latitude, an underground volcano is now in the active period and estimated to erupt in the next few days. Also, a superstorm named Cuckoo is taking shape nearby and will likely pass the place. The area is 1,000 kilometers away from the east coastline of the Federation. There are no islands nearby, but there is an enclosed undersea mining base. According to Professor Mo Xian, 100 years ago, at the bottom of the ocean, a manganese titanium mother lode had been discovered. Then, a mining company under the Green Thunder sect had won the exploitation rights after bidding. The Green Thunder sect had established an enormous undersea mining base that had functioned for 70 years. 30 years ago, the mother lodes had gradually run dry. The cost would have been too high if the mines had been dug any deeper. Therefore, the mining base had been temporarily sealed and would be developed again when the cost was lower because of the advancement of technology. Since it was only temporarily sealed, all the facilities were still intact and could be put back into use at any time. Next, Professor Mo Xian threw out a piece of critical information. The ownership and the development right of the undersea mining base were all the Green Thunder sects. The current leader of the Green Thunder sect, whose name was Xie Dongting, was 142 years old and an admin-type cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage. He was a war orphan adopted by Lu Zui and his wife 130 years ago. He was one of Lu Zui's oldest, most powerful foster sons. This is the place. Li Yao was certain that he was onto something real now. After settling the cooperation plans with Professor Mo Xian, Li Yao acquired a clean crystal processor and searched for the information about the undersea mining base on the spiritual nexus. Then, he went back to the street and headed toward the airport of the capital city. 500 years of war bred the shocking tenacity of the federal citizens and their unbendable spirits. Despite the chaos yesterday, the street today was still packed, even more lively than the day before. The proud citizens were declaring their scorn and contempt to all the enemies in such a way. Among the skyscrapers, all the light beams were displaying the news that the expedition motion had been passed. Some of the light beams were displaying troops marching forward unstoppably in roaring sandstorm. The Federal Army had 2 drills in the capital city and on the Grand Desolate Plateau at the same time with the code name, Furious Fist. Hundreds of sects had declared through the media that they would dedicate all their resources to the war. All cultivators would be under the command the Federal Army and shatter the Blood Demon sector. The storm of war had enveloped the entire capital city. On his way down the street, Li Yao could see nothing except excited citizens and angry soldiers below the rising dragon of the 9 stars flags. Also, there were a lot of young men wearing school uniforms who were giving speeches. Some of them even concluded 10 bloody crimes of the demon race according to the 500 years of history of the Federation. Noises suddenly echoed in the crowd of students in the front. There seemed to be an argument. Li Yao vaguely heard something. He moved over and checked. He saw that a female student, wearing a white long skirt, trying to reaffirm her point despite the rebuttals. I only want everybody to calm down and give it a second thought. According to the news that Li Yao brought back from the Flying Star sector. In another few years, a minor apocalypse will arrive. How can we resist the minor apocalypse if a total war breaks out right now? You don't know what you are talking about. In front of the girl were a few brawny guys. The most ferocious-looking one of them shouted, "It is exactly because the minor apocalypse is coming that we must march into the Blood Demon sector as soon as possible and finish the monsters once and for all. Only by doing so can we be focused on the minor apocalypse. Otherwise, what if the monsters stab us in the back when we are resisting the minor apocalypse?" His words raised a round of cheers. A lot of them were echoing, "Once and for all. Once and for all." The girl was overwhelmed and stammered, "You are too reckless. Can we please calm down and work something out together?" Reckless? The guy's face immediately turned red in fury. Right at the moment, somebody in the crowd shouted, "I know her. Her father is Professor Xue of East Sea University, a famous pacifist." In the Federation today, pacifist was definitely not a word of approval. His friends around him eyed the girl in contempt and said coldly, "Ah, Zheng's father passed away in the disaster 3 months ago. Do you know how it feels? The pacifists like you have never tasted the feeling of pain. You are yelling, peace, caution, and calm, every day. It's easy for you to say because it was not your family who were killed." The girl had already closed her eyes resolutely and braced herself for a beating. Such an outcome was beyond her expectation. She was dumbfounded with confusion all over her face, not knowing how she should face the guy who was crying in front of her. Li Yao frowned and squeezed out of the crowd. So, was this the source of the belief for the patriots such as Lu Zui and Yi Changkong? Were they really capable of leading the Federation to the path of rise for a bright future through a war of revenge? Li Yao did not know the answer. He only believed that the Real Star Glory Federation, a country that represented the fire of humanity, would never rise in lies, nor was it possible to grow up with the blood of countless innocent victims as the fertilizer. If the father who died in the beast tide knew this in the heaven, he would not want his son to be involved in a war that was founded on lies or even to be killed by the lies, would he? Li Yao was not willing, nor was he qualified, to disapprove of the guy's hatred, but the simplest hatred of the countless innocent people like the guy had been taken advantage of by Lu Zui and his lot. Coming to such a realization, Li Yao loathed Lu Zui even more. He finally understood that his belief and Lu Zui's were the completely opposite of each other. There was no room for reconciliation at all. The two beliefs had to crash into each other brutally, until one of them was blown into smithereens. Chapter 1106 Nine-Headed Ocean Monster. One day later, 1,300 kilometers away from the eastern coastline of the Star Glory Federation. Although the majority of the Federation was based on the continent, its terrain included a lot of pearl-like islands on the vast ocean east of the continent, too. The essence of the resources in the ocean was condensed around the islands. Also, there were the precious relics left by the Far East Demon Kingdom. Therefore, the part of the terrain was quite important to the Federation. Towns had been established on many islands. There was even a city with a population of more than 1.5 million on the largest islands. Therefore, countless airships were coming to and from the islands, carrying enormous assets and resources. At this moment, a crystal airship leaving from the capital city was cruising in the sky like a tortoise that had grown wings. The horizon was already occupied by the dark clouds. Thunder was roaring, and lightning was flashing. Superstorm Cuckoo was raging on the ocean and raising surging tides. Deep inside the ocean, the undercurrents were running in a mess, too. One of the undersea volcanoes had become active and was blowing out the most scorching and violent force at the center of the planet crazily. The volcanic eruption together with the tectonic movements led to a destructive tsunami. To avoid the natural disasters, the crystal airship lowered its altitude and accelerated, trying to reach the destination before the arrival of the superstorm and the tsunami. Right then, below the crystal airship, in the gap between the undercarriage, something fell down into the ocean. The surging spiritual energy caused by the natural disasters was scouring the area earlier than the superstorm and the tsunami did. The surveillance magical equipment on the crystal airship was all jammed and did not notice the anomaly. Voila! The object did not cause a splash when it hit the surging ocean. It was swallowed by the seawater and sank straight to the bottom. Li Yao successfully dived into the depths of the ocean. Shwa! It was not until he reached the bottom of the ocean that he retrieved the mystic skeleton battle suit, activated the crystal processor, and scanned the undersea terrain. Bow! 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 On the light beam, the map of the undersea terrain was getting clear. The glimmering debris of a mother lode appeared on one corner of the light beam. Li Yao retrieved dozens of balls from the cosmos ring and released them. Then, the balls filled with gas slowly floated to the surface of the ocean. They were the meteorological balls that could capture the weather data and analyze the intensity of the superstorm and the tsunami. After releasing almost 10 balls, Li Yao activated the undersea thruster unit that he had installed earlier. Then, he swam amid the undercurrents like a huge fish. Very soon, he found the debris of an enormous mother lode. According to the files that Professor Mo Xian had offered to him, it was the debris of the manganese-titanium mother lode that had been discovered 100 years earlier. The mother lode, which had been drained, was several hundred kilometers long. Like a dragon that was empty, it was lying on the folds at the bottom of the ocean quietly. Li Yao snuck into the mother lode and traced it back to its source. Swimming and releasing the meteorological balls, he found the undersea mining base at the end of the mother lode an hour later. The mining base was designed in a radiative fashion and looked like an enormous crab that had spread out all its limbs. It was a big undersea city. There was also a tube refined out of super tensile metals leading to the surface of the ocean, where a vast floating platform was established. Li Yao sensed very intense spiritual waves. Many crystal warships designed for undersea uses and elite exos with impressive spiritual waves were patrolling nearby. The large air circulation rune arrays, which could absorb oxygen from the seawater and refill the fresh air in the base, were also sending out intense spiritual waves. They were hissing on Li Yao's crystal processor, indicating that they had been activated to the maximum. After observing for a while, Li Yao noticed that at least 100 exos and almost 10 crystal warships were building up bulwarks around the undersea mining base. Although the tsunami and the superstorm mattered little to the bottom of the ocean, they were still implementing the safety measures dutifully. It was not hard to tell that the base was very important to them, and no accidents were allowed to happen. This meant that Li Yao had come to the right place. The undersea mining base that belonged to the Green Thunder sect had been sealed for decades, during which time the mining technology of the Federation did not make any major breakthrough. From the business point of view, the place was still worthless to be developed. What was it that made the undersea mining base run again and need to be so well protected? Lurking in a deep trench, Li Yao released an extremely feeble mystic ray and scanned all the details of the undersea mining base coldly, including the weakest defensive regions. Half an hour later, he collected all the data he needed and left for a location 300 kilometers away that he had calculated earlier. The Broken Vein Trench, more than 55,700 meters deep, the third deepest trench that the Federation has discovered on this planet so far. Floating above the Broken Vein Trench, Li Yao observed the glamorous view below him. The Broken Vein Trench was like a dark abyss. Even the seawater nearby would be falling down incessantly when it reached the place, leading to the splendid scenery of undersea waterfall. Even Li Yao was awed by the magnificence for a moment and had a shuddering feeling that he was going to be absorbed by the trench into the core of the planet. There was no telling how many secrets were concealed in the deep ocean or how many blood-freezing beasts were lurking in it. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao retrieved a cluster of bright yellow gel from his cosmos ring. He crushed it into powder with his spiritual energy and sprayed it into the undersea abyss. It was the essence of the swimming bladders of gold soul purple scale fish, the favorite for a certain undersea beast. Li Yao waited patiently. 10 minutes later, noises were echoing from the undersea abyss. At first, an area of colorful brilliance rushed out, which turned out to be shoals of transparent, staggeringly beautiful little fish. The fish were only the size of Li Yao's finger, but their mouths were actually a sharp sting. Instead of attacking him, they were fleeing upward in panic. Following which, pairs of bloody eyes were appearing, whose owners were deep-sea gulper sharks, one of the most dangerous predators in the ocean. They were so brutal that when they were too hungry, they would even hunt down other sharks. Therefore, they were also known as sadistic sharks. However, those sadistic sharks were also swimming past Li Yao like frightened rabbits. Having no time to bother him and the little fish ahead, they were running away in a hurry. Boom! 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 Fulminations were echoing inside the undersea abyss. The sound waves penetrated through the thick seawater and Li Yao's crystal suit, exploding next to his ears like crystal bombs. Clusters of dirty water spurted out from the abyss like heavy smoke. In the next, a whale more than 300 meters long, with green wrinkles all over its body, dashed up suddenly from the abyss. It was like a small crystal warship, with solid bone army covering its head. Its bloody mouth was fully opened, and behind the mouthful of tusks were sharp bristles. For most of the prey, including the sadistic sharks, it did not even need to chew but only needed to absorb them into its stomach together with the seawater. Even Li Yao felt a bit scared when he was faced with such an enormous whale. However, before the whale completely swam out of the abyss, it was caught up by a tentacle that was as thick as a dragon and tied up. The tentacle was more than 3 meters in diameter with sucking discs all over it. Also, the sucking discs were surrounded by circles of bumps that looked like sharp teeth and edges. They were bound to the whale's body and deeply embedded into its flesh and blood. No matter how hard the whale struggled, it was not able to get away. Crack! The tentacle tightened. Cracks were appearing on the solid bone armor of the whale. Thousands of sucking discs wriggled at the same time, releasing corrosive liquids, melting the body of the whale, and sucking it into the tentacle. In excruciating pain, the whale struggled at the edge of the trench. Even the firmest rock was blown to pieces after one crash from it, but the endeavor proved no use at all. Right behind him, in the abyss, new tentacles were popping up. They craned their heads and gazed at the prey like ravenous vipers. Soon, they drew a perfect arc to the behind before they slapped over brutally like long bows that had been fully stretched. Bam! 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 Every whip would rip off part of the flesh from the whale's body. Very soon, the whale's struggling became weaker and weaker until it was entangled by the tentacles and dragged back to the abyss. Chi-Lu. 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 From deep inside the abyss, blood-freezing sound of mastication was coming over, occasionally mixed by the cracks of bones. Li Yao swam to the top of the abyss, only to discover that the glimmering skeleton of the whale was dragged by something into the darkness of the trench. Li Yao licked his lips, retrieved a 6-barrel Vulcan machine cannon, and shot at the skeleton of the whale. Boom! 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 The bullets for undersea uses raised a series of flashes in the abyss. They also caused a deafening roar. Ho! In a moment, the earth was shaking, and the undercurrents were surging, as if another volcano was erupting right inside the abyss or a new mountain was slowly rising up. Almost 10 tentacles darted over like cannonballs and almost hit Li Yao. A monolithic object more than 500 meters long slowly floated up from the trench. It looked like a magnificent mountain. There was not any eye on its big head, which looked like a balloon, but a lot of wrinkles. There were tusks resembling sawtooth in every wrinkle. On the top of the head, there was an organ that looked like a sea anemone, in which fluorescent tentacles were waving crazily in colorful brilliance. The enormous body was supported by 9 thick tentacles. Dozens of spurts could be found at the bottom of its body, which helped the beast adjust its angle precisely and thrust forward rapidly with the speed and agility that was utterly disproportionate to its size. This was the 9-headed ocean monster, the most dreadful animal in the ocean of the heavens origin sector. Beard-bristles. This is an okay change, right? The 9-headed ocean monster was a variation of a certain prehistoric octopus. After the continent rose up from the surface of the ocean due to tectonic movements, they still lurked in the trench almost 10,000 meters deep, which essentially made them living fossils. Taking the 9 tentacles into account, the 9-headed ocean monster could easily be 1,000 meters long. They were also naturally talented at the utilization of the spiritual energy of the water class, which allowed them to freely manipulate the undercurrents and condense them into pillars, arrows, or walls. They could even spurt out high-pressure, sonic sabers with the water, which could be unstoppably sharp. What was more terrifying was that the cellular structure of the 9-headed ocean monster was different from the species of the present day. They boasted an impressive ability of self-recovery. Chopping off one of its tentacles was utterly useless. A new one would grow out in only several minutes. Their dreadful abilities, their sturdy body, and their astonishing vitality made them the absolute dominators in the ocean. They had been considered gods by the folks on the ocean in the past. In the Star Glory Federation, legend even had it that the souls of the demon soldiers, demon generals, and demon emperors of the Far East Demon Kingdom, which had been completely demolished years ago, were attached to the body of the 9-headed ocean monsters, which was why such monsters in the ocean were so appalling. Of course, it was pure nonsense. However, the biochemical technology of the Far East Demon Kingdom had been quite developed at that time. It was quite possible that they had captured some 9-headed ocean monsters for refinement, and those experiment subjects had prospered anyway. The 9-headed ocean monsters were certainly not something that cultivators of the heavens origin sector were willing to encounter in the ocean. Thankfully, their range of activity was usually the trenches more than 10,000 meters deep, where they fed upon the enormous whales. They hardly ever came to the shallow ocean because their pressure of the seawater was too little. It was a highly uncomfortable environment for their enormous body size. As long as the cultivators of the heavens origin sector did not try to be heroes and go to hunt them in the trenches thousands of meters deep, such monsters would usually not jeopardize the lives of ordinary people. The two parties stayed in their respective zone and lived in peace for hundreds of years. But today, Li Yao lured a 9-headed ocean monster out of its nest with bait. Hulyulu. The spurts hidden on the wrinkles around the body of the 9-headed ocean monster shot out pillars of water in intimidating aura. Li Yao smiled and, aiming at the sea anemone on the head of the nine-headed ocean monster, shot yet another magazine of bullets. The fluorescent hair on the head was the organ to release pheromones for the nine-headed ocean monster. The biggest usage of the pheromones was to attract females. In other words, the sea anemone was actually the nine-headed ocean monster's genitals. Li Yao's bullets were like kicking the nine-headed ocean monster right in the groins. Although all the bullets were slapped away, the nine-headed ocean monster still burst into fury. Ho! 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 The nine-headed ocean monster was like a walking undersea volcano that was smashing at Li Yao brutally. Let's go! Li Yao shouted and fled toward the undersea mining base immediately. The arrows of water brushed past him, leaving clear marks on the mystic skeleton battlesuit. However, Li Yao did not even bother to look back. He jumped up and down, dancing in the middle of the undercurrents and the water arrows while he calculated the distance between him and the nine-headed ocean monster as well as the weather condition on the ocean. At this movement, the tsunami raised by the volcanic eruption, the thunderbolts caused by the superstorm, and the nine-headed ocean monster that had gone completely mad were all charging toward the undersea mining base at the same time. Li Yao had calculated the time precisely. When he escaped to the nearby of the undersea mining base, it happened to be the moment when the tsunami and the superstorm were most furious and the spiritual energy below the ocean was most chaotic. In that moment, thunder and storms were raging on the ocean with surging tides, and the earth was shaking violently, leading to violent undercurrents. The undersea mining base was at the center of the turbulence, and its perception about the environment was reduced to the minimum. But no matter how inert it was, it could certainly detect that a nine-headed ocean monster was drawing close. By Li Yao's estimation, since the undersea mining base was not far away from the broken vein trench, the patriots in the base were certainly aware that enormous animals such as the nine-headed ocean monsters lived in the depths of the trench. Then, it was perfectly normal for those monsters to be disturbed by the volcanic eruptions and the earthquakes and pushed to the shallow ocean. As he expected, a moment later, Li Yao perceived that intense spiritual waves were coming over from the undersea mining base. It was clear that the defense rune arrays had been adjusted to the highest level. Certain powerful attack rune arrays were activated, too. Countless exos and crystal warships were coming out. Li Yao, on the other hand, stowed the mystic skeleton battlesuit into his cosmos ring before they charged out and put on a membrane suit that boasted high stealth ability like a slippery fish. He reduced his heartbeat and breath to the minimum and sank to the bottom of the ocean quietly. The nine-headed ocean monster lived at the bottom of the ocean, which was devoid of any sunlight. Its optical organs had long retrograded, and the animal mainly detected the enemy by analyzing the seawater and the spiritual waves with its skin. If the spiritual waves that Li Yao shot out a moment ago was a tiny firefly, the undersea mining base, which had brought its defense to the maximum in preparation for the bad weather, was like a burning torch in the animal's perception. Ho! The nine-headed ocean monster had lived in the undersea abyss all the time and never knew anything beyond its range. Now that the dignity of the dominator of the deep sea had been insulted, the animal went crazy and charged toward the undersea mining base. Shwa! 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 Almost 20 dazzling mystic rays shot out of the undersea mining base. So much spiritual energy had been condensed in the mystic rays that even the seawater nearby was decomposed into dreamy arcs of light. They slashed the nine-headed ocean monster like blade auras, cutting wounds dozens of meters on its body. Even one of its tentacles was chopped off, too. But the nine-headed ocean monster seemed to feel none of it. The wounds were recovering at a visible speed. Flesh was flooding out of the fracture of the broken tentacle. Very soon, a new tentacle took shape. The 9 tentacles waved like wind and slapped away 2 crystal warships. Spurting currents of water, the animal turned into an undersea shooting star with the counterforce and crashed into a corner of the mining base. Z. 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 The defense rune arrays around the mining base triggered tremendous electricity, which formed a lightning barrier, only to be ripped apart by the nine-headed ocean monster easily. Also, the corrosive bodily fluids splashing out of the nine-headed ocean monster's wounds even left giant holes on the shell of the mining base. Seawater immediately poured into the base. Hundreds of elite exos were fighting the nine-headed ocean monster hard, raising the mud at the bottom of the ocean and making the 10 square kilometers nearby a world of mess that was barely invisible. The scanning of spiritual energy was seriously jammed, too. Everything was chaos. Hiding below the sand, Li Yao observed the fierce fight quietly. His guess was correct. As the most important secret base for the Patriots partnership, the place was truly heavily defended. Several exos were displaying the capability of the peak of the core formation stage. There was no telling whether or not any nascent soul stage cultivators were supervising the Placeur. Perhaps they were waiting for an opportunity to give a fatal strike to the nine-headed ocean monster. However, the vigorous nine-headed ocean monster was not so easy to kill either. Before it completely died in the end, it should be able to buy him enough time. Li Yao smiled. Holding his breath, he made use of the blast in the battlefield with the tiniest body movements and floated to the damaged regions on the shell of the mining base along with the current. Everybody's attention was attracted by the nine-headed ocean monster. None of them realized that, in the dirty seawater, a monster that was even more scary than the nine-headed ocean monster was sneaking into the mining base through the holes. Li Yao successfully entered the undersea mining base. But he did not have much time. After the guards killed the nine-headed ocean monster, repaired the defense system, and returned to the undersea base, his zone of activity would be greatly reduced. He had to act fast. Boom! 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 The tentacles of the nine-headed ocean monster were still bashing the shell of the undersea base hard. The entire base was shaking slightly. Tremendous seawater was pouring in through the damage, drowning quite a few pathways and space. The base was now in chaos. Everybody was busy dealing with the hazard. As a result, the defense system was disrupted and showing all kinds of flaws. Li Yao released Neltharion and set it into the stealth mode. He followed a few urgent workers and found a guy who appeared to be a captain. Then, he zigzagged and tailed to the guide depths of the base. If the undersea mining base could be compared to an enormous crab, it was the pincers that were in a riot right now. The core of the base, like the abdomen of the crab that was protected by multiple layers of shell, was still safe and sound. Passing through a few airtight doors, Neltharion was now in front of a vast medicine workshop. Almost 100 chemists, who were wearing white, fully enclosed suits and filtering masks, were busy doing their job on the desk. They were producing a certain drug with bright green fluorescence. The medicine workshop was very quiet. The noises of fighting outside were barely audible. Few of them were talking to each other either. What's this? Crouching in the gap of an air circulation unit, Li Yao pondered curiously. Is this the medicine that Lu Zui mentioned? It appears that the medicine can already be manufactured. What's the use of such a medicine? The captain talked to an old man who appeared to be the director of the medicine workshop. He seemed to be explaining the situation outside. The old man nodded and gestured for him to go back and continue his job. He then walked to another gate in a corner. Li Yao's pupils shrank violently. For all the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector, even if he did not know their every detail, he knew the appearance and the basic files of every one of them. Therefore, it was not hard for him to tell that the white-haired, kindly-looking old man, whose name was Shou Yuxuan, was a research-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage. He was the deputy president of the Capital Medical College, one of the 9 elite universities, and a renowned specialist in biochemistry and virology. Shou Yuxuan went to an airtight door at a corner of the medicine workshop. Li Yao's heart was pounding as he was faced with a tough decision. Although Shou Yuxuan was a nascent soul stage cultivator, he was a research type 1, whose brain and soul was slightly different from those of the battle-type cultivators and focused more on the depths of thinking and the ability of comprehensive analysis. His senses would not be very keen, and it was doubtful that he could discover Neltharion. However, were there other battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators in the base? Li Yao thought quickly and decided that the risk was worth it. Nascent soul stage cultivators were not like chives that would grow up quickly after they were cut away. The Patriots Partnership was an underground organization after all. It was already a miracle that 3 to 5 nascent soul stage cultivators had been recruited. He had just crippled Yi Changkong, a nascent soul stage cultivator, in the capital city. Therefore, there could not be many battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators in the base, and they should be fighting the 9-headed ocean monster right now. There was no way that they would still be lingering inside the base. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao manipulated Neltharion carefully to follow Shou Yuxuan and fly into the channel. They passed another 4 airtight doors. Perhaps because of the harsh environment and the fierce battle outside, the lights were flickering. All the defense rune arrays were disturbed and even shaking slightly every once in a while, which made it quite convenient for Neltharion to hide its traces. Shou Yuxuan was a pure scholar. Never in his dreams would he have realized that something was following him right now. They passed another airtight door and entered a rather spacious sterile room. Ivory brightness was spreading out from the walls of the room. At the center was a metal platform that appeared to be a combination of a surgical bed and an interrogation device. On the top of the platform was a headless body. The headless body was pierced through by more than 10 thick needles and fixed to the metal bed. Another hundreds of tubes were inserted into his internal organs, and all kinds of suspicious liquids were circulating in the tubes. His head, on the other hand, was placed in a transparent box 3 meters away. Hundreds of soft tubes and crystal wires were stabbed all over it and extended forward to connect his body. The hair on his head had been shaved, and it was entangled by countless wires. So, it was not easy to clearly see his face. But his face was gray, and his eyes were closed, indicating that he must have been dead for a long time. For some reason, Li Yao felt that the dead body whose head had been cut off looked familiar. It must have left a deep impression on him somewhere before. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao pondered carefully. The head was cut off. He has been dead for a long time, but the barriers deep in his internal organs are still kept at the highest level and can be triggered at any time. What's the purpose? Are they scared that the corpse will become a zombie? There were many occasions where a dead body would turn into a zombie, but Li Yao felt that the body here was much more dangerous than a zombie. The body was surrounded by more than 10 workers wearing fully enclosed suits and covering their faces with filtering masks. There were 3 battle-type cultivators who were letting out an intimidating aura. They sat aside on alert while holding powerful storm bolters. Li Yao's heart was suddenly beating faster. He hurried to halt Neltharion midair and did not dare to move anymore. Who was the body exactly? The battle was so fierce outside, and the 3 core formation stage cultivators were still guarding the place without any intention of reinforcing them. Were they scared that the body would suddenly jerk up and hurt anyone? Li Yao observed the crystal wires on the top of the head, only to discover that the 100 wires were all connected to an unbelievable huge supercrystal processor. Judging from the distribution of the cooling chips that was in the shape of the duck wing, it should be a certain upgraded version of the Star River V mainframe crystal processor. It was a super crystal processor that was only used by heavy warships or the headquarters of major sections. And now it was adopted to analyze the head of a corpse? That was rather wasteful. Who was it that the Patriots Partnership paid so much attention to? The more Li Yao observed, the more familiar the guy seemed. The name was on the tip of his tongue. At this moment, one of the workers wearing white robe took off his mask, revealing a scarred, strange face. Shou Yuxuan walked close and whispered to the scar-faced man. Li Yao heard nothing except, "Everything is stable again. The interrogation can proceed." The scar-faced man nodded and quickly operated the light beam of the Star River V mainframe crystal processor. In an instant, feeble spiritual waves circulated in the head and the body of the corpse along with the dense crystal wires. The liquids in all of the tubes were flowing at a much higher speed. Also, the face of the corpse suddenly put on an extremely miserable expression, and his eyelids and lips were trembling. "He is not dead yet." Li Yao felt as if his blood was freezing. Shwa. The mainframe crystal processor immediately triggered almost 100 light beams, most of which were displaying mottled shadows and broken data. However, an enormous light beam in the middle was occupied by a blurred figure that seemed to be struggling desperately in burning flames. It was screaming, splitting, condensing, and melting, and then the whole process would start again. Z. 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 When the shadow on the light beam was gradually frozen, the headless body cramped violently, only to be suppressed by the barriers made of dozens of iron needles and bounced back to the metal plate. The crash was so heavy that the bed was cracking and seemed to be falling apart. Immense spiritual waves were unleashed during the entire process. Judging from the intensity of the data collected by Neltharion, the guy seemed to be a nascent soul stage cultivator. Nascent soul stage. Li Yao was becoming more and more confused. It was impossible. He knew the appearances of all the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. The body was none of them. Besides, the death of any nascent soul stage cultivator was big news in either the Heaven's Origin sector or the Flying Star sector. In the Heaven's Origin sector, if a nascent soul stage cultivator passed away, the speaker and the parliamentary representatives would all pay respects and offer condolences to their family. It was even possible that a state funeral would be held. Powerful as the Patriots' partnership was, it was impossible that they could capture a nascent soul stage cultivator for interrogation without alarming anyone and even kill him. Who was he exactly? At that moment, Li Yao shuddered as if he had been hit by lightning because he realized who the guy was. He was Elder Nether Spring, one of the 4 giants of the Blood Demon sector, the master of the Nether Spring Kingdom in the past, and the planner and enforcer of the Spore stratagem. Elder Nether Spring had indeed swallowed excessive divine blood of chaos and snuck into the Heaven's Origin sector with the appearance of a human being. However, before the stray dog had a chance to bite anyone, he had been captured by the Patriots' partnership and ended up like this. If so, it would not be hard to tell what the Patriots' partnership was doing here. At this moment, Elder Nether Spring was in the most devastating agony. The specialists of the Patriots' partnership had connected his brain to the mainframe crystal processor. By the stimulation of drugs and magical equipment, they would be able to retrieve tremendous information from his brain cells and even most of Elder Nether Spring's memories. In the words of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, they had confined Elder Nether Spring's soul and were now interrogating him by searching his soul. Of course, the modern biochemical technology, modern magical equipment, and studies about brain were much more complicated than the crude, soul search technique from ancient times. Other than Shou Yuxuan, the other workers should be specialists of interrogation and meditation healers who were the experts of the brain. Now that so many people were gathered there, 99% of the secrets in Elder Nether Spring's head would certainly be exploited. On the enormous light beam, the human shape that was struggling hard in the invisible fire collapsed time and time again. Eventually, it congregated into a colorful big face, which was filled with hatred, fury, frustration, desperation, and even a hint of begging. Dry voice came over from the broadcasting rune arrays on the 2 sides of the mainframe crystal processor as if it was from the deepest level of hell. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Li Yao believed that Elder Nether Spring had ended up like this for his own wrongdoing and was not worthy of his pity at all. However, he was truly baffled by the Patriots' partnership's actions. So, the Patriots Partnership captured Elder Netherspring a long time ago and retrieved tremendous intelligence about the blood demon sector by exploiting his brain cells. No wonder they know so much about the things in the blood demon sector, including the relationship between Jean Tui and me. However, why are they holding him in secret instead of publicizing the news? What's Lu Zui up to exactly? Inside the sterile room, nobody was moved by Elder Netherspring's screams. Shou Yuxuan, the most renowned professor of virology, smiled and tapped the light beam of his portable crystal processor. Glancing at it, he said, "Fellow cultivator in Netherspring, the biochemistry and the virology of the blood demon sector are indeed much more advanced than those of the heaven's origin sector. As for yourself, not only are you a specialist in those fields, you have also received the legacy of chaos. Your brain is too incredible a treasury to be wrecked easily. One conversation with you is worth 10 years of reading books. The communication with fellow cultivator in Netherspring has been a great enlightenment for me. Truly an enlightenment. Just now, we discussed the stimulation and the mutation that sodium taurocholate polypeptide replacement can trigger on the latest version of the demon god virus, but we were disrupted by the bad weather outside. Now, let's proceed. Please tell me everything about the subject, fellow cultivator in Netherspring." Li Yao's heart was racing. What was the meaning of that? Judging from his tone, the Patriots Partnership was bettering the demon god virus on the basis of Elder Netherspring's work? The biochemistry and virology of the heaven's origin sector were indeed too underdeveloped to study the demon god virus independently. However, it was not entirely impossible if they had all the memories and data of Elder Netherspring, who was the father of the demon god virus, and upgraded the virus based on his work. On the enormous light beam, Elder Netherspring's big face twisted. Heartbreaking sounds were still echoing from the broadcast rune arrays. "Kill me. Kill me. I'll tell you if you kill me." After months of exploitation, his thinking ability had been seriously compromised. However, on the dozens of light beams nearby, the pictures of his memories about the studies of the subject, along with endless, cascading data, were popping up. That was the thing about the soul-searching technique. Shou Yuxuan's question imposed a strong stimulation on Elder Netherspring's brain. Even if Elder Netherspring did not want to tell the answer consciously, his brain cells would trigger all the information about the question because of natural intuitions. Shou Yuxuan stared at the light beam without blinking. He then asked his assistant to extract all the information that Elder Netherspring thought of to the crystal processor. A moment later, still not satisfied, he tapped the light beam softly. An orange liquid was immediately injected into Elder Netherspring's brain. The face on the enormous light beam was even more miserable, and the eyes and lips were trembling at a much higher frequency. On the rest of the light beams, the data was flowing out much faster than before. Shou Yuxuan was contented and focused his attention on research. "Director Shou." The scar-faced man frowned in dissatisfaction and said, "There's no need to exploit his brain in such a way, is there? The demon god virus and the antidote are good enough for the real battle now. It is unnecessary to pursue a better effect. Leave his brain to us. His brain has been exploited for too long. The brain cells are all very weak. The biological functions have hit rock bottom. He can be killed at any time, but there are still a lot of questions that we haven't asked him." Shou Yuxuan nodded. Collecting the last bit of data, he tapped another light beam somewhat unwillingly. The next moment, almost 100 liquids were injected into Elder Netherspring's brain and body. On the enormous light beam, his facial expression turned from miserable to expressionless. Li Yao assumed that it was some sort of mixed sedative that had in effect restarted Elder Netherspring's brain so that he was ready for the next questions. The scar-faced man coughed and said coldly, "One more time. Give me the name list of all the children of the nether world, and I will give you a quick death." The 5 words, "Children of the Netherworld," seemed to have touched a mysterious curse in Elder Netherspring's brain. His enormous face on the light beam was more twisted than ever, and his hands and feet were struggling hard. Screams were echoing from the broadcast rune array. "Traitors! You are all traitors! How dare you betray me?" On the light beams around, faces and names were popping up. Li Yao recognized a few young cultivators who were in high positions in the Federation. It had never occurred to him that they were all children of the nether world. One picture appeared simultaneously on a few light beams, where the human elder Nether Spring was talking with a child of the nether world in a quiet forest. All of a sudden, countless cultivators jumped out of nowhere, and the child of the nether world stabbed a flying sword at him with a smile, too. "Betray me? Go to hell! Go to hell!" The shrieks were still going on in the broadcast rune arrays. It was obvious that Elder Nether Spring hated the children of the nether world's guts. His fury, hatred, and every activity of his brain cells turned into endless data on the analysis light beams nearby, as well as a quickly bouncing electroencephalogram. The result of the 39th interrogation is the same as before. The names of all 122 children of the nether world have all been given, and they are identical to the ones confessed the previous 15 times. His brainwave activity is normal, too. It is 93% matched to the previous 15 interrogations. We can conclude that he is speaking the truth. They should be all the children of the nether world now. All controlled and suppressed by us. No lucky survivors. A few meditation healers and interrogation experts were analyzing the information in Elder Nether Spring's brain carefully. Li Yao felt that his body was cold. The picture, although only a few minutes, contained so much information that he was almost overwhelmed. What was the situation now? Was it true that the Patriots Partnership had learned the existence of all the children of the nether world since a long time ago and even fished them up for its own purposes? Also, the betrayal of one of the children of the nether world was the reason that the Patriots Partnership had captured Elder Nether Spring. Calm down. I need to calm down and think carefully. Li Yao took a long breath and stuck his brain to the cold shell of the magical equipment to cool it down. Amid the humming sound of the magical equipment, he reviewed all the known information and inferred the most likely truth along the timeline. First of all, a year ago, the news about the Flying Star Sector, the Imperium of true human beings, and the apocalypse came to the Heaven's Origin Sector, leading to an unprecedented change in the history of this world. To deal with the new situation, some of the wise people believed that the only way to compete with the Imperium was the collaboration of the 3 sectors. However, part of the cultivators insisted that demons were never to be trusted. They disagreed with the cooperation. The most extreme, radical, and frantic cultivators of them, summoned by Lu Zui, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, established the Patriots Partnership, trying to save the Federation in their own way. In the meantime, the Red Tide Plan and the Spore Stratagem were being pushed forward secretly in the Blood Demon sector. Also, the children of the Nether World, Elder Nether Spring's trusted subordinates that had been sent to the Heaven's Origin sector decades ago, surfaced and carried out operations in preparation of the Spore Stratagem. Lu Zui was the director of the Secret Sword Bureau. Did he really know nothing about the children of the nether world? Maybe not. Maybe, he knew about the existence of part of the children of the nether world. It was also possible that Elder Nether Spring released some false intelligence to the Heaven's Origin sector through part of them, such as the false teleportation destination for the Red Tide Plan. On the invisible, dark frontline, everything could be true, and everything could be false. Li Yao did not know the details, but the details were irrelevant to the big picture. All in all, Lu Zui must have discovered the existence of a few children of the nether world, but he failed to retrieve the real destination of teleportation in the Red Tide Plan or the truth about the Spore Stratagem. Or maybe, even the children of the nether world did not know the truth themselves. Then, it was all about the attitude of the children of the nether world. Li Yao tried to consider from the perspective of the children of the nether world. He felt that, although Elder Nether Spring's moves were rather delicate, the loyalty of the chess pieces was a big issue. The children of the nether world had lived for decades in the Federation as pure human beings. Right now, they all boasted a promising future, if they were not powerful already. With the help of the Flying Star sector, the strategic situation was different now. The Federation was gaining more advantages and rising unstoppably like the sun in the morning. Over the decades, they must have established their own family and even gotten their children. Why would they still work dutifully for Elder Nether Spring? Li Yao thought for a long time and only came up with two reasons. Firstly, over the decades, they had sent tremendous intelligence to Elder Nether Spring, which could be a great weakness. Once Elder Nether Spring threw out the evidence, they would not meet a good end. Secondly, at that time, Elder Nether Spring spore stratagem looked rather beautiful and promising. Once it succeeded, they would be the greatest contributors of the new world. Maybe, they were the only reasons to support the children of the nether world to go down the road with Elder Nether Spring. However, 3.5 months, Li Yao had destroyed the Eye of Blood Demon, and Jin Tui had unveiled the spore stratagem. Elder Nether Spring had lost his wild gamble with no chance of a comeback. If he had stayed in the Blood Demon sector, he would have been a fish in a water tank that would be caught sooner or later. Having no other options, he had swallowed the last dose of the divine blood of chaos and snuck into the Heaven's Origin sector as a human being, hoping to have the last laugh by instigating the war through the children of the netherworld and abyss. However, Elder Nether Spring had never considered the attitude of the children of the netherworld. When the spore stratagem was still hopeful, the children of the netherworld would not betray him, but it did not mean that they would still be on his side when the spore stratagem proved to be a fiasco and he lost everything, ending up as a stray dog. What if Lu Zui went to those children of the netherworld and offered a deal? Before, you worked for Elder Nether Spring, but Elder Nether Spring has failed. Right now, you can work for me and help me catch Elder Nether Spring. I guarantee that your life will remain unchanged, if not taking a step up. If Lu Zui had thrown out such conditions, some of the desperate children of the netherworld would certainly have defected, wouldn't they? As long as some of them defected, they would confess more names. In the end, the snowball would become bigger and bigger. Li Yao had no doubt that most of the children of the netherworld would submit themselves to Lu Zui and the Patriots' partnership after hesitating for a few seconds or even without any hesitation. Then, it was very simple. Elder Nether Spring had just transformed into a human being. Although he was in the nascent soul stage, he was a beginner in the way that cultivators utilized their strength. He was definitely the weakest nascent soul stage cultivator in the Heaven's Origin sector. Also, he could not have kept too much divine blood of chaos before. For the sake of confidentiality, he could not have brought many soldiers of the Nether World Watch with him either. It was very possible that he had come alone. After he arrived in the Heaven's Origin sector, to raise a war, naturally, he could only go to the children of the Nether World, his subordinates. Moreover, Li Yao was even suspicious that, with Elder Nether Spring's cunningness, he could have intentionally exposed himself to Lu Zui and pretended to surrender. But the guy never realized that Lu Zui was even more cunning than him, and all the children of the nether world had been compromised. When he met his subordinate, he had been captured and sent to the undersea secret base for interrogation. All the secrets in his head had then been dug out. Li Yao took a long breath. He sorted through the whole timeline and reflected on every detail. Finally, he was certain that this was the answer closest to the truth. If so, Lu Zui's knowledge about the Blood Demon sector, his precise prediction about Li Yao's actions, and a lot of other suspicions could be explained. When he saw Elder Nether Spring just now, Li Yao had been so surprised that he even felt it was abrupt. But now that he thought of it, that was the most reasonable ending. Elder Nether Spring was a stray dog in the first place. He had fled to the Heaven's Origin sector, an unfamiliar place, and was trying to grasp an utterly strange strength system. Faced with opponents lurking in the darkness such as the Patriots' partnership, was it odd that he was end up being a prisoner? If Elder Netherspring had other thorough plans when Spore Stratagem, to which he dedicated all his efforts and resources, had failed, that would have been really unreasonable. If Elder Netherspring had such wisdom, he would have seen through Jean Tuyi's real purpose a long time ago and killed him. How could he watch Jean Tuyi sabotage his Spore Stratagem? Getting to the bottom of it, Elder Netherspring was still slightly away from the top-tier players. Perhaps, in the great collision of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector, the real competitors in the game had always been Lu Zui and Jean Tuyi. In the sterile room, the interrogation was still going on. The scar-faced man smiled. Excellent. Elder Netherspring, you are very cooperative. If we work like this a little while longer, you will never suffer such torment again. The last question. Who is Abyss? Tell me the answer, and you may die. Elder Netherspring's brainwaves were suddenly irritated on the dozens of light beams. He roared, there is no Abyss. There isn't one. Why do you never believe it? The scar-faced man eyed him coldly for a while and said to his assistant, inject brain exciter into his head at 3 times the normal dose to magnify his senses. Also, inject the venom of the gold jellyfish at 5 times the normal dose. Ensure his brain cell activity with electric shock. Z. 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 On Elder Netherspring's bald head, the crystal wires and the drug tubes were tightened one by one. His gray eyeballs almost burst out of the head. Bloody tears were even dripping down from the corner of his eyes. On the monitoring light beam, the curves of his brainwaves were jumping up and down abruptly as if crazy. Ah. Ah. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It is Ling Yu, supervisor of the Classified Documents Department in the headquarters of the General Staff of the Federal Army. Elder Netherspring screamed miserably. The high-pitched shrieks almost tore the broadcast rune arrays apart. The scar-faced man and his assistant analyzed the light beams for a moment. A meditation healer shook his head and said, the brainwave is not right. He is lying. The scar-faced man slightly frowned. He gestured his assistant to use more drugs. As a virtual button on the light beam was slowly pushed to the highest degree, Elder Netherspring's eyeballs were shuddering crazily, and he was foaming hard. Even his body, which was several meters away, was cramping like a frog suffering from an electric shock. Why, Elder Netherspring? You are a preeminent figure. We don't wish to see you end like this. The scar-faced man sighed. You have failed with no chance of a comeback. Why are you still protecting Abyss? All the children of the nether world have been fished up. What can an Abyss do on his own? Just say it. You've already given up more than 100 children of the nether world. It doesn't matter if you give one more name, does it? Speak. Save everyone some trouble and free yourself from the humiliation and misery forever. Isn't that much better? Moreover, all the children of the nether world have betrayed you. Why wouldn't Abyss? Chances are that he has abandoned you and is hoping that you will be killed soon. You are suffering here, and he is enjoying himself outside. I feel sorry for you. On the light beam, Elder Netherspring looked like a block of ice that was about to melt. Dying, he said, it is Di Mingxin, the Minister of the Department of National Defense's secretary. No. It is Guo Chunfeng, the supervisor of the 1st Division of the Secret Sword Bureau. No. It is. The scar-faced man looked his assistant. His assistant was shaking his head the whole time. The scar-faced man's voice grew tough and cold. Elder Netherspring, we showed you some respect because we admired you as a senior from the Blood Demon sector. If you don't change your attitude, don't blame us for our ruthlessness. It is you who are forcing me to lie. Elder Netherspring completely crashed and roared, no Abyss. No Abyss. There has never been an abyss. What do you want me to confess? It is impossible for abyss to exist. Do you not understand? His loyalty cannot be guaranteed at all. The children of the netherworld were sent out decades ago. At that time, I didn't have much expertise in the gene technology. How could I have absolute control over them? The normal children of the netherworld often sent intelligence back to me. In return, I told them the situation of their family in the blood demon sector. Their loyalty to the demon race and to me was maintained only in such a way. He. Even so, they still betrayed me in the end. All of them did. If there is really an abyss who doesn't know that he is a demon and hasn't done anything wrong to the Federation, I will not be able to prove that he is a demon even if I activate him. Then, how am I supposed to control him? How am I going to persuade him to pledge his loyalty to me instead of the Federation, where he has lived for decades? The scar-faced man and his assistant listened casually. It appeared that this was not the first time that they had heard such words. Maybe because the brain exciter was taking effect, Elder Netherspring's mind was becoming clearer and clearer. He roared, "Abyss is just a disguise to cover the children of the netherworld." My original thought was that, once you notice the children of the netherworld, I would release the news of Abyss, the non-existent ultimate child of the netherworld, so that you would be suspicious about each other, and your investigation would be disrupted. Also, the children of the netherworld could also jump out and accuse somebody who was a threat to them of being Abyss. As a result, after all the accusations were investigated and no Abyss was found, the investigations on the children of the netherworld would be seriously weakened too. There would be plenty of time for them to deal with the situation. In short, Abyss is just a protective shell for the children of the netherworld. There is no Abyss at all. The scar-faced man glanced at his assistants. This time, all the assistants nodded after carefully studying Elder Netherspring's brainwaves on the display. This is about it. Shou Yuxuan observed coldly from the side and could not help but say, "You've asked the same question more than 10 times, and you've gotten the same answer every single time." Under such intense stimulation, he will feel like the whole of hell was bashing against his head hard every second. How strong must his willpower be to lie right now without being seen through? It is impossible. He does have a point. Since the children of the netherworld can betray him, it is even more possible for Abyss to betray him, too. Just like you said, Abyss will only want him to die as quickly as possible because nobody can reveal his identity after he is dead. If there is really an Abyss who considers himself a human being, how can Elder Netherspring control him even if Abyss is activated? There is no way at all. The only conclusion is that Abyss doesn't exist. It is just a protective shell for the children of the netherworld. Staring at Elder Netherspring's soul, which was gradually spreading out on the light beam, the scar-faced man was deep in thought for a long time. However, a tiny part of his brain has always been covered in gray fog. There is no way that we can crack it. Shou Yuxuan did not think much of it. That's typical for any brain. Although the soul-searching technique can find 99% of his secrets, 1% of the brain is always too unpredictable for us to grasp. It is perhaps the memories of a long, long time ago and has nothing to do with our plan. Stop wasting time on it. The scar-faced man discussed with his assistants for a while. Then, he stood straight and nodded. All right. The results of the previous 9 interrogations are the same. We can finally draw the conclusion that Abyss doesn't exist. Director Shou, our questions have mostly been resolved. This brain is all yours now. The scar-faced man extended a finger and flicked the center of Elder Netherspring's brow on the light beam. Thank you for your cooperation, Elder Netherspring. The Abyss you came up with was truly an incredibly creative idea. It could have caused serious interferences for us. But it is a pity that, chance contrives better than we ourselves, T/N, in other words, the best-laid schemes oft go astray. Eventually, it has caused you to suffer more. Huh. That's not our fault. You only have yourself to blame. Elder Netherspring had completely lost the strength to argue. Lethargically, he said, I've said everything. Let me die. Let me die. I have no questions now, the scar-faced man said, but Director Show still has a lot of subjects that he wants to talk with you about. You promised that you would kill me after I told you the truth of Abyss. Elder Netherspring roared. You lied. You lied. The scar-faced man sneered, everybody must not hesitate to slay evil. Is it necessary for me to keep my words for a monster like you? Ah. 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 Elder Netherspring was outraged. For a moment, his brainwaves surpassed the limits. They seemed to be struggling out of the light beam and erupting like a volcano. The head that was placed inside a transparent box and the body that was fixated to the surgical bed were both trembling violently, unleashing overwhelming spiritual waves. Not good, an assistant shouted. There are signs of the stimulation of 7 times the normal dose of a brain exciter deep inside his brain. What? The scar-faced man was shocked. He must have controlled his head and found a way to conceal part of the brain exciter, another meditation healer shrieked. Now, he has activated all the brain exciter that he hid before and aroused his brainwaves to a new height. Duo. 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 Under the surging force caused by Elder Netherspring's brain, the barriers nailed into his body were expelled one by one and pierced into the ceiling deeply. His hands and feet were waving crazily. Caught unprepared, several meditation healers were thrown to the wall with broken bones. Suppress him, the scar-faced man roared crazily. Dozens of interrogative devices that looked like iron tusks immediately ejected out of the metal surgical bed and pierced deeply into Elder Netherspring's body, holding him down on the bed and making it unable for him to move. The 3 core formation stage cultivators in the corner quickly jumped out. 3 storm bolters that had been modified stabbed into Elder Netherspring's body brutally. The high-voltage electric arc spurting out of the barrels almost burned the body into ashes after lightning chains. The transparent box that contained the head was also injected with a certain bluish liquid. The head was immediately frozen. Elder Netherspring's body had been suppressed, and his head was completely frozen. His resistance seemed to have ended in failure. Boom! Right then, the sterile room shook violently. The spiritual energy inputted into all the magical equipment soared significantly. Probably because the critical part of the defense rune array was affected in the fierce fight between the cultivators and the 9-headed ocean monster, all the magical equipment in the secret base was overloaded. Schwa! On the enormous light beam, there was a hint of mockery on Elder Netherspring's illusionary face, which was under serious interferences, before it gradually dispersed in ripples. After soaring into the peak, Elder Netherspring's brainwaves fell down straight into the eternal abyss. He is going to die. Inject brain exhilarant and revitalization polypeptide protein. Try to slow down his brain death. Activate the emergency plan. Try to confine his soul now and see if it is possible to transform him into a spectral cultivator. If he can't, try to extract all the information in his brain into the crystal processor. Keep as much data as possible. The sterile room was in a complete mess. The hands of all the specialists turned into gray mist as they typed fast on the control light beams. Very soon, Elder Netherspring's face on the enormous light beam twisted into a giant swirl. It seemed he was being absorbed into the crystal processor by a weird force. However, before his brainwaves completely fell into peace, Li Yao felt that he saw a glimmer of hope from the depths of the swirl of his soul. Was it my imagination? Li Yao frowned. Elder Netherspring was a great figure after all. Eventually, he still managed to get out of his enemy's control and give himself a quick death. However, had he really left nothing? A minute later, Elder Netherspring's brainwaves were completely gone. all the light beams turned blank. He is dead. His soul has entirely perished. There is no chance that he has transformed into a spectral cultivator. Several meditation healers made the same conclusion after examining Elder Netherspring's head carefully. Thankfully, we've collected enough data in the last couple of months, and we managed to extract most of the data and memory pieces in his brain the moment before he died. A meditation healer tapped softly on the control light beam for a moment. Then, a metal cube the size of a fist popped up from the inside of the mainframe crystal processor. Dense spiritual stripes, which were soul-stirring colors, had been carved on the surface of the cube. Shou Yuxuan extended his hand and held the cube in his hand with his spiritual energy. With a telepathic thought, the cube was immediately unfolded. It was made of almost 1,000 metal slices that were as thin as the wing of a cicada. Every slice had been carved with tremendous information. After they dispersed, the size of the cube was hundreds of times larger than before. Astronomical information had been stored inside. Shou Yuxuan extended his telepathic thoughts into the cube and checked it for a while. Then, he sighed and said, "It's not bad." Exploiting so much from Elder Netherspring's brain before his death was beyond our expectations. With this jade crystal disk, a lot of research can still proceed. Li Yao held his breath, his eyes glittering. The so-called jade crystal disk was in fact the most advanced jade chip. It was made of thousands of thin record chips, each of which had a storage of a regular jade chip. When thousands of jade chips were piled up, the storage space could be as vast as an ocean. At this moment, most of Elder Netherspring's memories, including his research projects and his training techniques, were stored inside the jade crystal disk. Li Yao's eyes were shining brighter and brighter. He pondered, since it included all the memories, the memory of the previous couple of months when he was captured and secretly interrogated would be there, too. The files from the Blood Demon sector that Li Yao had carried and the videos and audios that he had recorded in secret could be fabricated easily. They were not very persuasive. However, if he could get the jade crystal disk, which contained most of the memory pieces of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it would certainly be undeniable proof. As long as the jade crystal disk was publicized to the cultivators, the Federal Army, and all the citizens of the Federation, he would be able to prove that Elder Netherspring had been captured by Lu Zui a long time ago and that Lu Zui was researching with other nascent soul stage cultivators such as Shou Yuxuan and coercing Elder Netherspring to confess the secrets about the demon god virus. Moreover, they even mentioned chaos. It meant that the same origin theory was not a secret for Lu Zui and Shou Yuxuan. Then, why did they not release it to the public? Why did they pretend that they knew nothing when they had confirmed the name list of all the children of the nether world, and why did they simply wait and watch the speaker's attempted assassination? They would not be able to explain themselves. Li Yao's heart was beating faster and faster. After all the trouble, he finally got his hands on the critical part of the scheme. In the sterile room, after examining the jade crystal disk, he said to the scar-faced man, "Prepare a clean communication room for me. I'll inform Director Lu of the matter." Li Yao's heart was pounding again. Shou Yuxuan was a virologist and appeared to be the supervisor of the secret base, a higher position than the scar-faced man's. His relationship with Lu Zui should be an upgraded version of that between Mad Medic Lu Wuxin and Elder Netherspring. Their conversation would certainly involve a lot of clandestine things. He had to hear it. However, it was too risky to continue following Shou Yuxuan. His conversation with Lu Zui would be highly confidential. Before the communication was established, he would certainly scan all the magical equipment in the secret room to make sure that everything was safe. By a clean room, they meant a place that would not be eavesdropped. Besides, Li Yao needed Neltharion to observe where the jade crystal disk was located and even steal it when there was an opportunity. It was another reason he could not let it follow Shou Yuxuan. Then, how could he eavesdrop the conversation? Li Yao thought quickly about the structure of the undersea mining base. This place was thousands of kilometers away from the capital city. If the two parties wanted to talk, they would have to resort to the wireless spiritual nexus established by the spiritual towers. However, the undersea base was blocked by the deep, surging seawater. It was obviously unfeasible to build the spiritual towers at the bottom of the ocean. They were usually floating on the surface of the ocean on platforms. Yet, a superstorm and a tsunami were sweeping across the ocean right now. It was impossible for the spiritual towers to resist such natural disasters. Even if they managed to, the conversation would be intermittent and subject to high interference. There must be some other way. Such an undersea mining base far away from the coast cannot be only connected through the wireless spiritual nexus, which is too unstable. Suppose there is a superstorm that lasts a few days, will they not report anything to Lu Zui during that time? It's clearly impossible. Right. The undersea cable. Li Yao's eyes shone, and he decided to take his chances. Like a sea snake, he swam out through the gaps of the magical equipment. Covered by the dirty seawater, he crawled out of the base through the damage in the shell again. The fight outside the base was still going on. A large area of the seawater was polluted by the nine-headed ocean monster's blue blood. It appeared that the animal was exhausted and would be executed soon. Having no time to care about the nine-headed ocean monster, Li Yao quickly swam to the very bottom of the undersea base. Hurry up. I must find the undersea cable before the communication begins. Li Yao perceived the feeble spiritual waves nearby. He was certain that, to ensure that the undersea cable was not bitten apart by the fish around, defense rune arrays must have been deployed around the cable. As he expected, a moment later, he found a few thick cables that were buried deep beneath the sand and mud by tracing the feeble spiritual waves of the defense rune arrays. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and took out a tiny drill that was barely visible from his cosmos ring. He operated on the undersea cable carefully. The undersea mining base was a civil one in the first place. The cable that led to the continent was several thousand kilometers long. It was impossible to set up barriers of the highest level on every meter of it. With the skills of a master of refining and an expert of peeping, Li Yao bypassed the defense rune arrays and dug a hole the width of hair on the cable. He then extended a crystal wire into it, with the other end connected to his crystal processor. Naturally, too many complicated data streams were being transmitted through the cable at the same time. However, Li Yao had collected Shou Yuxuan's and Lu Zui's voice prints. So, he only needed to search for the data that had the features of their voice prints. Very soon, Li Yao heard their conversation after a while of blurred background noises. He heard Lu Zui saying, "You shouldn't have woken me up." Over the past half-month, in order to deal with Li Yao, Jiang Hailu, and the rest of them, I have overly drained my computational ability. My head is in the most terrible state right now, and I cannot maintain a clear mind. I'm busy recovering. It is estimated that my head will be keen enough again in 5 hours, 23 minutes, and 22 seconds. After your interruption, it will take at least another 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 43 seconds. Elder Nether Spring is dead, Shou Yuxuan said. Okay, Lu Zui remarked casually. A brain has its limits. He should be dead anyway. Has the critical information been retrieved? Yes, everything. Our research progress won't be affected, Shou Yuxuan said. I can guarantee that we will be able to provide enough demon god virus and the corresponding antidote, both of which can be utilized in field battles, within half a month after we march into the Blood Demon sector. Excellent. Then, Elder Nether Spring's death is not important. With the demon god virus and the antidote that can be manufactured, we will be able to control the plague and thus the outcome of the war. Pausing for a moment, Lu Zui continued. Since I've already been interrupted, I might as well say something more. The research on the Type A virus can be put on hold for now. Please accelerate the production of the Type B virus. I will need the dose to infect 100,000 people in 1 month. Shou Yuxuan was dazed for a moment. He asked, the Type B virus that specifically targets people of the Flying Star sector? Why? Bolstered by the soaring fighting will in the Federation, the cultivators of the Flying Star sector are changing their attitude, Lu Zui explained. It is very possible that they will be persuaded and send Burning Prairie, their flagship, to the Blood Demon sector with us. However, they still refuse to march into the Blood Demon sector but only promise that they will help us guard the wormholes between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. They will also release the Grand Illusionary soldiers to observe the Blood Demon sector closely first. He. It appears that those people have been influenced by Li Yao anyway. However, they are too naive after all. When we are in the Blood Demon sector, the battle will be changing vastly every second. Will they be able to make the call? Tough men must be given tough drugs. Right now, the compatriots of the Flying Star sector haven't clearly seen the vileness and brutality of the demons. Let's sharpen their vision with the Type B demon god virus. Li Yao felt that his blood was freezing when he heard that part, as if billions of tons of seawater were pressing his body. He was almost suffocated. He was finally certain that Lu Zui had gone mad. Before, the guy had assassinated the Speaker of Parliament and killed tens of thousands of innocent people in order to raise the fury of the Heaven's Origin sector. Now, he was trying to kill at least 100,000 citizens of the Flying Star sector through the demon god virus in order to trigger the Flying Star sector's hatred of the demon race that was thin if not non-existent. He hoped to disrupt the collaboration between mankind and the demon race in such a way. Jin Tui was quite right. Lu Zui had been completely swallowed by his own hatred, selfishness, and ambitions and turned into an enormous abyss that was even more dreadful than the broken vein trenched several hundred kilometers away. Everything makes sense now. Elder Nether Spring was a smart guy, too. After the spore stratagem failed, he must have considered and inferred the goals of me and Jin Tui. Then, after he fell into the hands of the Patriots Partnership, my intention was immediately learned by Lu Zui. He knew that I would certainly return to the Heaven's Origin sector. He also knew that I was here to submit the instruments of surrender of the demon race and to realize peace. But such peace is absolutely unacceptable for Lu Zui and the Patriots Partnership. Therefore, he set up a flawless trap with the Patriots Partnership, the children of the Nether World, the military, and some of the ignorant workers in the Secret Sword Bureau. As long as I appeared on the Grand Desolate Plateau, the trap could immediately be activated. The elements such as the memorial park for Martyr Li Yao and the existence of Duan Muming were perhaps arranged by Lu Zui carefully in advance and were nothing more than his chess pieces. Their sole purpose was to shock me so that I would trust nobody. Eventually, I was led to the final stage step by step according to his pace, namely the Federal Square, where I assumed the role of assassin. He almost succeeded. If Ding Lingdang hadn't trusted me and supported me without any complaint, I might have turned into a real blood devil at this moment and completely become his chess piece. Li Yao took a long breath in cold sweat. He basically understood Lu Zui's intention right now. The tremendous demon god virus and the antidote that were under the control of the Patriots Partnership could indeed change the intensity and the outcome of the plague. For example, if a few elite squads of the Patriots Partnership were hidden among the troops that were to march into the Blood Demon sector and sprayed the virus there, their efficiency would certainly be much higher than Elder Nether Spring's Netherworld Watch. The Blood Demon sector was at its weakest in its thousands of years of history in the first place. It would be difficult for them to resist the triple attacks of the Federal Army, the warship of the Flying Star sector, and the demon god virus. As soon as the main force of the coalition army of demons was crushed, Lu Zui would be able to control the plague with the antidote and get a lot of demon slaves. He could even conquer the demon race with the antidote as a lure. Those who were willing to be his slaves would be given the antidote and live. Those who were not would turn into the walking dead and uncontrollable mutants, dying the most miserable death. In such a way, he would have a high chance to occupy the blood demon sector without paying a high price. Also, after seizing the blood demon sector, he would be able to keep a lot of demon slaves who could be sent to the resource planets for mining. It was truly a very enticing plan. However, how was Lu Zue's Patriots partnership able to manufacture the antidote earlier than his Skyfire did? Li Yao thought quickly and realized that the reason was too simple. The so-called antidote of the demon god virus was in fact the synthesized divine blood of chaos, which Skyfire had duplicated by studying Jin Xinyue's blood. There was only one Jin Xinyue, and it was impossible for Skyfire to have pumped away all her blood for research. They could only take a syringe occasionally. Naturally, their progress was slow. But the Patriots partnership had more than 100 children of the netherworld under their control, all of whom had transformed by swallowing the original divine blood of chaos. Therefore, their blood had exactly the same effect as Jin Xinyue's. Lu Zue would definitely not be courteous toward those children of the netherworld. He would not hesitate even if half of their blood was to be pumped out. Li Yao had no doubt that Lu Zue would not even bother to blink if the blood of the children of the netherworld, who were too obstinate to betray Elder Nether Spring, had to be drained. Li Yao's confusions were resolved one by one. He was more determined to stop Lu Zue than ever. Voices came over from the cable again. Shou Yuxuan was asking, to expedite the production, I have to know where the Type B demon god virus will be released. City, wilderness, underground, or sealed space. In the heavens origin sector or the blood demon sector. The virus must have minor adjustments according to the environment to maximize the effect with the minimal dose. It will be released in a sealed space. Or more exactly, inside Burning Prairie, Lu Zue said casually. The heavens origin sector alone cannot conquer the blood demon sector at the minimal cost within the shortest amount of time. Therefore, the flying star sector must get on the tank, too. What we need is more than a burning prairie and 200,000 grand illusionary soldiers. What we need is thousands of warships of the flying star sector, millions of grand illusionary soldiers, and the countless warriors of the other world. It is a pity that the flying star sector is unwilling to fight another war after the serious internal strife. Besides, the human compatriots of the flying star sector haven't tasted the vileness, evilness, shamelessness, and brutality of the demon race for themselves. The 40,000-year-old bloody grudge between mankind and the demon race has been gradually forgotten over the past thousands of years. Faced with the demons, they are cowardly, timid, and full of impractical illusions. Shou Yuxuan sighed and said, that's not entirely their fault. Human beings are a species that is good at forgetting and self-deception. Not just the citizens of the flying star sector who haven't fought the demons for thousands of years, even in the heartland of the Federation, haven't many of our compatriots of the heavens origin sector eased their wariness and fantasized the peace that will never come true, just because they haven't experienced the war for more than 100 years after the Grand Desolate Plateau was conquered? Even the leader of the country, Jiang Hailu, who has deep grudges with the demon race and has the future of the nation on his shoulders, chickened, softened up, and backed off. He was naive enough to think that there was possibility of peace between mankind and the demon race. That's the weakness of humanity, Lu Zue said coldly. If they can't overcome it themselves, we will give them a hand. Right now, through the assault in the Federal Square, we have successfully awakened all the inert compatriots in the Federation who were dwelling in the illusions of peace. We have ignited their pride and made them realize that it is their mission to slay evil as human beings. Now, it will the human compatriots of the flying star sector's turn. Burning Prairie is the unique, dream warship of the flying star sector. The countless Marines responsible for manipulating the crystal behemoth are the best warriors of the flying star sector, too. Their families and sects boast tremendous influence in their world. If the dream warship is assaulted by the demon race after it marches into the blood demon sector, and the sordid demons kill most of the soldiers on board with the demon god virus while refining the survivors into biochemical weapons. Hee, how will the citizens of the Flying Star sector react when the news arrives? Shou Yuxuan smiled. The Flying Star sector will certainly burst into fury. Instead of recovering the wounds of the civil war, they will march out without caring about the cost and annihilate the evil demon race together with us. Lu Zui laughed. Exactly. As long as they have the tiniest dignity and pride as human beings, they will definitely fight side by side with us, sparing no resources of the sector. The Flying Star sector wants to learn how to establish a country. Let me give them a lesson. Hatred. To establish a country, the easiest way is to find enormous hatred. 500 years ago, the common hatred against the demon race allowed the 9 major sects of the Heaven's Origin sector to join hands and set up the Star Glory Federation, our great motherland. Today, the common hatred toward the demon race will make the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector collaborate. In the war against the demon race, we will be integrating at the highest speed. A new federation that is much more powerful will be founded. Hee. The soft-boned Jiang Hailu and the little devil Li Yao want integration of the 3 sectors, too. But Jiang Hailu is too conservative. He wants everything to be done slowly through negotiations. How much longer will it take before the 2 worlds are finally assimilated? The little devil Li Yao is even more unrealistic. The participation of the demon race will add countless unstable factors to the Federation later. Eventually, the country will collapse before the enemy arrives. Ours is the only way to integrate the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector as quickly as possible. By removing all uncertainty, the resources will be concentrated in the steadiest form. An invincible federation will be founded on blood, steel, and fire in order to fight against the Imperium of true human beings. This is the only path. No matter how many more obstacles are out there on the path, we must crush and eliminate all of them mercilessly. Shou Yuxuan's voice sounded like he was trying to suppress his volcano-like passion. He said, one word after another, I understand. I will produce enough Type B demon god virus as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Brother Shou. Lu Zui's voice was suddenly mixed with a hint of gratitude. When I established the Patriots Partnership, I thought that my firmest supporters would be the hawks in the military. It never occurred to me that the one who agrees with my belief most and who is willing to fight with me until the last moment would be you, the Deputy Director of the Capital Medical College, a scholar instead of a soldier. I am a doctor and a virologist, Shou Yuxuan said calmly. I am very clear that, of the thousands of medicines to kill viruses in the Star Glory Federation, none target the infected cells alone. Many viruses lurk deep inside the cells and even take on the form and attributes of the regular cells. With our current knowledge, it was impossible to distinguish them. Most highly efficient antivirus medication annihilates a lot of healthy cells while they kill the infected cells and the viruses. Some of the treatments even caused serious damage to the body, such as nausea, loss of hair, reduction of immunity, femoral head necrosis, and other symptoms. As a doctor, I do not want my patient to suffer. I do not want the healthy cells in their body, including the guardian cells such as leukocytes, which fight against the virus and defend the health of the body, to be killed on a large scale. I often have no other choice. On many occasions, if radical treatments are not adopted for fear of the temporary healthy condition of the patient, and the healthy cells are not killed together with the infected cells in the patient's body, the only outcome will be that the virus savages in the entire body and causes them to be killed. That is the only reason I am willing to take your side, Brother Lu. The compatriots who died miserably in the Federal Square were of course innocent. But like the healthy cells that are killed by a certain antivirus medicine, it was a price we had to pay for the survival of the entire body. Vulture Li Yao may not be a devil. He may be the most hard-working leukocyte inside the body. However, For the health of the body, and for the Great Federation, he must be sacrificed. Lu Zui was deep in thought. Brother Shou, I have never considered the issue from such a point of view. Thank you for sharing. I feel that my belief is firmer still now. Shou Yuxuan smiled and said, Integration. Integration. Those guys in Parliament are talking about the necessity of the integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector every day. But they are two sectors that have been kept apart for 10,000 years. The customs, habits, and social systems are entirely different. They are like two intact, well-functioning bodies. How can you expect them to be integrated in just a few years? There is only one way for a fast integration. Cut two gaping, bleeding wounds on the two bodies with a sharp scalpel, aim the wounds at each other, and sew the two bodies together. In such a way, their blood will be forced to meld, and their bodies will grow together forever. Let the Patriots' partnership be the sharpest scalpel. Lu Zui laughed out loud. Well said, Brother Shou. With such judicious fellows such as Brother Shou and thousands of real patriots, there is still hope for our country. Shou Yuxuan smiled and said, All right. I've disturbed you long enough, Brother Lu. Get some rest. We still count on your head for our moves to come. The nine-headed ocean monster has already been slain by Brother Diwu. Note, Diwu means fifth. When the weather gets better, I will have the jade crystal disc that stores Elder Nether Springs memories delivered to the capital city. Li Yao's heart suddenly skipped a bit. Diwu was a very rarely seen surname. There were not many cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector with such a surname. Even fewer of them were qualified to be called brother by Lu Zui and Shou Yuxuan, who were both nascent soul stage cultivators, and had the capability to slay the nine-headed ocean monster. A name quickly jumped out of Li Yao's head. Diwu Jian. Note, Diwu Jian means the fifth sword literally, Deputy President of the Exos Association of the Star Glory Federation. The President of the Exos Associate was an honorary title that was similar to Lifetime Achievement Award. The post was usually assumed by a well-renowned senior. The Deputy Presidents, on the other hand, were the true top experts in the circle of Exos of the Star Glory Federation. Diwu Jian, a nascent soul stage cultivator, was also a seasoned expert who had been famous for more than 100 years, just like Death Ray Yi Changkong. Yi Changkong was a great sniper, but Diwu Jian was adept at melee combat. He was known as the Sword God in the Federation. Diwu used to be his surname. However, after he advanced into the nascent soul stage, the Sword God began to use his real name as his nickname. Even the most brutal demon beasts and the strongest enemies could never escape from the hunting of his 5 swords of heavens and human. He never needed to perform a 6th attack. As I expected. The Patriots' partnership has been lurking in the darkness for too long. Yi Changkong isn't the only battle-type nascent soul stage cultivator in the organization. There are bound to be a few others. Diwu Jian is another one. Yi Changkong has been carrying out missions outside, and Diwu Jian is responsible for the defense of the most critical undersea base. Realizing that a highly dangerous nascent soul stage cultivator was on alert not far away from them, Li Yao did not even have the courage to berate Shou Yuxuan's shamelessness now. Cold sweat was popping out of his body, and he did not dare move at all. Now that the nine-headed ocean monster had been killed, Diwu Jian's attention could be shifted to the surroundings again. It was possible that the opponent would discover him even if he did nothing but fart once. In a 1-versus-1 battle, Li Yao was definitely not scared of any battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators in the Heaven's Origin sector, including Diwu Jian. However, the guy was with dozens of core formation stage cultivators and several fully armed crystal warships. How could he expect to fight all of them at once? He might as well cringe at the bottom of the ocean for a while longer. Hardly had he made up his mind when Lu Zui's voice in the undersea cable was suddenly raised. What do you mean? The nine-headed ocean monster? Yes, Shou Yuxuan said. The base was under the attack of a nine-headed ocean monster, which was probably stimulated by the eruption of the undersea volcano. But it is not a big deal. Only part of the anti-pressure shell at the edge was broken. 88% of the damage has been repaired. The nine-headed ocean monster was executed by Brother Diwu. Wait. 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 Lu Zui's voice was more and more anxious. He did not sound so concerned even when he heard the news of Elder Nether Spring's death a moment ago. A nine-headed ocean monster attacked the base, damaged the defense system, and cracked the shell of the base, and a lot of seawater poured into the base? Yes, Shou Yuxuan replied, but just the periphery. Is there a problem? And Elder Nether Spring died soon after the nine-headed ocean monster's harassment? Shou Yuxuan thought for a moment and answered, seems so, but I doubt that they are related. They may be related, and they may be not, but it doesn't matter. Lu Zui gnashed his teeth. What matters is that the base is very likely to have been, before he said, compromised. The two parties lost connection to each other because Li Yao had chopped off the undersea cable brutally with one slash. Before they contacted to each other again with a second cable, he had earned himself a few seconds to react. Li Yao cursed loudly in his heart. He did not know that Lu Zui's computational ability was so terrifying that he could sniff out danger from nothing but the weird arrival of the nine-headed ocean monster. Thankfully, Lu Zui had planned too many plots and schemes recently, and his head was at a low point. He had been trying to recover. That was why he was more sluggish than he should have been. If Lu Zui had been at his peak state and his head was clear and agile, he might have caught traces at the beginning of their conversation. I've definitely been exposed. Li Yao gritted his teeth. Without concealing his scent anymore, he rushed upward like a cannonball. He could have chosen to escape silently. With his speed, it was almost impossible that Diwu Jian and the core formation stage cultivators could have stopped him. However, after hearing such a big, insane scheme of the Patriots' partnership, how could he just get up and leave? He had to get the jade crystal disk that stored Elder Nether Spring's memory data, which was the key to crack the scheme. Come on, the blood demon form of the mystic skeleton battle suit, unleash the most formidable strength. Li Yao roared. Bubbles spread out of his body, and a blast rippled out, triggering an enormous undersea swirl. At the center of the swirl, a shadow that was as deep as the night sky, as red as blood, and as eye-catching as the shining stars showed up splendidly. Z. 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 Around Li Yao, the shield mixed by the spiritual energy and the demonic energy continued expanding, enveloping him like the most dazzling ball lightning. All the seawater inside was evaporated and popped up to the surface of the ocean as bubbles. Li Yao, on the other hand, stood in the middle of the ball-shaped space. He stabbed his hands into his chest and opened the breastplate to the two sides quickly, revealing the brilliant demon core at the center of his chest. It was the Hellish River Cannon, the upgraded version of the Cell Obliteration Cannon, which was the most powerful remote weapon on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit right now. Just burn, my cells. The power of Li Yao's soul surged out. All the cells inside his chest seemed to be exploding and releasing infinite energy, which was congregated and enhanced by the demon core. A small sun seemed to be rising slowly from the bottom of the ocean, illuminating the darkness of the environment. There's an intruder. He is very likely to be Li Yao. Lu Zui's voice finally passed over through the other cables and was echoing in the entire base. Diwu Jian, the battle-type nascent soul stage cultivator guarding the base, as well as countless cultivators of the Patriots' partnership, discovered Li Yao. Hew! 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 Hundreds of flying swords, mystic rays, and cannon attacks bombarded the hundreds of meters around Li Yao like a storm and smashed his spiritual shield until it was shaking, dimming, and about to collapse. Li Yao gritted his teeth and swallowed all the blood. Before the blood slid into his stomach, it was already transformed into the purest energy by the obliterative power of the cells. Swoosh! A sword aura that was as fast as lightning pierced through thousands of meters of seawater like an invisible line and slashed open his spiritual shield directly. It was the 5 swords of heavens and human, Diwu Jian's ultimate technique and the most terrifying sword art of the heavens origin sector. After only one attack, tens of thousands of red threads split from the aura and enshrouded Li Yao's spiritual shield, shattering it instantly. They even constituted a weird barrier that prevented him from condensing a second spiritual shield within the next few seconds. Without the protection of spiritual energy, the enemy's attack was unstoppable and was about to reach the surface of the mystic skeleton battle suit. However, the moment his spiritual shield exploded abruptly, Li Yao already burnt his soul, cells, and life to the maximum and shot out the hellish river cannon toward the heart of the undersea base furiously. Boom! 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 Hundreds of colorful blasts appeared on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit and proliferated like cancer. The destructive force threw Li Yao hundreds of meters away. The bright pillar of light blown out by the hellish river cannon, on the other hand, ripped apart all the defense rune arrays in the undersea base and pierced through the core of the base. It was the place where the medicine workshop and the sterile room were located according to Li Yao's observation and Neltharion scanning. At that moment, a series of ear-splitting explosions was raised at the core of the undersea base. Shocking alarms were echoing nearby. The seawater was flooding crazily. The base was in utter chaos. The sterile room where Elder Nether Spring had been interrogated happened to be hit precisely by the hellish river cannon. Caught unprepared, the cultivators were all sent flying, colliding and struggling in the blast. Neltharion had been lurking in a corner of the sterile room and observing where the jade crystal disc was kept. It took the opportunity to release almost 5 tiny smoke grenades, making the sterile room that was already messy enough even messier. The tiny drill of mystic rays in the front being activated to the maximum, Neltharion turned into a streak of brightness and pierced through the super crystal processor that had been used to analyze Elder Nether Spring's brain. The jade crystal disk was stored right inside the super crystal processor. Schwa! Neltharion extended 2 tiny, long claws from the front, grabbed the jade crystal disk, and snatched it out from the preservation rune arrays. Li Yao had also been planning to capture the main storage chips of the super crystal processor. However, at the same time, he sensed that a second unstoppable blade aura had rushed to the front of his face. For an unparalleled expert such as Diwu Jian, even Li Yao could not clearly see how the guy performed the attack. When he sensed that an attack was coming, the aura of the sword was already less than 100 meters from him. This battle was different from the one against Death Ray Yi Changkong. That battle had taken place after hours of consideration and planning. Both parties had spent tremendous computational ability on the preparation for the battle. It had been a battle that had been decided before it started. Li Yao had calculated every detail in advance. Therefore, he had finished Yi Changkong and barely hurt himself. But this battle was an unexpected encounter. Neither party was prepared at all. It was a pure competition of combat ability devoid of any tricks. Li Yao bellowed. The blood moon dragon hunting saber dyed the seawater hundreds of square meters nearby crimson. Attached to the aura of the saber, the crimson seawater went at the aura of the sword like a whip of bloody hundreds of meters long. The sword aura versus the saber aura. Boom! The furious force resulting from the collision of the weapons vaporized the seawater near the point of impact. From liquid to gas, the volume of the seawater expanded by dozens of times, raising a soul-stirring great explosion instantly. As if 100 bombs had been detonated below the ocean at the same time, a barrier of chaos erected and temporarily blocked Li Yao from the hunters, including Diwu Jian. That was exactly Li Yao's purpose. To achieve the purpose, he had even slightly dispersed the aura that the blood moon dragon hunting saber triggered. As a result, 1/10 of the force entailed in Diwu Jian's attack penetrated in and lunged at his chest. Affected by Diwu Jian's first attack, he had not been able to form a spiritual shield in those few seconds. The 1/10 of the force could only be resisted by the mystic skeleton battlesuit and his body of flesh and blood. Shwa! An enormous gash immediately appeared on the right side of the mystic skeleton battlesuit's breastplate, through which one could see the flesh and bones inside clearly. His internal organs seemed to have been stabbed, ripped, and tied by hundreds of tiny swords, which cast him into excruciating pain. But Li Yao did not even have the time to grunt. He turned around and fled instantly while triggering the crystal bombs that he had stuck to the shell of the undersea base earlier. For such a crazy bomber like himself, he would have felt sorry for himself if he had not installed a few hundred crystal bombs after he discovered the enemy's secret base. A series of fireballs and blasts formed a dazzling ribbon of light on the shell of the base. Although the bombs were not enough to destroy the base, because they were too dispersed and the base boasted the most advanced defense rune arrays, it was enough to make the cultivators inside the base work hard to deal with the emergency for a while. His pressure could be somewhat reduced. At the same time, Hugh Neltharion escaped out of the base carrying the jade crystal disc that stored Elder Netherspring's memory pieces. Diwu Jian launched the third attack. The sword god, who was still deep inside the water and had not met Li Yao, sensed the existence of Neltharion keenly and also calculated that something was wrong with the streak of brightness that was dashing out of the base. The third attack went directly toward Neltharion. Inside Li Yao's brain, Neltharion's alarm system was shrieking crazily. If the attack hit the target, Neltharion would be more than 55% damaged and basically lose the ability to move. Li Yao sniffed and raised his right arm. 7 mystic rays rushed out and congregated into a highly revolving drill of mystic rays in the sea water. As the speed of revolution was higher and higher, the drill was gradually taking the shape of a dragon. Diwu Jian might have a chance to hit Neltharion, but the electric viper drill would pierce through his chest, too. After he was heavily wounded, nobody in the entire base would be able to stop Li Yao from picking up the jade crystal disc and running away. As he expected, Diwu Jian realized the logic, too. The third attack and his own scent vanished in a moment. He seemed to have melted into the ocean. Without any hesitation, Li Yao turned around and swam upward at the highest of his speed. He met Neltharion halfway and threw the jade crystal chip into his cosmos ring. He was extremely fast. The core formation stage cultivators, who had been exhausted because of the fight against the 9-headed ocean monster, were not able to catch up with him at all. The cannons of the crystal warships could not do anything except light up fireworks behind his bottom either. In an instant, he dashed dozens of kilometers away. However, his heart was heavier and heavier, as if it was falling into the bottomless, broken vein trench. Too quiet. The ocean was too quiet. No undercurrents, no shoals, not the slightest ripples. The entire ocean seemed to have been frozen. The next moment, hundreds of invisible blades shot out from all directions, like thin, transparent mica plates soaked in the seawater that could not be seen at all. They constituted a fatal array and minced Li Yao brutally. Diwu Jian's control over his sword was so amazing that he had compressed the seawater with his hundreds of sword auras and reduced its size to 1/100th. The softness and resilience of the liquid was maintained, and the essence of the undersea currents was absorbed, while the compressed seawater attacked Li Yao's critical parts from unbelievable angles. It was an unavoidable trap. The only way to dodge the attack was to retreat. However, behind Li Yao, there were both the formidable opponent Diwu Jian and the hundreds of fearless warriors of the Patriots Partnership. Brainwashed by the fanatical ideology, they could cause great trouble for Li Yao even if they were not as strong. Therefore, Li Yao had no choice but to stride forward. Shwa! Even Black Wing seemed to have unleashed all its potentially. A pair of wings of spiritual energy almost 100 meters long was triggered. The wings were then folded, enveloping Li Yao into a big, black ball, before Li Yao broke into Diwujian's fatal array. Qi! 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 Li Yao was connected to Black Wing and could sense the pain when the auras of the sword were cutting Black Wing. He gritted his teeth through it together with Black Wing. Some of the auras crawled in through the gaps on the wing shield that Black Wing had created, only to be crushed by Li Yao quickly and heavily. In half a second, Li Yao broke through the fatal array of sword and soared up from the ocean. Black Wing, which had accompanied him for more than 20 years, now had almost 20 shocking cracks. The whole sword seemed to be about to crumble at any moment. His eyes bloodshot, Li Yao glared at the bottom of the ocean before he narrowed his eyes and observed the surface of the ocean around him. The ocean was raging with surging tides. The superstorm and the tsunami were savaging right around him. Not far away, there was a waterspout thousands of meters tall, spurting seawater weighing billions of tons into the sky. Li Yao turned into a streak of blackness and dashed into the waterspout. Behind him, a streak of dark golden brightness rushed out of the seawater, too, and sprinted into the super waterspout hundreds of meters in diameter only 0.1 seconds later. It was Diwujian, one of the strongest battle-type cultivators in the Federation. He did not expect that Li Yao would be so tough as to pass through his fatal array by brute force without even reducing the speed, or that the guy would crawl into the waterspout. The super waterspout is more than 500 meters in diameter. The wind speed at the center can be more than 800 kilometers per hour. Within a breath, one can be brought to the sky. You want to run away through the waterspout? Not so fast. Without thinking, Diwujian launched the fifth attack right toward the sky the moment he flashed into the waterspout. The strong strike, which was a concentration of the expertise of his entire life, seemed enough to stab a hole on the sky. However, he saw a pair of eyes. Eyes that were bloodshot, burning and ripping apart the crystal suit. The owner of the eyes was lurking right next to him quietly in the gale, whose speed was almost 1,000 kilometers per hour, at a place even lower than his. Diwujian was greatly shocked. He had never expected that Li Yao, who had been running away all the time, would not run away when he found such a perfect method to escape like the waterspout. Instead, the guy fell to the bottom of the waterspout and waited for him right there. Diwujian hurried to change the target. It took him only 0.01 seconds to change the direction of his fifth attack and shift it toward Li Yao. But it was too late. Faced with such a frightful opponent like Li Yao, giving him 0.01 seconds was no different from standing still and being terribly beaten for 1 minute. The blood moon dragon hunting saber hidden behind his back uttered roars like a ferocious beast. Even though it was in the depths of a furious waterspout, all the noises around were still eclipsed. In that second, all the natural disasters, including the waterspout, the superstorm, and the tsunami, seemed to be swallowed by the blood moon dragon hunting saber. Together with Li Yao's fury, they congregated into an unstoppable saber aura. While he was watching the saber aura that was coming at his face, an abrupt thought suddenly popped up in Diwujian's head. Such an attack is enough to cut the galaxy in half. The patriots who leapt out of the ocean after Diwujian saw the most shocking scene. Right before their eyes that were about to burst out of their sockets, the dark clouds, the surging tides, the superstorm, and the tsunami almost seemed to come to a brief halt, as if they had become a painting. At the center of the painting, the waterspout that connected the sky and the earth collapsed all of a sudden, turning into billions of shining pearls that were splashing everywhere. Diwujian, in his golden heavy suit, was like a kite whose string had been cut off. He fell out of the air helplessly. His heavy suit had been shredded as if it were made of paper. His right arm, right leg, and the entire right side of his body had all been minced into a mess. There was not the slightest scent of spiritual waves from Diwujian's body now. It was not until this moment that the frozen tides and storm were alive again. The patriots were so devastated that they failed to react for quite a few seconds. When they narrowed their eyes and looked at the sky, the only thing that they saw was a tiny black feather that was flying in the sky amid the rushing clouds, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. Li Yao. He has blown up the waterspout together with Diwu Jian. The patriots looked at each other in bewilderment. The distressing fact dumbfounded each and every one of them. Inside Lu Zui's private house in the capital city of the Star Glory Federation, Lu Zui looked outside through the somewhat ragged window. Another dawn was coming. The deep night sky was slowly devoured by the blood-stained clouds. Brightness and darkness were replacing each other on Lu Zui's face. President Diwu was heavily wounded. Behind Lu Zui, a middle-aged man was standing respectfully. His name was Lu Feng. He had not been sent away for any business, so he was not famous in the world of cultivators. But he was Lu Zui's most trusted and reliable foster son, as well as a pillar of the Patriots' partnership. Lu Feng turned on the crystal processor and activated a light beam, which he snapped to Lu Zui like a piece of paper. The right half of President Diwu's body has been so seriously wounded that it is beyond repair, Lu Feng said. Although his life has been saved, I'm afraid that he will have to count on artificial arms to move around in the future. Leaning against the window, Lu Zui watched the blood-red morning sun emotionlessly, but the corner of his eyes that was bouncing non-stop indicated the anxiety in his heart. The circulation of spiritual energy for a cultivator was a whole. Not just an arm and a leg, even the loss of a finger could seriously affect the entire circulation. Even the best artificial limbs were still fake ones. However hard one tried to adapt to them, they would never be even 70% as functional as the real limbs. Now, almost half of the body needed to be replaced with artificial limbs, which meant that he would be a second Iron Commander. Even if he could still maintain the level of the nascent soul stage with arduous efforts, his peak combat ability would never recover. Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao had less trouble. As the commander of the military, there was no need for him to fight on the front lines. It did not matter that his combat ability had been lowered as long as his strategic view and his commanding abilities were fine. But Diwu Jian was different. He had been dedicated to his sword for his entire life, and he was the purest fighting. Was there any difference between losing an arm and a leg and killing him directly? This is the combat data collected from the remains of President Diwu's crystal suit. Also, here are a few combat videos restored from the broken crystal processor. Lu Feng handed a jade chip over. Lu Zui analyzed carefully for a moment without saying anything. Then, he sighed and came to a conclusion: Brother Diwu could have avoided the attack. Brother Diwu has been the famous sword god for 100 years. He was also wearing the incredible, 1,000-sword flowing gold battle suit. Although he was tricked by Li Yao and missed the opportunity of attack, he could have dodged most of the damage if he had tried his best to escape. At the very least, he wouldn't have been so heavily wounded or lost his 100 years of cultivation. Yes, Lu Feng said, President Diwu asked me to forward a message to you. He could have dodged Li Yao's fatal attack. The worst outcome would have been losing one of his arms. Like Yi Chongkong, he could have undergone a limb replantation procedure. After a year and a half's training, he would have completely recovered. However, if he had done that, he would have been pushed back into the ocean. 1 to 2 seconds was more than enough for Li Yao to flee unharmed with the jade crystal disc. Therefore, President Diwu did not back off. He completely gave up defense and chose to attack Li Yao with his all. President Diwu said that, although he was heavily wounded and lost all his cultivation, he successfully blew the damage of 5 disintegrations of heavens and human into Li Yao's body. At this moment, Li Yao won't be any better than himself. Lu Zui was greatly moved. In the world of cultivators, there were several highly dangerous minerals that boasted immense radiation, such as uranium and plutonium. Such dangerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures could release uncanny rays that could penetrate through the body deep into the cells, directly destroying the gene strands. Not just ordinary people, even regular cultivators were not willing to touch them. The 5 disintegrations of heavens and human, a secret art that Diwu Jian invented himself, adopted a different approach. He embedded the materials such as uranium and plutonium into his sword and trained with them. Eventually, he was able to concentrate the force of radiation and unleash the radiation in a fierce fight. Even the deities in the sky, should they be pierced through by the rays of radiation from his sword, would still disintegrate from the inside and perish. That was the mechanism of the 5 disintegrations of heavens and human. According to President Diwu, Li Yao's crystal suit was very strong, Lu Feng said. He might have also grasped some secret arts that could recover his body quickly. The guy was very vigorous. Also, President Diwu attacked in a hurry and failed to perform the best of the 5 disintegrations of heavens and human. Therefore, Li Yao was not killed instantly. But in the next couple of days, Li Yao's capability will definitely plunge. He will have to spend his spiritual energy on resolving the damage of the radiation. He will not be able to keep himself in the superlative height of the core formation stage anymore. President Diwu was very sorry that the jade crystal disk that stored Elder Nether Springs memories was lost. He blamed it all on himself and hoped that his endeavors could make the situation slightly better for us. Lu Zui closed his eyes and mumbled to himself, "Brother Diwu, you've been troubled." Lu Zui clenched his fists and suddenly widened his eyes. "Rest assured. Brother Diwu, you destroyed your cultivation willingly for the single purpose of wounding Li Yao and buying a few days of precious time for us. I will not disappoint you. Your sacrifices will not be for nothing." "Father," Lu Feng said, "the undersea base was seriously damaged. The production of several medicines might be delayed. More importantly, Li Yao has stolen the jade crystal disc. What do we do now?" "It doesn't matter." Lu Zui waved his hands and said coldly, "Our jade crystal disc has been deployed with the most advanced barrier spiritual treasure mystic dark lock. As long as it is pulled out of the crystal processor by force, the barrier will be automatically activated. How can Li Yao crack that? If he can't, the jade crystal disc is just garbage for him. In another few days, when the teleportation arrays in the dark desolate domain are ready, our army will march into the blood demon sector. Everything will be settled. He will not be able to instigate any trouble. Perhaps, he can look for a crystal processor specialist to crack it," Lu Feng said. "There are few specialists in the entire Heaven's origin sector who have the skills to crack the barrier," Lu Zui remarked. "Most of them are involved in the operations of the Secret Sword Bureau to capture the Blood Devil. Where can he find another crystal processor specialist so quickly?" Then, the father and the son looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time, "Mo Xian." As a special spectral cultivator, Professor Mo Xian was indeed capable of cracking the spiritual treasure mystic dark lock. Pondering for a moment, Lu Zui said quickly, "Firstly, analyze the database immediately and list all the specialists who have the ability to crack the spiritual treasure mystic dark lock. Find out where they are now. Secondly, Burning Prairie is now in a drill on the Grand Desolate Plateau. Track Li Yao and stop him from reaching out to the cultivators of the Flying Star sector. Thirdly, capture Ding Lingdang immediately. Throw out all the evidence we prepared earlier that proves that she is a child of the nether world. With that as an excuse, ask Professor Mo Xian and Li Yao's 2 disciples back to help the investigation. Lock them up. Remember, do not hurt Professor Mo Xian, Wu Mian, and Xia Anan. Cater to their every need. Other than freedom and news from the outside world, all their demands can be satisfied. Right. Try to irritate Ding Lingdang during the capture. The girl is a powder keg. It will be better if she fights back in public." Lu Feng nodded quickly. "Understood. I'm on it." It will certainly be an unappealable case. Go now. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Zui watched the coastline in the east. The upper half of his face was illuminated into redness by the morning sun, but the lower half was still soaked in darkness. In the darkness, his lips curled as he grinned hideously. Vulture Li Yao, you may have the jade crystal chip now. But so what? Everyone that you trust and everyone that trusts you is under my control. You are now a blind person riding a blind horse. How can you fight me with zero help? When the same morning sun illuminated the capital city, the eastern coastline of the Federation embraced the light too. On a patch of pointy reefs, Li Yao was lying with his limbs stretched out. He squinted and enjoyed the massage of sunlight. His left hand opened one syringe of medication drug after another and poured all of them into his stomach. But his right hand clung to the jade crystal disc without letting it go. This place was only 650 kilometers away from the capital city. With a cultivator's speed, they would arrive in no time if they were rushing at top speed. Li Yao was very clear that he had been exposed. His wounds were not a secret. With Lu Zui's cunningness, he must have prepared a lot of traps in the capital city. Come on then. Li Yao licked his lips and struggled to his feet. Looking at Black Wing, which was full of cracks, he felt that his eyelids were twitching and put Black Wing back to his waist. Little Black. Even you are supporting me without caring about anything at the critical moment. Is there any reason I shouldn't persist in fighting? This was the final battle. Even if only one of his fingers could be moved, he would still be the final victor because he was backed by Ding Ling Dang, Professor Mo Xian, Black Wing, Wu Mian, Xie Anan, the entire Federation, and most of the people in the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. As long as the truth was released to public, Li Yao had no doubt that 99% of his compatriots and 99% of the cultivators would take his, and the truth's, side. The red sun was rising higher and higher on the East Ocean. The glow seemed to have covered Li Yao in an invincible golden armor. Taking a deep breath, he marched toward the capital city on the shining, golden road. A lot of things were happening in the capital city of the Star Glory Federation at 9 o'clock in the morning. In the central district, the Parliament building was packed with people. The representatives made of the leadership of the major sects, the delegates from the military, and those of the general public were all taking their seat. Ever since the expedition motion had been passed, the officials had practically been working day and night. It was definitely not an easy task to wage an unprecedented war. To maximize the efficiency of the invincible war machine, hundreds of bills and clauses needed to be discussed and passed. In the East District, in the general railway station of the capital city, the iron dragons were rushing close with white steam billowing non-stop, sending countless middle-aged and old men who were wearing old military uniforms and shining badges to the capital city. Their limbs might be broken, and their pace might be slow, however, their backs were equally straight, and their eyes were all as sharp as bullets. They were the representatives of the veterans from all over the Federation. The explosion that took place in the Federal Square had completely infuriated the entire Federation. The expedition motion that had just passed had triggered the federal citizens' patriotism, too. A few days ago, the veterans who lived in the capital city had gathered spontaneously and gone on parade. But it was nothing more than a prelude to the arrival of a storm. Now that the Federation was going to march out of the Heaven's Origin sector into a different world for the first time in history, the Disabled Servicemen Association, acknowledged as one of the most influential forces in the Federation, would certainly not wait and watch. Over the past few days, countless veterans from every place in the Federation were flooding into the capital city and embracing their old comrades. Today, the representatives of the veterans in the entire Federation would gather in the Federal Square and raise the rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag on the land that was stained with the blood of their compatriots again, demonstrating the unbendable determination of the Federation to all the enemies. The North District, where more than 30 schools were located, including 3 of the 9 elite universities, was also woken up when it was just dawn by the obstreperous noises. The hot-blooded juveniles, holding the banners that they prepared in advance, were prepared to go to the Federal Square, shoulder to shoulder and hand to hand, while singing the battle songs one after another. They were going to join the representatives of the veterans from the entire Federation, who were heroes that had defended their home and protected them. The capital city was 100 times livelier than several days ago when the 100-day memorial ceremony had been held. In the south of the capital city, 6 heavy armed shuttles with anti-explosion armor and crystal cannons, accommodating dozens of strong, tough-looking secret sword agents, were flying quietly. The secret sword agents were wiping their chain swords, vibration sabers, and storm bolters in silence. Although all the weapons were now as smooth as a mirror, they had no intention of stopping their movement. Whoever was given the task of capturing someone like Blazing Tyrannosaur, Ding Ling Dang would not mind checking their magical equipment several more times. The Dancing Sun Hotel was a property of Double Dragon's Union, a sect that had recently risen in the Federation. The leader of the Double Dragon's Union was Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Li Yao's senior brother. Naturally, he was also a good friend of Ding Lingdang's. After Ding Lingdang, Professor Mo Xian, Wu Mayan, and Xie Anan reached the capital city, they had been staying in the Dancing Sun Hotel. Although Fiend Blade Peng Hai was not in the capital city in person, he had arranged a whole floor of the most extravagant rooms for them, which were comfortable and, above all, absolutely safe. There has been no word from Li Yao for quite a few days. In the hotel room, Ding Lingdang was pacing back and forth anxiously, gnashing her teeth. He must have found some leads deep inside the East Ocean. So, he went all the way there, but I don't know what the leads are exactly. He needs to come back soon. Sister Ding, don't worry. Master is going to be all right. Xie Anan waved her tiny fists and said, in the Flying Star sector, Master was even able to crawl out of a terrifying place like Spider Denver. The East Ocean is definitely not going to be any trouble for him. That is very true, but we must make full preparations, Professor Mo Xian said calmly. With everything coming to this point, we must consider every possibility. Last night, I spent the whole night compiling the timeline of the whole event, our speculations, and the coordinates of the undersea mining base at the bottom of the ocean, into a document. I have a few friends in the circle of refiners, the academic field, and the news industry. Ding Lingdang, you must have a few trusted friends, too, don't you? If Li Yao comes back with undeniable evidence, that will be best. However, then, we will have to disseminate the document as quickly as possible as our last attempt without caring about whether or not anyone will be alarmed anymore. Ding Lingdang frowned and looked at her fists. I am no strangers to last attempts, but right now, our every movement is being closely monitored. I'm afraid that we won't have a chance to deliver the document. If we are really pushed to that far, I will try my best to gain an opportunity for you. Wu Mayan was greatly moved. Masteress. Right then, Ding Lingdang's ears moved. Then, the pores all over her body shrank violently before she bellowed, not good. Get down now. Not a moment after she had given the warning, the soundproof window, which was made of 2 layers of tempered glass, exploded into pieces, and almost 10 stun grenades were tossed in. Ding Lingdang and Wu Mayan were both strong battle-type cultivators. They reacted in the moment and kicked back most of the grenades. But still, one of the grenades escaped their attention and exploded right inside the room. Ding Lingdang lunged at Professor Mo Xian, and Wu Mayan lunged at Xie Anan. Shining spiritual shields were immediately unfolded around their body, absorbing all the blast. With Ding Lingdang and Wu Mayan's protection, all 4 of them were unharmed. However, they were all delayed by half a second as a result. During that half a second, the 3 sides of walls, not including the one where the window was on, had been blown away, as if they had never existed in the first place. Almost 30 secret sword agents, wearing heavy crystal suits and holding single crystal cannons, surrounded them from the corridor and the neighboring rooms. Zhi! 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 Several secret sword agents were unleashing sound waves of high frequencies with special magical equipment on their shoulders. Not only could the sound waves disrupt the transmission of telepathic thoughts, thereby delaying a cultivator from retrieving their crystal suit from the cosmos ring, they were also the most agonizing stimuli for spectral cultivators such as Professor Mo Xian. Ah! Professor Mo Xian cried miserably and fell on one of his knees. The liquid metal flowed out of his artificial body and could not be condensed into a fixed shape anymore. Don't move. A gray, plain-looking, bleak dragon battle suit dashed to Ding Lingdang at an unbelievable speed and pointed the highly revolving chainsword at her throat. He grinned hideously. Fellow cultivator Ding, don't act recklessly. You don't have time to put on your crystal suit. You are no match for me. There's no need to kill yourself. Ding Lingdang gritted her teeth and glanced at Wu Mayan, who was next to her. Almost 20 colorful stripes popped up on Wu Mayan's body, a sign that he had been locked onto by the single crystal cannons. Besides, there were also Professor Mo Xian and Xie Anan, 2 refiners who could not fight. Ding Lingdang narrowed her eyes and quickly calculated her odds of success in a desperate counterattack. Then, she found, to her surprise, that she stood no chance of winning at all. Now, Wu Mayan, Professor Mo Xian, and Xie Anan had been brought under control. She did not have time to summon her crystal suit, but her opponent was fully armed. However, even if she had the time to put on her crystal suit, and she engaged in a one-on-one combat with her opponent in the fairest environment, she would not stand much chance of winning either. It was because the guy who was pointing a chainsword at her throat was none other than Guo Chunfeng, the supervisor of the Demon Execution Division of the Secret Sword Bureau, known as the strongest core formation stage cultivator of the Heaven's Origin sector. Shua! Guo Chunfeng opened his facial cover, revealing a thoughtful face. He declared, Mo Xian, Ding Lingdang, you are now under arrest for treason. Please come with us. You will be executed immediately if you dare to resist. Ding Lingdang bulged her eyes and shouted, treason? Are you insane? Professor Mo Xian breathed heavily, too. I am a professor working in one of the 9 elite universities. I am a council member of the Association of Refiners. I am also the honorary deputy president of the Association of Spectral Cultivators in the Federation. You will not end well if you capture somebody randomly without evidence. Without evidence. Guo Chunfeng sneered and said, Professor Mo Xian, you are a renowned master of refining in the Federation. Personally, I respect you very much, but would you care to explain why you hacked the crystal processor of Li Qinshin, another master of refining, a few days ago and stole the files concerning the sniper rifle Herald? Herald is a piece of ultimate gun-type magical equipment that solely belongs to Death Ray Yi Changkong. Soon after you stole the files, Death Ray Yi Changkong was heavily wounded by Blood Devil Li Yao. Are the two incidents not related? He. Yi Changkong is the chief coach of gunnery in the Federal Army. You helped Blood Devil Li Yao beat him into heavy wounds, which has caused immeasurable losses for the Federal Army. What is treason if this is not? Professor Mo Xian and Ding Lingdang did not expect that Guo Chunfeng would find out the truth so quickly. They were rendered speechless for a moment. After a long daze, Professor Mo Xian said, Wait, I can explain. There's a great scheme in the whole event. Shut up. Guo Chunfeng said coldly. You have all been bewildered by the Blood Devil. I will not hear or believe another word from your mouths. Now, hand over all of your cosmos rings and surrender. Or maybe you want to show me the awesomeness of the top experts of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector? Guo Chunfeng looked even more hideous than before. Ding Lingdang and Wu Mayan bit their lips so hard that blood was flowing out. No. Professor Mo Xian hurried to shout, "Ding Ling Dang, Wu Mian, don't attack. Everything will be doomed if you attack." Everything. Exactly. Those who know how to act and the situation changes are truly wise, Guo Chunfeng said with a smile. Now, behave and come with me. Trust me. It's for your own good. 3 minutes later, the 6 heavy armed shuttles rushed close. Seeing the mess at the top floor of the Dancing Sun Hotel, all the secret sword agents who were directly under Lu Zui's command looked at each other in bewilderment, lost for words. Half a minute later, Lu Zui got the latest news. What? They have been captured by Guo Chunfeng's squad for treason? Even Wu Mian and Xie Anan have been summoned to help with the investigation? In the blue sky of the capital city, something seemed to be emitting hazy colors under the illumination of the sunlight. It was Hidden Star, a stealth warship with optical camouflage all over the body that solely belonged to the Secret Sword Bureau. Other than being the largest intelligence agency of the Federation, the Secret Sword Bureau was also responsible for executing demons, devils, and evil cultivators that had snuck into the heartland of the Federation. Therefore, they boasted their independent armed forces and even fleets that were not under the command of the Federal Army. The crystal warships of the Secret Sword Bureau were focused on the small-scale battles in cities. Their firepower was not as fierce as that of the crystal warships of the military, but in terms of the search precision, stealth, and manipulability of their magical equipment, the rune arrays to suppress ground targets, and the technique reserves, they were much more advanced. Also, the soldiers that the Secret Sword Bureau tutored on their own gained abundant experience after fighting in the downtown area, which was often populated and boasted a complicated terrain. It was safe to say that, in such an environment, they were stronger than any special force of the Federal Army. At this moment, Hidden Star, Hidden Fog, Hidden Wind, Hidden Moon, and more than 10 other crystal warships designed to suppress ground targets were hovering in the sky of the capital city in silence. Together with the thousands of surveillance cameras scattered everywhere in the capital city, they constituted an impregnable dragnet that enveloped the entire city. Most of the crystal warships were under the direct command of Lu Zui. As for Lu Zui himself, he was staring at the light beam in silence in the secret command room on Hidden Star, the flagship. On the other side of the light beam, Guo Chunfeng was briefing about his previous operation from the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau full of delight. Reporting to you, Director, Mo Xian, Ding Lingdang, Wu Mian, and Xie Anan are now all under control. Mo Xian is guilty of hacking into Li Qinxin's crystal processor and stealing files on his sniper rifle Herald. He handed the files to Blood Devil Li Yao and helped him defeat Death Ray Yi Changkong. Ding Lingdang played an important role in the whole incident, too. It is now safe to say that they have both been beguiled by Blood Devil Li Yao. Lu Zui opened his mouth. He was meaning to ask, "Why did you not inform me earlier of such a big operation?" Before he proposed the question, Guo Chunfeng gave the answer himself. "Director, I only just got the news that it was Mo Xian who hacked Li Qinxin's crystal processor. After I got the message, I immediately started the operation without half a second's hesitation. That was why I was able to fish them up." Professor Mo Xian is a crystal processor specialist himself. It is very possible that he was performing anti-surveillance on us. It is needless to say that Blood Devil Li Yao is an expert of eavesdropping and peeping, too. If I had reported it in advance, it is very likely that they would have noticed it. At the very least, Blood Devil Li Yao would have noticed something wrong. But right now, we have captured them as quickly as lightning, and Blood Devil Li Yao doesn't know the first thing about it yet. It means that they are now the best bait for fishing up Blood Devil Li Yao. Lu Zui was silent for a long time. His computational ability soared as he quickly deduced different outcomes of the whole event. However, ever since Elder Nether Spring was captured, he had been sparing no effort dedicating all his brain cells to the scheme without a proper rest for quite a few months. A few days ago, everything had mostly been settled. He was going to make use of his secret technique and recover his brain last night, only to be disrupted by the news that Li Yao had robbed the undersea base. Exhausted, he was now almost in a trance faced with the unexpected changes. Director Guo Chunfeng, who was on the other side of the light beam, gritted his teeth and declared, "I am the chief commander of the operation to capture Blood Devil Li Yao, but he has escaped multiple times and even caused tremendous damages. That was all my fault, and I am willing to be punished in any way. However, I want Director to give me another opportunity. I wager with my head that he is definitely not going to run away this time, not unless he steps over my dead body. This is the proposal of my operation. Please take a look, Director." Guo Chunfeng sent a proposal over through the spiritual nexus. Lu Zui read it carefully for a long time and calculated every detail in it repetitively. Then, he raised his head and observed Guo Chunfeng's resolute face on the light beam. Finding no anomaly in the eye contact, he nodded eventually. "All right. Do it as you've planned, but remember," Lu Zui lowered his voice that was brimming with killing intent. "Blood Devil Li Yao is extremely dangerous. In case he bewilders other people with his mysterious secret arts and hurts even more compatriots, kill him immediately as soon as his trace is discovered." "Understood." With a cold smile, Guo Chunfeng said brutally, "There's no need to give such evil beings a chance to talk." The light beam was turned off. Lu Zui was silent for a long time watching the blankness. Lu Feng, his foster son, walked forward and asked in a low voice, "Father, why didn't you ask Guo Chunfeng to deliver Ding Ling Deng, Professor Mo Xian, and the rest of them to us?" "How?" Lu Zui asked back. "Guo Chunfeng is the supervisor of the First Division. For more than 10 years, he has been directly commanding all the operations in the front line. It is not an exception this time. He is the chief commander. A plausible reason is required if we want the captives from him. Yes, we can accuse Ding Lingdang of being a child of the netherworld, but Ding Lingdang is not the key point here. The key point is Professor Mo Xian, who is capable of cracking the jade chip disc. Professor Mo Xian is more than 100 years old now, and he has been in the Flying Star sector in the past 10 years. There is no way that he can be a child of the netherworld. Now, Guo Chunfeng has discovered evidence to link Professor Mo Xian to Blood Devil Li Yao. All the captives are keys to fishing up Blood Devil Li Yao. Guo Chunfeng must be watching over them closely. On what grounds should we ask for them? Of course, we can demand that he send them to us, but Guo Chunfeng is definitely going to be suspicious. Will that do us any good? Guo Chunfeng is the strongest core formation stage cultivator of the Federation. If he grows suspicious, he could prove to be as much trouble as Li Yao. We have lost 2 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators. Dealing with Li Yao and Guo Chunfeng at the same time? The price is too high, and it is too risky. Lu Feng thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. He frowned and said, "In fact, we should have told everything to Guo Chunfeng before and absorbed him into our organization. His parents were both killed in the beast tide. He definitely would have supported us because of his hatred toward the demons." "That is unnecessary," Lu Zui replied. "I've worked in the Secret Sword Bureau for almost 200 years. Guo Chunfeng is perhaps the most suitable guy for the trade with the most potential that I've ever seen. A year ago, he was already the indispensable commander in the front line for the Secret Sword Bureau. If we had told him everything, but he refused to join us, he would have been a trouble that was even more troublesome than Li Yao right now. It would not have been difficult to get rid of him, but it would have been quite difficult to find a commander who could replace him. People of our trade don't just count on their big fists or sharp sabers, it is their brain that matters. Therefore, I tested him several times and abandoned the attempt after failing to find his real attitude. After all, he has been doing an excellent job when he knows nothing. If so, why should we turn him into an unstable factor?" Lu Zui sent Guo Chuanfeng's proposal to Lu Feng's crystal processor. Lu Feng glanced at it and said, "The odds of success are not low." "Very high, I would say," Lu Zui said. Right now, the leadership of the Heaven's Origin sector has learned that Li Yao heavily wounded Yi Changkong, which is further proof that he is now the Blood Devil. All the nascent soul stage cultivators have raised their wariness and won't give him the chance to approach. Without evidence, how can he persuade other people? Just with his sharp tongue? Evidence is what he needs most right now, or to wit, the jade crystal disc that contains Elder Netherspring's memories. The jade crystal disc, however, is locked by a barrier. Few people are capable of cracking it, and most of them are under our control. He can only go to Professor Mo Xian. Also, he cannot dawdle for too long because in another few days, the Federal Army will march into the Blood Demon sector. Therefore, in the upcoming few days, maybe today, he will certainly return to the capital city and look for Professor Mo Xian. Now that he doesn't know that Professor Mo Xian has been captured, it is very likely that he will fall into Guo Chuanfeng's trap. Lu Feng nodded. Then, should we sit and wait for the success of Guo Chuanfeng's operation? Of course not. Lu Zui narrowed his eyes and said, "Our hunting team must be deployed, too. Make sure that Li Yao is killed the moment he shows up. More importantly, the secret sword agents we arranged around Guo Chunfeng should take action, too, and make sure that Guo Chunfeng doesn't grow suspicious of the whole thing." "Right. See that the evidence that proves Guo Chunfeng to be abyss is prepared. The guy is a genius. I cannot bear to destroy him. If everything goes smoothly according to our plan, it will be best. But otherwise, we'll have to cover his head with the big hat called Abyss." Dozens of meters below the command center of the Demon Execution Division of the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau, inside a secret chamber, Ding Lingdang, Wu Mian, Professor Mo Xian, and Xie Anan were struggling hard against the constraint barriers. However, there was not much that they could do except trigger the dazzling electric arcs. Schwa! The alloy gate several meters thick glided to two sides. Guo Chunfeng strode in and sat on the metal chair on the opposite side. He eyed them casually in the posture of a victor. Ding Lingdang suddenly spat right in Guo Chuanfeng's face. "Damn gopher." Emotionlessly, Guo Chunfeng took out a dirty handkerchief from his pocket and wiped off the saliva slowly. He then picked up a glass cup that was full of cracks. He sipped, squinted, and tasted the flavor of the tea. The tea leaves were the cheapest ones, but in his mouth, they seemed to be as tasteful as the flowing gold leaves, which cost tens of thousands of bucks per gram. After chewing for a long time, he finally swallowed the tea leaves and covered the teacup with a lid before he said casually, "Speak now. What's the means of contact between you and Blood Devil Li Yao?" Chapter 11:18 The Good Always Triumphs. At 10 o'clock in the morning, together with a bunch of veterans, Li Yao entered the capital city again on a short-distance shuttle bus from a city not far away. After the great explosion took place, the Secret Sword Bureau was focused on the suspicious targets within the city. Also, a lot of agents had been sent underground to chase after him. The examination on the passengers entering the capital city was much more sluggish. Besides, almost 1 million veterans were now entering the capital from everywhere in the Federation. Many of them had shocking scars on their face or wore crystal cameras or masks. Their appearance was utterly different from the record in the database. It was also unrealistic to ask the aged, seasoned, and bad-tempered old men, who all had almost 10 badges on their chests, to stop time and time again and receive thorough examinations. Therefore, Li Yao did not meet much trouble when sneaking into the capital city this time. Seeing the energetic, passionate crowd around him, he almost could not hold back the urge to shout out the truth. However, he still lacked the most critical evidence. He had no doubt about Lu Zui's craziness. If Lu Zui had a chance to kill him, the guy would not hesitate to kill 10,000 or even 100,000 innocent victims. I'm afraid all the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Federation have seen the picture of me heavily wounding Yi Changkong. I have no evidence to prove that Yi Changkong is a member of the Patriots Partnership. So, it is going to be difficult to explain. Now, all the nascent soul stage cultivators consider me the most dangerous criminal. They won't let me approach them. When they discover me, they will certainly attack mercilessly. The jade chip disc is in my hands, but it is locked by a barrier. I can't find a random crystal processor specialist to crack it, partly because I can't find a capable one, and partly because they won't trust me even if I can. I can only go to Professor Mo Xian in order to crack the jade chip disc and retrieve Elder Netherspring's memories inside. Only with the undeniable proof can I blow the scheme of the Patriots Partnership into smithereens. He found a cable and reached out to the professor through the electric network, a method that they had agreed upon earlier. Li Yao typed into a 20-digit random number on the crystal processor. Very soon, another 20-digit random number was fed back. It was the confirmation code that Professor Mo Xian and he had agreed on earlier. The two of them had prepared 100 pairs of numbers in total. The numbers in every pair corresponded with each other. Each of them remembered half of all the numbers. The one initiating the conversation would type a random number. The other one had to type in the corresponding number to prove their identity. If the other one typed in an incorrect number, it would represent different situations, such as exposed, captured, or some member of the team was dead. The 100 pair of numbers, and even the subtle changes inside a certain number, represented different information. In such a way, the most abundant information would be transmitted through the feeblest spiritual waves in the shortest amount of time. Li Yao stared at the number. His eyelids suddenly twitched when he saw the last few digits of the number. Taking a deep breath and calming himself down, he typed in a line of words. Almost 100 specialists were gathered in the command center of the Demon Execution Division, and yet, the atmosphere here was like that in a bankrupt mortuary house. All the specialists were staring at the words on the light beam, with faces as gloomy as the dead. On the light beam, Li Yao wrote, "Professor, there is something very important that I must give to you. Meet me at the gate of the Red Dream Dragon Mall in an hour." Almost all the specialists jumped to their feet upon reading the message. After losing Li Yao's trail for 2 days and 2 nights, they had finally caught the tail of the Blood Devil again. Excellent. He hasn't noticed that Professor Mo Xian is under our control yet. Guo Chunfeng wiped the greasy sweat off his face hard and shouted, "The tracing team will pursue the source of the spiritual waves. Operation Team 1 will go to set up ambushes near the Red Dream Dragon Mall immediately. It is one of the liveliest business centers. You must be careful. All other operation teams will stay here in case the enemy changes the rendezvous. The air surveillance team will redistribute the computational ability of the crystal processor and analyze everybody around the Red Dream Dragon Mall." Everybody was as busy as a bee in the command center. After almost half a month's competition, everyone had been pushed to the limits by the wretched Blood Devil. Many of them had not closed their eyes for almost 10 days, and their eyes were as red as the burning charcoal. However, the explosion that had taken place in the Federal Square a few days ago was still twisting their heart like a scorching chisel. To capture the criminal, everybody burnt their soul and gritted their teeth again. Very soon, the surveillance on the Red Dream Dragon Mall was in position. The Crystal Camera Monitoring Center of the capital city also summoned dozens of mainframe crystal processors to analyze everyone's facial information in the 5 square kilometers nearby. But it was still difficult to confirm the source of the signal. After all, the point-to-point communication between Li Yao and Professor Mo Xian was established by changing the intensity of the electric currents in a cable. It was a whole different matter from tracing the signals of the wireless spiritual nexus. All the real-time information was transmitted to Hidden Star, the crystal warship of the Secret Sword Bureau that Lu Zui was on. A tough hunting squad made of the members of the Patriots Partnership, including 3 snipers in the core formation stage, also lunged toward the Red Dream Dragon Mall like hungry wolves. Of course, they were not as strong as Death Ray Yi Changkong. However, after suffering from Diwu Jian's 5 disintegrations of heavens and human, it was impossible for Li Yao to remain at his peak state. His ability to dodge the attack must have been greatly reduced because of the heavy wounds. This time, Li Yao would not be able to run away once he was exposed. 55 minutes later, 5 minutes before the prearranged meeting, more than 200 tough agents of the Secret Sword Bureau, and 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators who had been asked to help, were surrounding the Red Dragon Mall. However, 3 minutes later, Li Yao's angry words popped up on the point-to-point communicator. "You betrayed me." All the Secret Sword agents jumped to their feet. But Guo Chunfeng was unmoved. "Don't be anxious. Everybody, stay where you are. Do not act recklessly. This is just the test of our enemy. He must be observing in secret right now. If all the members of the operation team jump out and search for him, we will really be screwed." There was nothing but silence in the command center. Everybody eyed Guo Chunfeng suspiciously. Guo Chunfeng did have a point, but what if he was wrong? Would they not be abandoning the best opportunity to capture Blood Devil Li Yao? It must be noted that Blood Devil Li Yao was very likely to be somewhere near the Red Dream Dragon Mall right now. This was the most soul-stirring competition between predator and prey. It was also the time when the computational ability, the analysis ability, and even the willpower of a commander were tested. Guo Chunfeng crossed his hands and put them under his nose. 2 bloodshot eyes were revealed through the gaps of his messy hair while he gazed at the light beam. The trembling veins on his hands indicated that his heart was not as calm as he appeared to be. 5 minutes later, the hope of fire for every Secret Sword agent was ignited by the words that were jumping out on the point-to-point communicator one after another. "All right, Professor. It's all clear. I will be at the shuttle parking lot on the -7th floor. Hooray!" At this moment, all the crystal processor specialists and the data analysts could not suppress their excitement anymore and jumped to their feet. The most quick-minded of them immediately realized the sordidness of Li Yao's move. Li Yao had intentionally sent out a message, pretending that he knew that he had already been exposed. Then, if the ambushers were alarmed and began searching for him, Li Yao, who must have been lurking in the darkness, would certainly notice something wrong. If it were any other commander, when Li Yao typed in, "You betrayed me," they certainly would have been shocked and asked all the agents to take action immediately. Then, Li Yao would have fled without any hesitation when all the agents on the spot were exposed. However, evil would never prevail over good. Guo Chunfeng completely grasped what was on Li Yao's mind. He restrained his subordinates from moving at all. Finally, Li Yao was convinced that there were no ambushes around the Red Dream Dragon Mall, and he was free to show up. Guo Chunfeng took a long breath in relief. All right. He should be appearing in the Red Dream Dragon Mall and won't be sending more messages. Otherwise, he will risk exposing the source of the signal. All operation teams, surround the 5 square kilometers around the Red Dream Dragon Mall. Ask the 3 battle-type nascent soul stage cultivators to be prepared, too. This time, he is not going anywhere. Understood. 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 The squads of tough Secret Sword agents approached the Red Dream Dragon Mall quietly. The hunting team directly under Lu Zui's command, including the 3 snipers in the core formation stage, moved in on the Red Dream Dragon Mall, too. Guo Chunfeng struggled to his feet and staggered out of the room. One of the Secret Sword agents meant to give him a hand, but Guo Chunfeng simply pushed him away. "I'm going to the toilet. Are you hoping to hold my dick?" Everybody was amused. They all understood how heavy the pressure on their boss's shoulders must have been. If it were anybody else, they certainly would have collapsed a long time ago in the same situation. However, in the battle of wisdom and bravery against the blood devil, it was still their boss who laughed to the end. Inside the toilet of the commander center, in front of the faucet, Guo Chunfeng filled the basin with water and soaked his entire big head into it, cooling it down for 5 seconds. The flushing noises and door being opened from a booth nearby could be heard. Guo Chunfeng raised his head and narrowed his eyes, rubbing his big face that was full of wrinkles. He noticed the standard boots of the field agents of the Secret Sword Bureau with the corner of his eyes, but he did not think too much of it. The owner of the boots went out and stood behind him. However, the guy did not open the door to the cubicle. Guo Chunfeng was slightly dazed. He lowered his hands and looked at the secret sword agent behind him in the mirror. Guo Chunfeng recalled that he was a secret sword agent whose code name was Black Panther. However, the guy had a pair of eyes that were hundreds of times deeper, thousands of times sharper, and millions of times more dangerous than the eyes of Black Panther. Guo Chunfeng smiled and drew a tissue from the box hanging on the wall next to the basin. Wiping his face unhurriedly, he said, "You're finally here." Behind him, the owner of the pair of sharp eyes replied, "Yes. Haven't you been looking for me? I'm feeding myself to you now." Guo Chunfeng rolled the wet tissue paper into a cluster and threw it into the dustbin. He observed with mixed feelings, "I vaguely had a feeling that you wouldn't be captured so easily. Therefore, I'm surprised at all that you won't be showing up in the Red Dream Dragon Mall. However, I have to admit that you showing up in the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau all of a suddenly is indeed a surprise for me, Li Yao. Names may be given wrong, but nicknames are never. You truly deserve your nickname. You are as brutal, insane, and bodacious as a vulture." "Don't misunderstand," Li Yao said, "I don't intend to kill you." "You can't, either," Guo Chunfeng replied. "You are not regarding me as one of the workers who sits in the office all day long, are you? Your breath is rather unsteady. What caused your wounds? I am very, very curious how superlative the so-called superlative height of the core formation stage is, and whether or not a cultivator in the superlative height of the core formation stage can kill a cultivator who has reached the limits in every aspect of the peak of the core formation stage. Don't move." Li Yao opened one of the buttons on his coat, revealing the glittering crystals and components on his chest. "You've hunted me long enough to know what business I like best, haven't you? I am certainly not unprepared now that I have broken into the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau when I am already heavily wounded. Now, I am wrapped in the most powerful crystal bombs, which are all made of the marrow crystals and demon cores of the highest quality. At such a close distance, I guarantee that you will not have a chance to summon your crystal suit or establish your spiritual shield of the highest density. The chances of us dying together will be above 95%. Guo Chunfeng was amused. "Hey, Li Yao, you don't think that people of my trade are scared of death, do you? Being blown up by crystal bombs is quick and painless. It is almost a way of death that all the secret sword agents dream about." Li Yao smiled, baring his sharp teeth. "Perhaps you are not, but while I was infiltrating this place, I planted numerous crystal bombs in every corner of the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau. You must know that all the best agents of the Secret Sword Bureau are hunting after me outside. Only the strengthless admin type and research type cultivators, most of whom are crystal processor specialists and data analysts, are left in the headquarters. What are their odds of survival if hundreds of crystal bombs are detonated at the same time?" Guo Chunfeng narrowed his eyes. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau are heavily guarded. It is already your limit to sneak in without alarming anyone. How could you have possibly planted crystal bombs everywhere? Do you think our defense system is a sifter that has nothing but holes in it?" Li Yao smiled. "I don't care. I have done what I should. Now, it's all up to you. You may take your chances." Guo Chunfeng was silent. Li Yao waved his hands and showed a ring on one of his fingers. You may think that the very inconspicuous interphone on you can send out the conversation that we are having right now, right? It won't. I am wearing a piece of magical equipment that can jam the spiritual waves of communication magical equipment. In the next couple of minutes, you won't be able to send out any message. You'd better make a decision soon. If somebody enters the restroom right now, it will be quite unlucky for us and the Federation because I will detonate the crystal bombs immediately and blow myself, you, and the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau up into the sky. Guo Chunfeng took a deep breath. What do you want? I have evidence that suggests that the explosions in the Federal Square were committed by not the demon race but your boss Lu Zui, director of the Secret Sword Bureau, Li Yao replied quickly. I would like to show you the evidence. Guo Chunfeng's eyelash shivered. All right. Show it to me. The evidence is locked in a jade crystal disc. Bring me to Professor Mo Xian, Li Yao said. I know that he is definitely not in the Red Dream Dragon Mall but locked somewhere in the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau. Ask the professor to crack the jade crystal disc, and you will have all the evidence. Why I believe you? Guo Chunfeng sneered. Because you will in no way suffer a loss. If the evidence is true, you will have made the correct choice to save the entire Federation. If the evidence is false, I will still have been brought to the prison in the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau, and it will be much more difficult for me to escape. Your biggest loss will be a waste of several minutes of time, but you will have the chance to reveal a great scheme. Isn't it the fairest deal? You seem to have a point, Guo Chunfeng remarked. Yes, I do have a point. Right then, the door of the restroom was opened. 2 Secret Sword agents walked in. They both stood at attention when they saw Guo Chunfeng. Li Yao's pupils constricted all of a sudden. He watched them coldly aside. Guo Chunfeng wiped his face and waved at them. As I have said millions of times, do not salute me when you see me in the restroom. Will you salute me, too, when you are holding you dick? Both of the 2 Secret Sword agents laughed and were relieved. Guo Chunfeng smiled, too, and said to Li Yao, let's go. It suddenly occurred to me that I have to ask Professor Mo Xian about something important. Leaving the restroom, the 2 of them walked to the lift, one at the front and one at the back, talking in a low voice like a regular boss and his subordinate. Boss? Several Secret Sword agents saw Guo Chunfeng and were all a bit surprised, wondering where Guo Chunfeng was going instead of staying in the command center to supervise the situation. Mind your own business. I am going to bring Professor Mo Xian to the command center. Guo Chunfeng said. After Li Yao shows up, he will probably ask the false Professor Mo Xian some sensitive questions. Without the real Professor Mo Xian giving him guidance, he will likely give himself away. He was the supervisor of the 1st Division and the chief commander for the operation to capture the Blood Devil. When Lu Zui was on Hidden Star in the Sky, he was the highest official in the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau. Naturally, nobody was suspicious about him. The prison where Professor Mo Xian was locked up was on the -13th floor. On the 2 sides of the pathway where cold wind was blowing were transparent prison cells that were blocked by tempered glass. People outside could clearly see what the prisoners were doing inside. Professor Mo Xian, Ding Lingdang, Wu Mian, and Xie Anan were locked up in 4 different cells. The glass was transparent from only one direction and could block all the spiritual waves. Everything inside could be clearly seen from the outside, but all that could be seen from inside was a blinking mirror. Seeing that the 4 of them were tied up in barriers and that Professor Mo Xian, whose real body was just liquid metal, was being suppressed by the rune arrays that were unleashing ultrasound waves, Li Yao was suddenly breathing heavily. Guo Chunfeng had the door of Professor Mo Xian's cell opened and walked in with Li Yao. Professor Mo Xian was dazed for a moment, but he seemed to realize something when he saw the mysterious eyes of the Secret Sword agent next to Guo Chunfeng. Guo Chunfeng raised his head and looked at the surveillance cameras on the wall. Moving his lips, he said without a sound, I'll give you 10 minutes at most. Li Yao nodded. Adjusting the interference ring on his middle finger, he jammed the surveillance cameras to freeze the picture to a moment ago. He walked up to Professor Mo Xian, retrieved the jade crystal disc from his cosmos ring, and was about to hand it over when Professor Mo Xian suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, "Dodge!" Li Yao's pupils, pores, nostrils, and every other hole on his body all shrank to the minimum at that moment as he felt his internal organs being minced into pieces by an invisible saber. He turned around, only to see Guo Chunfeng's hideous face, and a sword aura that was hundreds of times more dazzling than a flash of lightning. On hidden star in the sky of the capital city, more than 10 core members of the Patriots Partnership were sitting next to Lu Zui. Almost 100 light beams were floating in front of them, displaying the surveillance pictures of the Red Dream Dragon Mall clearly. On a corner of the light beams, there were the surveillance pictures in the command center in the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau, too. The time of Li Yao's appearance was drawing near. All the members of the hunting team were in position. The 3 snipers in the core formation stage finished preparing the settings of hundreds of shooting parameters, too. Even Hidden Star and the other few warships of the Secret Sword Bureau had approached the Red Dream Dragon Mall, ready to fill in any possible vacancy and kill Li Yao at any cost. His eyebrow furrowed, Lu Zui gazed at the crowd on the light beams. However, his eyes were unfocused as if he was absent-minded. A moment later, he suddenly shivered. "Where is Guo Chunfeng?" Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what Lu Zui meant. Should Li Yao not be their center of attention? Guo Chunfeng was of course in the command center on the ground. Lu Zui suddenly rose up. He snapped his fingers in midair and enlarged the surveillance pictures of the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau. Something is not wrong. Guo Chunfeng hasn't sent any messages for a long time. Where did he go? It's also strange that the interphone on him is now also jammed. There's only background noise. Hurry up. Ask the voiceprint analysts to diagnose the noise. Find out what Guo Chunfeng heard and said just now. All patriots around Guo Chunfeng, report the status right now. Where is Guo Chunfeng? Where is he? Very soon, the voiceprint analysts removed all the interference and retrieved Guo Chunfeng and Li Yao's conversation from a moment ago. You're finally here. Yes. Haven't you been looking for me? I'm feeding myself to you. The color of the faces of Lu Zui and all the patriots changed. The surveillance cameras in the Secret Sword Bureau also clearly captured Guo Chunfeng entering the underground prison with a secret sword agent named Black Panther. It was definitely abnormal. Vulture Li Yao has snuck into our headquarters and kidnapped Guo Chunfeng. Lu Zui's face was utterly twisted, and he shouted desperately, "Hurry up. Ask all the patriots in the headquarters to go to the underground prison immediately and kill him. He must be killed." Hardly had he issued the order when fulminations were echoing from the broadcast rune arrays. Almost all the surveillance pictures from the headquarters were shaking. Judging from the data sent back several seconds later, an overwhelming explosion had taken place in the prison cells on the -13th floor of the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau. A serial explosion took place in the prison cell where Professor Mo Xian was locked. The bombs were so powerful that almost half of the -13th floor was blown up. Supervisor Guo was heavily wounded in the explosion, but he luckily escaped in time. There were no other casualties. According to Supervisor Guo, Blood Devil Li Yao snuck into the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau and intended to sneak Professor Mo Xian and the rest of them out. However, Supervisor Guo discovered him in time. Desperately, Blood Devil Li Yao detonated the crystal bombs hoping to die together with them. Supervisor Guo also said that Blood Devil Li Yao had probably planted crystal bombs all over the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau. So, he issued the emergency evacuation command and asked everybody in the headquarters to move out. Director. Several secret sword agents who were directly under his command were overjoyed. Supervisor Gua took down Li Yao. "Don't talk." Lu Zui snapped. Let me think. Let me think carefully. Fly hidden star back to the headquarters right now." The crystal warship was amazingly fast. After only 1 moment, it arrived in the east suburbs of the capital city, where the Secret Sword Bureau was headquartered. The headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau were an utter mess right now. Countless people were running out in a panic like ants whose nest had been drowned. For an enormous intelligence agency such as the Secret Sword Bureau, only a tiny proportion of its members were warriors fighting in the front line. Most of the Secret Sword agents were responsible for data analysis, signal tracing, intelligence collection, and other office work. They did not have the ability to fight. Moreover, to capture Blood Devil Li Yao, the Secret Sword Bureau had invited a lot of crystal processor specialists to help the battle. Those specialists were not Secret Sword agents in the first place. Naturally, they were even less willing to be buried in the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau. Therefore, after the great explosion in the prison, and when Guo Chunfeng, whose head had been burnt and blackened, claimed that the entire headquarters were likely to have been planted with powerful bombs by Blood Devil Li Yao and everyone must be evacuated, the tens of thousands of workers in the place all fled in a hurry. It was definitely not a joke. Even Guo Chunfeng, the strongest core formation stage cultivator of the Heaven's origin sector, had almost been swallowed by the explosion. Would they not be blown into ashes if there were another hundreds of bombs? After all, Blood Devil was already dead. There was no reason they should stay here and be buried in the same grave as him. Therefore, all the workers flooded to the surface as fast as they could and dispersed. It was an utter mess that nobody could control. Lu Zui narrowed his eyes while he observed everything through the surveillance camera. His eyes were colder and colder. Director, surveillance footage from Professor Mo Xian's prison cell after the explosion has been recovered. A secret sword agent projected the footage to a light beam. All the patriots held their breath. There were 3 people on the picture, namely Professor Mo Xian, who was locked by the barriers, Li Yao, who was pretending to be the secret sword agent Black Panther, and Guo Chunfeng, who was standing by the door. When Li Yao retrieved the jade crystal disc out of his cosmos ring, even Lu Zui's breath was disordered. However, the next second, Guo Chunfeng suddenly attacked. Nobody saw how Guo Chunfeng drew his sword. Nobody even saw where he kept his sword, just as nobody knew where he had been keeping an old, ragged teacup. Even when the picture was played at 1/10 the original speed, Guo Chunfeng's sword was still like the gentlest breeze in spring that one could not notice until their face was kissed. Li Yao was caught unprepared. It could be clearly seen from the surveillance picture that, when he turned around, he was too shocked to maintain his disguise. His muscles all went out of control, and he revealed his real face. It seemed that Li Yao had never expected that Guo Chunfeng would attack at the last possible moment. Even if he did, due to the heavy wounds caused by Diwu Jian's 5 disintegrations of heavens and human, it was impossible for him to dodge the critical strike of Guo Chunfeng, the strongest core formation stage cultivator of the Heaven's origin sector. The sword aura flashed. Li Yao cried miserably, his arm flying up and his blood spurting out. Without a word, Guo Chunfeng slashed immediately after the first attack. In a glimmering arc that resembled a ring of stars, he cut from Li Yao's shoulder to his abdomen. The attack was so fast that there was nothing wrong on the surface, although the aura of the blade should have torn apart Li Yao's internal organs. Only the indescribable expression on Li Yao's face could tell the heavy wounds that the previous attack had caused him. Shock, sadness, devastation. Li Yao's soul seemed to be slashed apart by the sword. He seemed not desperate about his own death but about the dark future of the Federation. Then, while the upper half of his body was still able to move, he made a gesture and detonated all the bombs. The explosion happened. The blast swept across everything. All the surveillance pictures, including those in the corridor, vanished at the same time, melted in the ocean of flames. All the patriots were at a loss after watching the video. Vulture Li Yao has truly been slain by Supervisor Gua. One of the patriots took a long breath in relief and said, still not entirely calm, thankfully, Supervisor Gua was not bewildered by him and executed him before he told him everything. He was forced to kill himself in the explosion. Although the price was high, the nuisance is finally resolved now. The other patriots also beamed with joy. Now, nothing can stop our plan. But Lu Zui was still frowning, deep in thought. A moment later, he replayed the video and jumped to the moment before Li Yao detonated the crystal bombs. Look! Lu Zui pointed at a vague, black spot in front of Li Yao when the fire and blast just rose. Li Yao tossed an object to Guo Chunfeng before he killed himself. What is that? The secret sword agents leaned closer and observed. After enlarging the picture countless times and enhancing the quality with the mainframe crystal processor, they finally distinguished that it was a cubic item the size of a fist. Everybody gasped. The jade crystal disc. Exactly. Lu Zui gnashed his teeth, his face more twisted than ever. Li Yao threw the jade crystal disc to Guo Chunfeng before his death. But even now, Guo Chunfeng hasn't reported the matter. Where is he now? Contact him. Instead of waiting for the reply of his subordinate, Lu Zui dialed Guo Chunfeng directly. Ah Feng, where are you? Cough. 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 Guo Chunfeng sounded extremely feeble. I am on a temporary ambulance. It is very chaotic here. The explosion seemed to have affected. The communication was cut off, maybe due to the aftershock of the explosion, or maybe because Guo Chunfeng cut it off himself. He did not mention anything about the jade crystal disc. Not even one word. Lu Zui turned off the crystal processor solemnly and glanced at everyone, before he said, one word after another, now, our target is no longer Li Yao but Guo Chunfeng. Activate the emergency plan and bring Guo Chunfeng as well as the jade crystal disc to me. Near the headquarters of the Secret Sword Bureau, tens of thousands of people were being evacuated. Guo Chunfeng, who was blackened by smoke, was also staggering to the outside in a dirty blanket. He seemed to be absent-minded, and this thick blanket was soaked in blood, leaving a red trace behind him. A temporary ambulance was right next to him, but he did not bother to look at it and simply watched the entrance of a sewer not far away. Fulminations echoed in the sky. 2 heavy armed shuttles were hovering above his head. Emotionlessly, Guo Chunfeng suddenly walked faster. Supervisor Gua. Several fully armed secret sword agents jumped off the shuttles and surrounded him. Director asked you to go to Hidden Star and report everything in person. All right. Guo Chunfeng swallowed a mouthful of blood and smiled. Waving the crystal processor on his wrist, he said, however, let me check my mailbox first and see if there are any messages from my family. I've been overworking for days. I don't know what's going on with my daughter. Shoot if you want, but I guarantee that whoever stops me from reading my mail will not see the sunrise tomorrow. Glaring at them, Guo Chunfeng raised his wrist slowly. All the secret sword agents directly under Lu Zui's command were awed by his toughness. Including their captain, none of them dared to stop him. Guo Chunfeng glimpsed at them with obvious despise. He withdrew his gaze and checked his latest mail, holding his breath. He saw the most mind-stirring 2 words. It was the name of the sender, Guo Xiaohe. Faced with almost 20 storm bolters and crystal cannons, Guo Chunfeng opened his daughter's mail, somewhat shivering. Dad! His daughter in the picture was still wearing the aberrant leather clothes. However, with her sunny smile, even the tattoo on her face seemed more agreeable than it should have. I'm out of the hospital now and just got home, Guo Xiaohe said. Look at me. I am as vigorous as ever again now. Ha ha ha. There's no need to worry about me. In the next couple of days, I'll definitely, well, maybe, try to behave and stay at home and not cause any trouble. You can focus on your work now. Mom talked about a lot of things with me while I was in the hospital. I've figured it out now. Since it is your hobby, and your lifelong career, to study storms, as the daughter of the great, lead researcher Gua, of course I should support you, just like you supported me in joining the army. That's what a family should do. Right. Let me tell you a little secret. Mom has shredded the divorce agreement. She said that she will give you another chance. Try to behave better in the future. Hee hee. She forbade me from telling it to you, but as far as I can tell, she was too embarrassed to talk to you in person and simply told me so that I could be a mouthpiece for her. Ha. I'm smart enough to know what is really on her mind. Alright. That's all for now. Si Mao asked me to demonstrate, no, do homework at his place. Yes. Do homework. Be home as soon as you are not busy anymore, Dad. Me and Mom will be waiting for you at home. Right. A free reminder for you. It will be your wedding anniversary in a few days. Don't forget to prepare a surprise for Mom. Only an idiot would sit and watch such a beautiful, caring woman run away without doing anything, right? All in all. Keep it up, Dad. I'm totally going to be on your side in your battle to save your love. His daughter's merry face was frozen on the tiny light beam as well as the deepest part in Guo Chuanfeng's pupils forever. He turned off the light beam and crushed his person crystal processor into pieces. Let's go and meet the director now. Slapping his hands, Guo Chunfeng walked over to the fully armed secret sword agents at ease.